Introduction. Any of us can, at times, be me-centered rather than we-centered, in a way that feels not quite right to others or even to ourselves. The most common nickname for this phenomenon of self-centeredness is ego. It's often not pretty in how it shows up, and we may feel ashamed when people call us on having a big ego. But it's possible to notice and feel compassion for whatever fear might lurk beneath our self-importance or selfishness. We can learn not to vilify our ego, but to hold it respectfully and tame it tenderly. The male or female ego then becomes what it is meant to be: a sergeant, not a general, a lady-in-waiting, not a princess. This audiobook is about recognizing our own, at times overblown, ego, whether overt or covert. It's also about how lovable we can become when we let our ego go. We can practice loving kindness and compassion for the egotist inside us and also for the one we may find beside us at work, in our family, in our relationship. We will be working with both psychological and spiritual practices that are carefully designed to move us from ego-driven to love-centered relating. It's a big job, but anyone can learn how to do it, and we're guaranteed to find the graces necessary to help it happen. The ego is healthy when it helps us fulfill our life goals. When an ego becomes too big for its britches, it becomes egotism, what is called a big ego. We may find egotistical behavior objectionable and unjustified. Our style in this audiobook, however, will not be to demean egotists. We get it that their swagger is based on self-doubt, fear, and shame. Charles Blow, in Fire Shut Up in My Bones, refers to two ego styles: those seeking to enshrine their swagger and those seeking to compensate for their lack of it. So, although we don't like egotistical behavior or attitudes, we can still feel compassion for what led to that ego armoring in the first place. We can feel the tragedy of a permanently defensive ego that elbows people out of its way and grabs all it can for itself. Such a style is based on an illusory belief that there aren't enough resources to go around. That sense of scarcity is the suspicion or fear that I have to get mine since I can't trust that what I need will be given to me. There won't be enough to go around. I won't get what's rightfully coming to me. We can easily see how these beliefs show a lack of trust in the abundance life can offer. Our fear of not getting enough might go back to a childhood in which we were emotionally deprived, so we lost trust that what we needed would come our way from those around us. Our only options seem to be me first and I have to take care of me since no one else will. Most of us have encountered an egotistical person who displays an off-putting demand that he be the center of attention, that he dominate people and circumstances. Such a style is usually traceable to a wound from childhood. Here are 5 common examples. When we were not given loving attention, our wound is neglect by those who are supposed to be attentive to us. When we were not allowed to have personal power, our wound has to do with being controlled or having our spirit squelched. When the wound was being judged as wrong, bad, or inadequate, we might have imbibed this belief about ourselves. I don't measure up. I have to keep proving myself as worthy. When the wound was being excluded, scorned, or shame, we might now believe, I don't fit in. I'm on the margin, looking in. When the wound was being isolated, deserted, betrayed, we might suppose, I have no one I can really rely on. It's all up to me. Under the bravado and bluster of egotism is a raw sensitivity that has arisen out of hurts like these. But instead of responding to hurt with an ouch or with grief, an egotist might respond by stuffing the pain and then compensating with his arrogant, look-good attitudes and behaviors. This is why the chest-thumping ego is the great imposter. In reality, egotists have very fragile egos, something women seem to recognize easily in so many men. The arrogant ego is not a separate entity or part of our brain. It's a mindset, an attitude, a word that itself has come to be associated with big ego. A mindset is a fixed set of beliefs with which we interpret or respond to a situation or person. The mindset of the inflated ego called egotism is the me-first attitude, familiar and unappealing to all of us. In healthy pride, on the other hand, we appreciate our gifts and want to share them, not show them off. Healthy refers to what is sane, wholesome, and mature in us. In classic psychology, ego is the executive activity of our personality, at times functional, at times dysfunctional. The phrase, big ego, is not our actual ego. It's only an attitude and set of behaviors that ego has espoused and to which it has become attached. Ego as a function becomes ego as what we are. The egotistical mindset, attitude, is our topic in this audiobook. We'll call it ego at times because that's the common usage, but what we're actually talking about is egotism, a self-centered set of attitudes and behaviors that shows up as arrogance and entitlement. This ego mindset presents a defensive attitude when confronted or even questioned. This often leads to aggressive behavior. Ego's sense of entitlement gives it permission to show that aggression in the form of revenge, ego's favorite sport. So, an egotist is not fun to be around. A pompous ego seems mostly male in its demeanor, aggressive, in your face. But women show ego also, as divas and female vanity remind us. Egotism is present in both sexes, but expressed differently in each. A man might swagger to show he's boss. A woman might strut her stuff to show how easily men fall prey to her charms. Likewise, a man may boastfully proclaim, I'm independent and don't want to be married. Then a woman's ego may be challenged. I have more going for me than other women do, so I can change his mind. We've all heard the expression, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. That inclination toward revenge is frightening indeed to anyone in its path. We see this not only when a woman perceives that she's rejected or replaced. It also appears in competitive behaviors among women. The stepmother queen, in the story of Snow White, is the archetypal figure of envy regarding the beauty of rival females and the dangerous consequences of a woman's belief in her right to revenge. The vain, conceited ego, in either sex, is a disability when it comes to forming healthy relationships, both at home and at work. The real culprit in so many failed relationships is ego. Just as a physical disability cramps our range of motion, an arrogant ego limits our range of cooperation and mutuality. Intimacy can only breathe in an atmosphere of ever-increasing openness, admitted and amended shortcomings, continual forgiveness, generously mended failures, willingly repaired disruptions. None of that can happen on planet Ego. We've all heard the expression, looking for love in all the wrong places. We might say that an ego attitude and behavior is looking for love in all the wrong ways. Egotistical behavior and attitudes can drive people away. Yet, it is possible to move from an isolated ego style to authentic connection and mutuality. Indeed, the opposite of ego attitude is its remedy, a loving attitude towards self and others too. Erich Fromm, in The Art of Loving, writes, "Love is an attitude which is the same toward all, including myself." When the inflated ego insists on superiority instead of equality with others, it misses out even on fulfilling its own goal to love itself effectively. I don't know how to be selfish in an effective way. We're so concerned with protecting our turf that we lose sight of our real goal in life, to give and receive love. When we come across with a grandiose ego attitude, it becomes hard for others to love us, though they may feel sorry for us. When we show the best of our true nature, all-inclusive gentle love, we become lovable. Letting go of an egotistical attitude is thus how we love ourselves best, because by that letting go, we open to the love of others, which is what we really want, what we always wanted. Learning to let go of egotism in favor of the egolessness that love requires of us means we'll have to be on the alert, since ego lurks in our attitudes and behaviors often unnoticed. Our affirmation, therefore, has to be, I choose to be aware of every cunning trick of ego. I am here to experience real love in my life. I won't let the old sly pickpocket rob me of my chance for intimacy. Maintaining an ego stance in life is a form of suffering because the egotistical attitude is so constrictive that we always have to be on guard. We're watching out for even the slightest slur against our greatness. Our style in this audiobook is not to ridicule ego or put it down. Instead, it is to show compassion for our own ego and that of others. We see how its posturings are futile attempts to protect its vulnerability. We understand that a blustering ego is in pain. We empathize with the need behind the defenses. Our compassion for egotism is a recognition of a desperate and mistaken clinging to defenses for protection, when defenselessness is actually what works best. As we trust ourselves more, we begin letting go of our defenses. Then our vulnerability no longer feels dangerous. It has become open-heartedness. We soon trust the world, too, a consequence we see in this quotation from The Mind of Absolute Trust by Sung Tsan. When we are in harmony with all that is, then our self-centeredness vanishes, and with it, every trace of self-doubt. Now we trust the universe completely. When we imagine that our armor of ego defenses is who we are, all we are, we're caught in a case of mistaken identity. It's an orientation of thinking and acting that's based on faulty beliefs about ourselves, some primitive from our Cro-Magnon ancestors, some recent from family and society. The fact that an egotistical style is really only a mindset, no matter how deeply ingrained, can give us hope, because a mindset can be changed. We can still take the high ground rather than succumb to the low. We can transcend our biological heritage. We can locate a power beyond our ego. We are not what we think we are when ego is our only identity. Egolessness is in us, and when we find it, we embark on the path to true self-esteem and generous love for others and ourselves. There is no separate self, but there is this life of ours, this presence that is ourselves, individual and connected to all beings. Ego's journey is from being all there is to being all for all. Courageous people have come along in history to show us how to be generous and powerful, but without ego attitude. Jesus, St. Francis, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, the Dalai Lama, and many more who were not famous at all. They were all moved by a vision of an alternative to our primitive default style of aggression. They saw that change from ego-centered to others-centered living was possible, and they lived that way. They saw that the genetic propensity toward egocentricity only seems fixed. Our wisdom endowment from our ancestor teachers and from among our own acquaintances is ever expanding as new visionaries and helpers keep appearing. It will be up to us to evolve into beings who look like Buddha in loving kindness, like Christ in willing sacrifice, like Mother Teresa in compassionate caring, like our Aunt Lucy in selfless generosity. In this audiobook, our style will not be judgmental, but developmental. We will explore how our egotism came to be and how it can be worked with so it can be transformed and take its rightful place as a healthy part of our life experience. This means being willing to become intimate with our egotistical style in all its recondite and embarrassing details. When we do that, we'll be able to find what is best in it and put it to use to build courage and intimacy rather than to diminish them. In my own life, I came to realize that a sincere spiritual path necessarily includes letting go of ego-centeredness. Spirituality calls for a continual surrender of ego rather than looking for ways to endorse, fortify, or reinforce it. Surrender implies reduction of the ego's power, undermining of its pathetic illusions of grandeur and unfounded claims to superiority. But we can discover the joy of being set free from its grasp. I knew I had become more spiritually conscious when I started welcoming comments that pointed out how my ego was rearing its ugly head, when I finally stopped defending my ego and wanted to know how to see it and tame it. Then it became more of a tool. And indeed, a proud ego mindset does come in handy at times. Several years ago, I went with a friend to see the film 7 Years in Tibet. As we were leaving the theater, I said to her, "The Brad Pitt character certainly had a big ego, didn't he?" She wisely replied, "That's the only kind of ego that could have rescued the Dalai Lama from Tibet." I instantly realized she was right and said so. That's why it's not a good idea to eliminate ego attitude altogether. We bring it out when appropriate and useful. We can learn just when to show it and when to leave it behind. The Irish golf pro Rory McIlroy stated it well. "You know, I need that cockiness, the self-belief, arrogance, swagger, whatever you want to call it. I need that on the golf course to bring the best out of myself. Once I leave the golf course, that all gets left there." Rory McIlroy's swagger refers to the proud stance an athlete assumes on a playing field. This posture says, I am seriously into this and I'm ready and competent. This style increases players' self-confidence and does indeed make for their playing a better game. It's an example of how ego posturing can be useful. All we have to keep in mind is that it works on the field, but not so well in the bedroom, living room, or anywhere else you want to make room for love. There's another important reference to ego in the film 7 Years in Tibet. This one balances the realization my friend had. In a marketplace, the Brad Pitt character, Heinrich Harrer, who had been an Olympic champion, finds an old newspaper with a picture of him receiving a sports award. He proudly shows it to Pema, a Tibetan woman friend. She responds by pointing out that in the West, accomplishment and victory matter, while in the East, it's letting go of ego that matters. This is our greatest spiritual accomplishment, and a gold prize indeed. The style of this audiobook is to combine respect for ego as a useful but seldom needed tool, and compassion for the ego that fears what it most wants, and thus goes so far astray from the love it seeks. We work gently with this scared part of ourselves and others. We don't abandon our ego, we rehabilitate it. We see the self-inflation, the prancing, the strut and swagger in ourselves and others, and are touched by the pathos and pain behind it. Compassion toward ego helps dissolve its aggressive exterior and release the core of gentle goodness, the true strength that has always been under it, our true nature beyond ego, an indelible, inviolable, and unconditional core of goodness, love, and humility, unmarred by our history, unhindered by our fears. Ego is a shell, and it's under a spell. It's a shell of defenses constructed over a lifetime. Ego will always want to take over, to win, to be on top. Ego resists saying yes to the givens of every life, accepting the truth about ourselves, taking our place in life's ever-changing lineup rather than always being first, sometimes needing feedback or help, or allowing ourselves to need someone. Regarding this last point, I recently listened to a radio interview of a man who sold his home and spent the next year traveling. He was asked, "What did you notice about yourself as a world traveler?" He responded, "Travel helped me have less ego, since I didn't know languages or my way around and had to ask for help, something I'm too proud to do at home." Our journey in life is toward noticing and manifesting the indissoluble wholeness within us, who we are beyond our ego mindsets. Every time we open ourselves, or are opened by someone or something, every time we reveal ourselves, every time we let ourselves be vulnerable, we chip away at our hard shell. Our life is one long process, either of reinforcing our shell or chipping away at it. Ego is under a spell because it's a compulsion. We can't help acting from it. It's a reflex. It's an automatic reactiveness to any challenge to our conceit or entitlements. After all, ego, not yet free to make a variety of choices, has to uphold an image of itself as always right, as always in control, especially of feelings. Life does not have to be hard. One of the things that makes it hard is the trapped energy in an arrogant ego mindset. But the elements of ego that support that mindset can be dissolved in favor of true human power. Our work is to tame our ego, not to kill it off. The ego dies at death. There's no need to kill it beforehand. We want to dismantle, not destroy. We want neither to eliminate it nor to hold on to it. We simply want to be free of its grip and out of its clutches. If we learn to do that, we can then take all that ego has gathered and gained to puff itself up, and we can reinvest that into healthy self-esteem and generous love. Our lifelong task is thus nothing less than the painstaking and joyously liberating disassembling of ego. Nothing less is required for our full emergence than the total demolition of ego become egotism. When this happens, we finally emerge from the shame that built that fortress in which we were condemned to hide. This happens through continual letting go of self-centeredness in favor of all-centeredness. It happens through surrender of entitlements one by one, while maintaining reasonable acknowledgement of our rights and limits, too. It happens through arduous attempt after more arduous attempt at breaking ourselves of our long-standing compulsion to be in control of ourselves and others. What choices, what path will help tame my ego? This can become the criterion by which we make our choices in life and relationships. Our goal is to move from self-centered ego to unitive consciousness, full entry into the oneness of the web of life. The ego mindset limits our scope of presence and our field of relating. The less ego in control, the more flexible is our sense of who we are in the world of others, since we feel less privileged and more collaborative. We are not then privateers, but argosies of generosity. The motivation to let go of the ego attitude is not found in the recommendations of a Psychology 101 textbook. It takes a spiritual awakening. Psychological work does not get us there. The desire to demote the ego usually requires the touch of grace. Ego is not powerful enough to free itself. A special gift, grace, comes our way from beyond ego effort. It points us in the direction of love rather than fear, of allowing rather than controlling, of being open rather than being right, of being in the here and now rather than residing in the patterns we lug around from our Cro-Magnon past. When the fox of ego has been coaxed out of hiding, he can bow to an exciting new possibility, a life of openness and opening. We can live wholeheartedly, that is, occupy the here and now with our entire presence, not just with our ego. Our direct experience will then no longer be hijacked by old habit patterns. Unfortunately, the path to freedom from egotism is not neatly or clearly laid out. We will have to do what knights did when they searched for the Holy Grail. Enter a forest in which there's no clearly marked path. We will have to engage in some bushwhacking. We will often think we're lost, often find ourselves without a compass, often without a light, but never without an ally. Unitive consciousness, beyond ego, is more than a sense of support. It gives us a sense of alliance, of accompaniment. Indeed, innumerable saints and bodhisattvas, including our own ancestors, are gathering around us even now as we decide it's worthwhile to embark on the voyage to egolessness, the port of love. So we are not alone. others have given up ego too, and we are now in that sterling lineage. Doffing the ego's safe glory, he finds his naked reality. Dag Hammarskjöld, Markings. Chapter 1. What is ego? Too often we honor swagger and bluster and wielders of force. Too often we excuse those who are willing to build their own lives on the shattered dreams of others. Robert F. Kennedy, on the mindless menace of violence. A speech given at the City Club of Cleveland on April 5, 1968, the day after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis. Ego is simply the Latin word for I. In traditional psychology, the ego is the ordering principle of our personality. It is the executive function of our psyche, the part of us that carries out what helps us reach our life goals. The healthy ego has the capacity to observe, judge, and choose. It also establishes a strong sense of personal continuity, giving coherence to our life story, stability to our lives. It's our hale and hearty ego that makes relating effective. This ego is usually equated with the self, our enduring sense of a unique identity. This is the conscious personality self that has and processes experience. The self-ego, described in psychology, is not an ontological entity. It's a process, ever-changing, operational, not metaphysical. We can see how the strongly individualistic ego emerged over the centuries. From the time of the origin of our species, nerve circuits helped us coordinate our movements and soon stored memories and impressions so we could move safely and productively in the world. As we learned to predict outcomes based on past experience, our executive functions became stronger. The more we knew about how we and the world worked, the better equipped we were to handle the challenges of daily life, and the better we became at surviving. The name for all these powers in us is ego. When ego powers work in favor of mutual survival, they're contributions. When they work to institute personal sovereignty over others, they become threatening, not a healthy atmosphere for the love we are here to give and be. Our sense of self is based on actions, attitudes, and personal history. When our belief is that we are superior and privileged rather than equal, our sense of self does not reflect the union of the human family. It has become tied to rugged individualism, which easily leads to arrogance. The arrogance of egotism or selfishness is based on an illusion that the world revolves around us and on an exaggerated opinion of our self-worth or skill level. Our world is only safe when we recognize that we are all unique, but also all connected. Teamwork is an antidote to egotism. And of course, ego is not the captain of the team, only a player. What egotism looks like. The first reform must be in attitude. Pope Francis, interview with Antonio Spadaro, S.J., in America, September 30th, 2013. In the early 19th century, the word ego referred only to the thinking, conscious mind. Later in that century, the word came to be associated with conceit. Then, ego took on the meaning of excessive pride, putting oneself front and center, self-absorption, self-obsession. This is egotism, what can get in the way of personal development, successful relationships, and spiritual growth. This is what needs to be identified in our behavior so that we can find ways to tame it, and so that its energy can be used to nurture us, strengthen our relationships, and contribute to our spiritual evolution. Egotism means sizing up everything in accord with furthering our own interests. Egotism is the opposite of altruism, which focuses on how others might benefit from our choices and actions. Carl Jung wrote in his commentary on the Tibetan Book of the Dead, when Freud coined the phrase that the ego was the true seat of anxiety, he was giving voice to a very true and profound intuition. Fear of self-sacrifice lurks deep in every ego. Likewise, brain science shows that the isolation the egotist feels as people distance themselves from him is actually a form of stress and reduces longevity. In fact, dopamine, a stress-reducing hormone in our reward circuit, becomes activated when we go beyond self-concern to help others. We move away from every man for himself to all for one and one for all. Indeed, we were made to be with others. It's the foundation of our sense of belonging. We are relational whether or not we're in an intimate relationship. Each of us is more than an individual ego I. Each of us is a cell in the one mystical body of humanity. Indeed, awareness of connection activates the cortex of the brain to inhibit inclinations toward hate and division. The word egotism refers to excessive self-reference, arrogance with boastfulness. Self-centeredness is a natural part of our existence as beings intent on surviving. It becomes a handicap to healthy relating when it leads us to pull rank, look down on others, or act in self-serving ways. We also use the word egoism. Here, the emphasis is on valuing things in accordance with one's own self-interest, but not necessarily calling attention to it in a boastful way. Egoism is about taking care of number one. Egotism is insisting on being number one. Egoism might be quiet. Egotism is loud. The little pig who calmly made his house of bricks is an egoist. The big bad wolf who huffs and puffs is an egotist. We notice which one survived. Appropriate pride and self-caring comprise healthy selfishness. They don't cancel our sense of others' needs as egotism does. In personal pride, an athlete might say, "It did not help my ego to make so many errors in the game." This is not conceit, but a realization that doing our best is important to our self-esteem. Egotism, our topic, is associated with the word hubris. This refers to arrogance, elitism, an overly proud manner, refusal to admit a need for anyone's help. The ancient Greeks used the word hubris to refer to excessive or exaggerated pride based on a presumption of superiority. A person with hubris was also one who ascribed his successes only to himself without acknowledging the help of the gods. Aeschylus warned in The Persians, "Zeus on high comes down hard on arrogance and boastfulness." So hubris was dangerous, since the gods were known for their habits of revenge against those who refused to honor them. The person with hubris could expect a downfall, a comeuppance, a punishment. how clear it is that the ancient gods were made in the image of the worst in the human ego. We're tempted to ask if the Judeo-Christian biblical sense of God is likewise a reflection of the punitive ego. Thus, in the Greek world, hubris was followed inescapably by nemesis, downfall. We see this same pairing in the biblical book of Proverbs. Pride leads to destruction, and arrogance to downfall. Chapter 16, verse 18. A big ego can remain hidden until the stimulus comes along that arouses it. A person on the outside is the nicest guy in the world, but the minute he is offended or made to lose face, his shadow side comes out. In a relationship, for instance, a partner might be easy to get along with, but when he's crossed, hurt, or betrayed, he can be severely vindictive, the characteristic of a big ego that's lethal to intimacy. In some people, on the other hand, a big ego is not so covert. It can be spotted easily, fully visible in daily interactions. Words we use to show how egotism comes across include the following: attitude, conceited, boastful, arrogant, smug, vain, haughty, pretentious, supercilious, self-righteous, self-important, self-aggrandizing, self-centered, self-involved, self-absorbed, stuck-up, snobbish, snooty, condescending, patronizing, puffed up, pompous, grandiose, superior, uppity, blustering, showing off, posturing, swaggering, strutting. Another word associated with ego is vainglory. Ego is what causes us to regard ourselves as God's gift to humanity. Vainglory is excessive pride and boastfulness, often pompous, because of one's successes and achievements. Its definition carries the specific sense that the glory itself is vain, that is, useless for healthy growth. From the preceding, we've heard some of the major disabilities of a big ego. It can't admit, submit, remit, or commit. That is to say, an egotist cannot admit he's wrong or apologize. He has to be in charge, so he cannot submit to someone else's idea or plan. He cannot remit wrongs, that is, forgive and let go. He has to get back at the other, especially if he's been made to lose face. He cannot commit to a truly healthy give-and-take relationship. These are not choices, they're compulsions. This is why compassion, not blame, is the appropriate response to a big ego in others. At the same time, these are obstacles to intimacy, so we need to be careful about entering a relationship with someone whose ego is out of control and over the top. Phrases we use to describe an egotist: too big for his britches, on her high horse, thinks he's a big shot, thinks she walks on water, sits in judgment, puts on airs, comes across as high and mighty, has a swelled head, alpha male, macho, diva, princess, prima donna, smart aleck, on an ego trip, 100% male ego. Inflated ego beliefs. I am above other people. I deserve special treatment. I'm never in the wrong, so I never have to apologize. I'm never wrong, so I can't be corrected. When I am offended, I don't forgive, I only demand redress or retaliate. Others have obligations to me, but not vice versa. I can't own the impact of my behavior on others because I'm so caught up in defending my position. Others are either of use to me or competitors. I have to look out for number one, even at the expense of others. There's no such thing as good enough. It has to be perfect. We are too big to fail. Personality traits of an egotist is controlling, bullying, or manipulative in relationships, feels entitled to special treatment, has a cutthroat competitive style, engaging in one-upmanship at work or home, insists that everything has to be quid pro quo, win-lose, survival of the fittest, thinks I'm entitled to get all I need no matter what others lose or are deprived of. I'm up, so pull up the ladder. Is territorial, demanding, this is mine, stay off of my turf. Makes no distinction or pause between I want it and it's mine. Responds in a hypersensitive way to criticism. Even the most gentle feedback, good-humored comments, reasonable recommendations are taken as criticism. Is highly critical of others. Cannot tolerate being disagreed with or shown to have been mistaken, unable, inferior, or wrong. Cannot apologize or forgive. Cannot stand being in a group as just anybody, rather than the most important person present, the center of attention, the one with pride of place. For instance, an ego-centered person might resent waiting in line with ordinary people, rather than being served first as befits his station. Feels continual status anxiety, and therefore needs to be continually reaffirmed by everyone. Cannot compromise, sometimes not even negotiate. Believes that maintaining one's position is more important than happiness or connection. Ego getting its way or saving its face trumps love, relationship, money, integrity, even life, as Shakespeare says in Troilus and Cressida. Holds honor far more precious dear than life. Defends his or her honor for reasons that are often the same as defending the ego. Is vindictive when hurt or thwarted in any way, spiteful, unable to forgive, and certainly not able to forget. Can hold a grudge for a lifetime. Is enraged when unable to get away with something or outed in any way. Has a defensive reply and an excuse even when caught red-handed. Is able to lie about things easily. Runs roughshod over others' feelings without recognizing their pain or needs. Looks down on others no matter what their status. Arrogance thrives on comparison, hence, I am above or better than other people. Feels disdain for those considered less than. Secretly or openly rejoices at the downfall or blunders of others. Cannot ask for help or receive it, no matter how well meant or necessary. Cannot admit having a need of anything from others, and thus refuses to be grateful, or cannot feel grateful to anyone. Insists on organization and order. Feels stressed by conflict or change of her routine. This is why everything has to go and be my way. Cannot smile at his own mistakes. What permissions does an egotist believe he has? Based on his sense of entitlement, the egotist believes he has the right to engage in any form of payback, to claim an exemption from the givens of life, for example, that sometimes relationships change or end without our wanting them to do so, to dominate and decide a course of action without regard for the preferences of others, to cheat, lie, or engage in corrupt and unethical practices, especially when he's given power, for example, in a responsible job. To take over, take first place, take the most, take all. What is most likely underneath all of the beliefs and behaviors we've just described? The list that follows suggests the thoughts that actually underlie the egotist's beliefs and personality traits, and suggest reasons for compassion toward the egotist. My ego is fragile. My self-esteem is tenuous. I live with a gnawing sense of inferiority. I'm full of self-doubt. I feel I'm not as good as others. I can fail or fall apart at any time. I am terrified of not being liked or loved. I am afraid of having anyone see I'm not all I'm cracked up to be. I'm afraid that people will see the side of myself that can embarrass me. I dread losing my reputation, not looking good in the eyes of others, or not maintaining my positive image. I may not be acknowledged as much as I require. My views may not be acknowledged as superior. I may not get away with dishonesty or phoniness. My entitlements may not be honored. I may have to be like everyone else, not first or special. I may not get an exemption from the givens of life. I can't let my anger show, so I'm often passive-aggressive, showing anger while covering it up at the same time. I may not be properly respected, so I will feel shame, the sense of being defective. Shame, isolation, and fear thus lurk behind the flamboyance of a grandiose ego. Shame from early life can go into hiding and come out as narcissism later. We can look at shame, isolation, and fear in more detail. Shame is a sense of unworthiness about ourselves in relation to others. Deep connection requires full visibility, a letting go of shame about being who we are, no matter how inadequate we may feel. But that requires too much vulnerability when shame lurks within us. In the healthy alternative to shame, our self-disclosure to those we trust gives us a sense of belonging. We can choose to be open about who we are. Then, our worthiness is a decision we make, not an ignominy we believe we deserve. Shame isolates us. It causes us to feel different from and not as good as others, disconnected, excluded. Thus, there's a sense of desolation and isolation behind egotism. The egotistical belief that I am all there is implies that we have no visible or invisible means of support. This attitude makes the isolation even more desolate. Indeed, egotism is isolation. The fear behind an egotistical manner is usually invisible, even to the ego itself. We don't recognize that fear generates our ego reactions. We don't see how they're defensive. We imagine they are fully justified, straightforward responses to others' behavior. We may come across as strong, but in reality, it's fragility masquerading as strength. Papier-mâché made to look like steel. The ego is the great pretender, continually overcompensating for his inadequacies. I found this comment online by the actor and director Ben Affleck. I'm always described as cocksure or with a swagger, but that bears no resemblance to who I feel like inside. I feel plagued by insecurity. We're all plagued in that way, but it takes healthy humility to admit it, a big step toward the letting go of ego attitude. Finally, we notice that there's no mention of malice and hate in the description of an egotist. Mean-spiritedness is a separate issue. It's not generated by ordinary egotism. It arises from sociopathy, misanthropy, a long history of abuse by others, or a proclivity to hate and keep hating. An egotist is not necessarily malicious. It is the wounded, indignant ego attitude in us that hates. Hate is seething, ill-willed anger with an insatiable need for revenge. We can't harm the one who hurt us enough. Shakespeare refers to this trait of hate in Othello. Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all. Finding the positive uses of ego. Here's a short summary of the traits of egotism, followed by some ways they can become useful. An egotist thinks, acts, and is motivated selfishly, comes across with arrogance, maintains a sense of entitlement, believes he is superior to others whether or not he has the commensurate level of skill or accomplishment to justify it, envies others' success, is vindictive if crossed, unacknowledged, accused, insulted, mistreated, contradicted, or made to lose face, that is, embarrassed in front of others. Each egotistical trait can serve to boost our psychological and spiritual health if it is worked with in other ways. We can think, act, and be motivated by altruism, come across with humility, have a sense of fair play and human rights, our own and those of others, say ouch and open to dialogue rather than retaliating if crossed, unacknowledged, accused, insulted, or mistreated. Admire accomplished people and be happy about their success. Grow in self-esteem, but without looking down on others. One day when I was working on this chapter, a client told me his goal in life and relationships was to have less ego and more self-esteem. I was struck by how easily he summarized my entire book. And I want to have those very same two goals in my own life. The words we use. Without egotism in the world, some words and terms would not have the same role in our vocabulary. For instance, affront, indignation, turf, rank, saving face. We can look at each of them. It is a given of life that people sometimes insult us, and the natural response is hurt. But to be affronted or to become indignant is the reaction of a self-inflated ego whose overblown sense of its own invincible greatness has been bruised. If our ego did not become aroused, we might treat an insult more matter-of-factly. With an appropriate-sized ego, we might simply say, ouch, and open a dialogue. We can then be firmly assertive without being vindictive as a follow-up to indignation. We will fight back, but not hurt back. We will seek redress, but not revenge. We will not engage in payback, because we accept the given that sometimes people step on our toes. But we're able to treat that as we do while dancing, with a good-hearted shrug, not with a reaction of indignant anger. This is what is meant by equanimity and even temper, a virtuous antidote to egotism. An example of a word that takes on a special meaning when egotism's boots are on the ground is turf. A swollen ego finds its safety and security in staking a claim to its turf and a consequent stubborn possessiveness. Without egotism, we would be able to have possessions and maintain our right to them, but we wouldn't have to be on guard or have to keep reaffirming our ownership. As a cyclist, I can relate a very specific example of the male sense of turf. Sometimes, as I ride in the legal bike lane to the left of parked cars and to the curb behind them, a male pedestrian is crossing toward that curb. I am crossing in front of him. More than once, I've heard a man grumble under his breath, "Damn bikes!" I've noticed and appreciate, by the way, that in instances like this, I've never seen a woman react as men do. In my experience, women have taken the scene in stride. I understand that, to some males, my behavior is a mild equivalent of cutting someone off in traffic, which certainly can arouse the big ego reaction called road rage. I've learned to pedal around the back of male pedestrians so that I do not cross what they consider their rightful turf to any part of the road between them and the curb they're headed for. When I do get an ego reaction because I crossed in front of a turf-concerned guy, I internally do my loving-kindness practice. May you grow in cooperativeness and find Buddha's way. Taking what happens as information and an opportunity for practice, rather than as aggression toward me, what can arouse my ego, helps me maintain equanimity. I attempt to do this in all my encounters with ego-driven people. We certainly gain equanimity when what happens simply informs us about the actions of others, rather than arouses an ego reaction in us. Loving-kindness practice can give us an alternative sense of ourselves and of where we stand in the world of others. This may seem like a daunting challenge, but we can recall that a practice means that we don't need affectionate feelings to begin with. We simply practice, and then the loving-kindness, the goodwill, already and always inside us, blooms. The ego thrives on ranking. Ranking is related to echelons, classes, status, standing, station, apartheid, castes, elitism, or prestige and privilege based on power and birth. The emphasis is on who is up and who is down, who's above and who's below, who deserves more, who less, who is greater than or less than. We see this ego sorting process everywhere. We rank people according to education, finances, fame, age, and looks. We rank cars and other products according to price. Then, we see the owners as having or not having status accordingly. We rank houses according to location and size. We rank foods according to how fancy they are. For instance, pheasant under glass seems a more appropriate meal for people of higher status than does roasted chicken. We rank people on the basis of their clothes. Designer outfits give more status than ordinary serviceable clothing. We even rank flowers. A daisy is not as valuable as an orchid. A carnation is not as classy as a gardenia. There are indeed levels of appeal in all people and things. But the egotist believes herself above others because she has what the world ranks more highly. The life of a healthy person is based on integrity and loving kindness rather than status. Ranking is a form of categorizing that allows some people to feel themselves above others, which is the very opposite of what love, the great equalizer, is about. Can ego ever bow to that possibility of possibilities? Spiritually awakened people have seen through the sham of ego-separateness and sorting, and they choose what leads to and affirms equality and connectedness. They accept that diversity is not wrong, and that community is what we all are in our true nature, who we are beyond the ego, the more than what we think we are. The word face, as used in lose face or save face, would also not be heard or have to be honored if the big ego were not in the picture. To lose face refers to being humiliated, ridiculed, minimized, discredited, or demeaned in the presence of others. We recall here the book of 5,000 dreams recorded by ancient Egyptians. The most common theme, barring none, was not sex. It was the shameful disgrace and the horror of losing face. Saving face, with its pattern of affront retaliation, has been ritualized in human behavior. Examples from the past and present are defending one's honor, dueling, blood feuds, gang rules, war. In each of these forms of face-saving, the affronted ego gives itself permission to strike back harshly. In duels and war, society permits the event. In feuds and gang behaviors, society frowns on it. The healthy alternative to saving face is to learn to be a good loser when necessary. In the arrogant ego mindset, we have to save face, and we can't abide losing face under any circumstances. A healthy ego does not need to save face and doesn't lose face. A healthy ego, when shown to be wrong, can take that as useful information without having to be embarrassed or shamed. We don't have to save face since we're not trying to look good at all costs. We may find public correction unappealing, but we do not fume or sulk when it happens. When our misbehavior or misperceptions are corrected, we're happy to be brought more in line with the appropriate view of things. We're glad that we can now act more wisely and lovingly. We are grateful for the correction. It has helped us toward our enduring purpose in life, to show all our love to everyone and be wise in all our choices. If others think we've lost face, then that is their issue, their ego that is projecting the importance of lose face or save face concerns. A friend once told me that his 2 engineers were fighting about how to do a job for him. They couldn't come to an agreement, so they came to my friend for mediation, saying, "We came to you because we know you only care about what makes sense for the project, not about who wins our bantam rooster contest and gets to be the one to save face." My favorite Zen story speaks to the issue of ego and saving face very profoundly. A proud but uncouth samurai confronted a famous and wise Zen teacher. The samurai was dressed in full armor and demanded, in an imperious voice, "Teach me about heaven, hell, and enlightenment." The master took one look at him and said, "You don't have what it takes to learn that." The ego-affronted, face-losing samurai drew his sword to kill the teacher as his way of retaliating and thereby saving face. At this, the master pointed to the drawn sword and said, "That's hell." The samurai was deeply moved by this response and humbly replaced his sword into its scabbard. The master pointed to that action and quietly commented, "That's heaven." The samurai then bowed to the master and begged to become his student. The master said, "And that's enlightenment." In this story, hell symbolizes the ego trying to save face by violence and retaliation. Heaven is found in giving up vengeful impulses in favor of the arts of peace. We are ready for enlightenment when we're no longer trying to uphold our ego posture. Our only goal is finding the truth no matter how it happens. Only then does our stubborn, immobile ego stance release its grip so that a lifetime can be called a journey. The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are. Hell is being stuck in ego. Joseph Campbell. Where did ego come from? Ego begins to develop in early childhood during the terrible twos. The first garish flowering of ego appears in about the 9th grade. It looks cute at age 2, and even in 9th grade. We may be amused by the growing ego mindset in our children until they're around age 15, when it can become obnoxious. We're frustrated as we try to curb their inflated ego reactions in favor of cooperation with house rules. This can go on until they leave home to strike out on their own. It helps to realize that their developmental goal, starting at around age 15, is to separate and become their own persons. This is why their ego becomes most difficult for parents to deal with in the interval from when the child is a sophomore in high school until he or she goes off to college or to a job. Once they can separate, they don't have to be so oppositional, and the ego may be less of a problem. In any case, as they grow through the teens, we can only offer compassionate solicitude while setting the sturdy limits they certainly need. They challenge us because they're often not respecting the limits but testing them, which is simply a symptom of the need to separate. Hopefully, they'll eventually be able to build a healthy ego without the swagger. A child's ego grows in healthy ways when she's supported in achieving her developmental goals. This will be difficult when a household is volatile or has few clear limits. Children and adolescents then lack wise direction and act out their own impulses without intelligent judgment, often driven by angry rebellion. With this come prejudiced assumptions, self-negating beliefs, vindictive reactions. The ego learns to be aggressive when a household does not provide safety and security. At the same time, a household can impose many expectations while not providing the holding environment that supports growth. When a household exhibits shaming or demeaning qualities, put-downs, sarcasm, a child feels attacked and wants to be on the attack toward others. The fear of being shamed becomes stronger when someone has had shame ingrained in her in early life. Boys are especially well trained into engorging their ego. In reaction to a harsh father, we males might rebel to reduce our need for connection by rejecting the very one we need. We might, alternatively, imitate him to reduce our stress by identification. Either way, we hurt ourselves, and we sometimes even construct a renegade ego that ransacks loving connections. A society or family wounds boys when it teaches them that to be men means being aggressive. We are to be tough, retaliatory, intolerant, stoical, emotionless except for anger, dominating, heterosexual, promiscuous, abusers or users of women, and so forth. Then, fear of being shamed by peers becomes more important than relationship and integrity. Many of us were carefully trained to believe that we're supposed to dominate women and look down on gay people. We were taught not to be like either group. We were to be racist, violent, hard on others, always high performers sexually, making continual conquests of many women, drinking heartily. Regarding this last mention, I recall what someone once said to me: alcohol is to ego what spinach is to Popeye. With healthy ego development, we would have been taught to take our place in society as equals and to stand up for everyone's right to equality. We would have been taught to respect women and men, no matter what their sexual orientation. This is how we see the direct connection between a vigorous ego, our personal goal, and a society of justice, peace, and love, our collective goal. Each goal is a purpose. Each purpose is a calling. And it's never too late for us to answer yes to the great calling, an egolessness that leads to enlightenment. The ego learns to be fear-based when, during abusive episodes in early life, we're not allowed to defend ourselves. An abusive mother might, for instance, make fun of a child if he raised his hand to protect his head when she was beating him. With parents who were critical, invasive, unstable, neglectful, violent, out of control, a child is gravely unsafe and insecure. Then, beliefs about herself are instilled by her parents' ego, not by their hearts. This becomes an undertow of anxiety, and she has to be on the lookout for danger from every quarter. Again, the lack of safety and security, the necessary ingredients for the development of self-esteem. Our ego learns to be arrogant as soon as our parents or others teach or model to us that we are better than others or above them. A spoiled or overvalued child has difficulty creating his own boundaries. He may then run roughshod over others' liberty. It's also common for the inflated ego to deny the power or even the reality of the spiritual realm. It cannot brook the possibility of a higher reality than itself. We see an example of this defensiveness of ego toward spiritual powers in the study of Caesar's reaction to his wife Calpurnia's dream. On the Ides of March, she reported her last night's dream that warned him not to go to the Senate that day. Likewise, a soothsayer, symbol of the wisdom self, also warned him of the mortal peril he was in. But Caesar's alpha ego could not permit compliance with their non-logical, face-losing recommendations. The almighty Caesar ego was at high pitch, so spiritual powers were ignored. A Freudian view of ego. A healthy center. In the Freudian view, ego is the strong, conscious center of the psyche, the sense of oneself as an agent, the one who accomplishes things. The ego mediates between primitive instinctive impulses, which Freud referred to as the id, and the corrective socializing side of us called the superego. The lifelong responsibility of the socially adept ego is to temper our unruly instincts with the aid of the socially conscientious superego. This is how we make appropriate choices that ensure our personal survival and that make us successful in relating to others. Our strong ego knows how to make choices on the basis of long-term values rather than on the immediate gratifications that might jeopardize our future. Such a strong ego learns to manage changes and deal with them in ways that ensure the success of our life purposes and goals. Our social self makes its choices for itself, while keeping the needs of others in mind. It uses the style of assertiveness with cooperativeness. Modern brain research suggests that this healthy ego executive function is mediated by the most recent and evolved part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex. A Jungian view: spiritual riches. The ego, from the Jungian perspective, is the center of conscious life, although an inflated ego might believe itself to be the center of the entire psyche. That role, however, belongs to the self, to which the ego is subordinate and from which it evolved. The self, capitalized to represent its transcendent quality, includes both the conscious and unconscious dimensions of our psyche. The self is a depository and fount of communal human wisdom garnered over the ages. It's the same in all of us, but it displays itself uniquely in each of us. The ego thrives on dividing and analyzing experience. The self combines apparent opposites and synthesizes experience. The ego focuses on uniqueness. The self is about wholeness without division. Experiences of the self communicate a numinous and revelatory feeling, which Carl Jung compared to the divine. He called the self the God archetype that both lives within us and transcends us. The ego is meant to serve the purposes of the self, to enter an ego-self axis, a working together. This is what Jung called individuation, a lifelong process, never completed, in which the wholeness of the self shines through in our healthy ego choices or in spiritual epiphanies. The self might also be thought of as our true nature, because it cannot fall prey to the falsehoods of separateness or egotism. A depth view: the more than meets the eye. Over the centuries, people have glimpsed a larger life in us than can be accounted for by our ego, body, or personality. This higher, larger, deeper, all admittedly inadequate spatial metaphors, level of our existence is, of course, a mystery. Jung posits a self. We hear Buddhists refer to Buddha nature, an enlightened reality in us, our true nature. Christians speak of Christ consciousness or an indwelling spirit. In 12-step programs, we hear of a higher power. Sometimes what is beyond ego is simply called spirit, soul, divine life, God within us. All these configurations are similar, though certainly not meant in exactly the same way. In any case, something, we know not what, seems to be holding our tenuous life of ego desires and fears. This something feels to some people like a presence, reliable, accompanying, comforting, challenging. It is not an it, nor is it an I. We might say that there seem to be larger dimensions to our identity, farther reaches of what we are, too far to be known fully, too close to be denied entirely. Walt Whitman, in his poem Song of the Open Road, states it this way: I am larger, better than I thought. Going to the depth of ourselves goes deeper than any of our history or attitudes. We find out that we are spacious beyond ego limitations, with room in our hearts for all beings. When ego is at the service of this larger life, we co-create a world of justice, peace, and love. But often ego inflates itself, becomes egotistical, possessed only by its drive toward its own survival or aggrandizement. This inflation displays itself on a spectrum from ordinary appropriate self-preservation to me first without taking others into account. We can harness the energies in an inflated ego so that they become useful for our growth. The ego can also become more realistic about its place in the world of others. It can become cooperative without necessarily becoming competitive. Then we do all it takes for us to survive, but learn to act in accord with a caring connection to others, too. We move from selfishness to a sense of connectedness. Thus, though self can't be explained, it can be realized, thanks to our commitment to caring connection. This happens mostly in the moments in life when our ego is off duty. Then all that's left of us is all that is really lasting, an ever-unfolding, interwoven self. Each of us is a single instance of that infinite connectedness. Every relationship, circumstance, and predicament offers an opportunity for that instance to occur. Buddhism helps us make this transition when it teaches that since there's no separate self-existence, we are all responsible for more than our own needs. This attitude is the origin of compassion. There are no separate selves, but all of us are individuals as connection. Thus, we might say, humorously but accurately, that the whole world is both a bureau of missing persons and a tight-knit family, all accounted for. Perhaps this sums it up well. I am a human, that is, finite, being, that is, infinite. A Buddhist view, flux and flow. In Buddhism, the word ego refers to the illusion of separateness. Thus, as we just heard, there is no separate self, since the reality is that we are entirely contingent upon and connected to everything and everyone. We change continually in accord with changing causes and conditions. Thus, our task is to work with our connection to the world to shape it for enlightenment rather than for egotistical purposes. In the language of the Dharma, Buddhist teaching, we are enlightened, free of illusion, when we are no longer me-centered because there's no just me to center into. Instead, our identity is part of a whole. Our I exists only as contingent upon the unique conditions of it in our lives. There is no inner headquarters from which some generic I gives orders. I am I in the web of life. I have a unique personality and gifts because they form a needed part of the web of life. Modern psychology agrees with the Buddhist teaching that we are continually changing in accord with the world around us. We're not like mannequins that can be dressed in a variety of ways, but when undressed, go back to being as they were. There is no neutral, unrelated, disconnected, set point, pure, bare, blank, generic, baseline, reference point self to keep coming back to. There is only self with this person, self in this circumstance, self feeling this. What we call a fixed self is flux and flow, change and continuity, not one or the other, but both. We are many selves. Right now I am David typing this page, David wondering if I'm explaining myself well, and David planning to go on a bike ride later. There is no moment at which I am just plain David. There's no generic, original, go back to David only. Thus, there is no self in me, only a sense of self because of a non-stop series of thoughts, interactions, and feelings. If I were to try to locate a substrate self, I would be going on a wild goose chase. I would get the message I sometimes see on the internet, site not found. Thus, we might say that we have a relative self, not an absolute self. It is relative to all that happens, and it does not stand on its own. We can, however, rightly declare a conventional identity in ourselves, but that's only the stage on which our theater group of selves acts out our own story. We are like kaleidoscopes. The beads remain the same in number, like our body-minds enduring over our lifetime. But the display, who we are in the moment, keeps changing with each turn. As in a kaleidoscope, there's no original single layout to go back to, no reset button, just an infinite variety of possibilities in accord with how things turn out. Introducing the practices. Before beginning our practices in this audiobook, we can remind ourselves that it takes a healthy working ego to commit to a practice. Every practice takes discipline. A practice requires putting off immediate gratification for higher goals. We are called upon to take initiative, to follow through. Likewise, it takes some spiritual realization to engage in practices appropriately. They're not coercive, forced on us. They're not accomplishments that fluff our sense of an ego triumph. We come to see the role of grace, the gift dimension of life, in our work on ourselves. Grace is the special help that comes to us from a power beyond ego. It's a gift, so it can't be earned, nor is it the result of effort. Something happens within us that turns us toward enlightenment, or gives us more courage, or helps us walk our path more consciously, more wisely, more compassionately. This fits with our realization that letting go of egotism is a grace rather than an accomplishment. Without a consciousness of the grace dimension in spiritual growth, our practices can become yet more subtle ways the ego avoids its need for assistance. I can do this all on my own. Then, ego is an acronym for edging grace out. My audiobook, The Power of Grace, Recognizing Unexpected Gifts on Our Path, published by Audible in 2015, may be of help on this topic. Here's an example of the path to grace. We see the value in a certain conviction or commitment. For instance, we suddenly get it that nonviolence is the on-ramp to social justice. That aha is a moment of grace. Then we notice examples, people who have chosen this path, such as Martin Luther King, Jr., Archbishop Oscar Romero, or Nelson Mandela. We are inspired by them. So far, we have passed through 3 grace-induced stages: recognition of a value, admiration of models, and inspiration to do likewise. However, we may feel afraid to risk ourselves the way our models did. It may be hard to find courage in ourselves. We feel powerless. We may find that this is precisely the moment at which a new grace comes in. We suddenly find courage in ourselves where there was fear before. Grace is how we moved from powerlessness to empowerment. This is the same pathway we see, for example, in 12-step programs, We admit that we are powerless over our use of alcohol, and the higher power of grace appears to help us recover. Finally, we recall this friendly warning from Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche in Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism. Ego is able to convert everything to its own use, even spirituality. It's important to see that the main point of any spiritual practice is to step out of the bureaucracy of ego. Our practices are not making us bigger or better than others. They're only downsizing our ego so it can fit into our hearts. When we've done that, we'll be able to love ourselves and others, which is the purpose and fruition of all spiritual practices. Practice. Cultivating big mind. In Zen Buddhism and in other traditions, our true nature beyond ego is called big mind. When we act from a big ego, we are in small mind. The big mind makes no defense, unlike the ego so beleaguered by its past, its disappointments, its regrets. St. Augustine may have been referring to ego and big mind when he wrote, "My mind is too narrow to contain itself." Big mind is our pristine identity, invulnerable to our history, experiences, or deeds. Big mind is an ever-expanding open space in which we are secure about our wholeness. We feel this as one energy, both within us and containing us, both around us and holding all that is. The room, closet, in which ego operates is narrow, constricted because it has to have everything be just so. Big mind is infinitely capacious. Our big mind, like our higher self, our essence beyond ego, is more like a presence than an identity, a wholeness of which each of us is a part, while all the wholeness is in all of us too. When we become aware of big mind and honor it as our true nature, many changes occur in us. There's less interfering ego energy in our relationships with others. We still have fear within us, but not as our leader. Fear threatens us, but cannot hold us hostage. We are more forthcoming. We're no longer thrown for a loop by feedback or criticism. We are simply present with equanimity in all the vicissitudes of life and relationship. We still have preferences, but when they're not honored, that no longer makes the difference between happiness and despair. We are free to be ourselves, with all our inadequacies in view, because expressing who we are has become more important to us than accommodating the image we thought others were supposed to have of us. In all this, we see how a spiritual realization we can rely on Buddha mind in us helps us grow psychologically. Practice. Mindfulness and big mind. Our true nature, Buddha nature, higher self, all there is of us beyond ego, can sometimes emerge into full consciousness. Mindfulness is a practice to let that breakthrough happen more and more. When things fall into disarray, when we feel out of control, when our ego can't help us reconstitute ourselves, mindfulness can help us. In mindfulness, we neither express nor repress the thoughts and feelings that swirl through us, but simply sit in and with them. We are bearing witness without forcing ourselves to defend, prosecute, or judge. This is holding our experience, making space for it, so we can reassemble our executive powers. Experiencing pure emotions, without the usual embroideries, makes them sources of information about ourselves and the moment we find ourselves in, an entry into our true nature. Likewise, ego reactions are our actual experience, so they're exactly what we work with on our path to enlightenment. We get to experience what is before ego meddles with reality. We see ourselves with unobstructed frankness and clarity, but without judgment. For instance, we might judge ourselves as selfish. Instead, we can say, I found another way to know myself, feel compassion for myself, and, of course, work on myself. To see as a witness rather than a judge is a powerful way to demote our egotism. Mindfulness is non-dual. We thus learn not to polarize, but to look for common ground. We want what is best for all concerned, rather than reaching ego's goal of personal interest over the common good. This is true moral awareness. All this happens with a generous smile, not a clenched jaw or ego's grimace. The emphasis nowadays on mindfulness meditation is encouraging because the practice is meant to diffuse ego's hegemony over us. We learn to notice how our ego makes constant comments and critiques of reality. We see a path to letting that style go. We notice that the move toward healthy ego living always involves a reconciliation with reality and a fervent fidelity to it. Freudian, Jungian, depth, Buddhist, and spiritual understandings of ego have helped us see this. Each of them shows us ways to let go of the ego mindset that interferes with our chances at integrity and love. Chapter 2. What is my ego so afraid of? There may be a sense of being lost or exposed, a sense of vulnerability. That is simply a sign that ego is losing its grip on its territory. It's not a fundamental threat. Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, the heart of the Buddha. So far in our description of egotism, we've often come upon the words have to in describing ego reactions and habits. The ego is not free when it feels forced. I have to be first, above others, the center of attention, and I might not pay attention when someone's talking about himself or herself. So I can never, or seldom, accept the position appropriate to me, be willing to share the limelight with others, and attune to them empathically. I have to maintain my pride, so I can seldom, or never, show some humility. I have to save face, especially in front of friends or workmates, so I can seldom or never admit when I'm wrong, feel remorse, apologize, and make amends. I have to be praised and admired and have my good deeds noticed, look good at any cost, so I can seldom or never receive appreciation but not crave or demand it, do good deeds without drawing attention to them. I have to be acknowledged as competent in all areas, so I can seldom or never admit my limitations and be open to going beyond them. I have to show off, pat myself on the back, ways of overcompensating for my self-doubt and low self-esteem, so I can seldom or never ask for appreciation directly and build my self-esteem on the basis of what I am, not what I do. I have to keep reminding people of my entitlement and my status, so I can seldom or never be with other humans as an equal. I have to exploit, take advantage of others or cheat them without remorse, based on my sense of entitlement, so I can seldom or never be fair and generous, make amends for taking advantage of anyone. I have to be overly independent, so I can seldom or never show that I need others or be able to receive from them. I have to compete, sometimes in a cutthroat way or with an excessively self-promoting style, so I can seldom or never cooperate in a way that's respectful of what others can offer, take a team approach. I have to win, even in board games, so I can seldom or never lose gracefully, be bested when appropriate. I have to envy and resent anyone who gets a better position or deal than I do, so I can seldom or never rejoice in another's success and congratulate him for it. I have to get an absolutely fair share when something is divided or passed around, even my piece of pie. So I can seldom or never pay little attention to who gets what, and appreciate whatever I receive. I have to operate on the basis of quid pro quo. If I give to you, I expect you to give back in equal or greater measure. So I can seldom or never be truly generous. I have to establish my turf, even if it's not exactly mine. So I can seldom or never share space and make room for others' needs. I have to be in full control of people, being seized by the archetype of domination. So I can seldom or never honor others' freedom and be flexible about who has control, relating to the archetype of liberty in community. I have to get my way, so I can seldom or never be flexible. I have to stand out in a group as the one who's making a significant contribution to the project, so that I can be seen as important and be given full credit. So I can seldom or never simply be part of the group, with appreciation for what others contribute while I present my ideas as well, not to look important, but to share my gifts generously. I have to act as if I were invulnerable, so I can seldom or never be open to the impact of others' behavior on me, be available for an intimate relationship. I have to be treated with kid gloves at all times, even if people have to walk on eggshells when they're around me. So I can seldom or never create an atmosphere of safety and security, the foundations of trust. I have to keep looking prosperous, a high roller, a big shot, even when I no longer am, and I won't downsize my lifestyle to fit my new circumstances if necessary. So I can seldom or never make decisions that are appropriate to my personal and financial status, no matter how discomforting. I have to refuse what is or looks like a handout, no matter how much I may need it. So I can seldom or never accept help with gratitude. I have to blame or project responsibility for my own mistakes onto others. So I can seldom or never take responsibility for my actions and be willing to appear fallible like all humans. I have to get away with misdeeds or selfish motives rather than be found out and confronted. So I can seldom or never form a conscience that is caring toward others and fair to all. I have to look down on people I consider less than myself, sometimes ridiculing, belittling, or snubbing them. So I can seldom or never show compassionate respect and be inclusive. I have to make a critical comment about the behavior of others, including strangers, usually pointing out to them the right way to do things, even when it does not affect me personally. So I can seldom or never respect boundaries, make allowances for others, maintain respectful silence, mind my own business. I have to hold a grudge or break off all communication when angry. So I can seldom or never look for ways to work things out and to let go of resentment. I have to retaliate or be spiteful, so I can seldom or never reconcile and forgive. I have to create drama when what happens doesn't suit me, so I can seldom or never take what happens as information and roll with the punches. These have-to behaviors are defensive and aggressive, make life hard on everyone, and are lethal to intimacy. These behaviors that the egotist can seldom or never exhibit show flexibility. Here the ego is tamed and enters the service of the higher self, so that the greater good can be served and relationships can thrive. Regarding the previous and all similar comparisons in this audiobook, they show the extremes. Between each is a wide spectrum of alternative behaviors and styles. Each of the compulsions listed is based on a fear of appropriate humility, of being like everyone else, a human among humans, facing the conditions of human existence with no exemptions. The fear-based ego cannot handle the givens of life, such as these. We win some, we lose some. We all look bad sometimes. We all lose face. We are all sometimes wrong. We are not always first or on top. We are not always in control, in fact, hardly ever. We are not entitled to special treatment or to immunity from any of life's givens. None of these have to scare us, only help us accept our humanness. Each given offers us the opportunity to feel more at home in the human family, to accept ourselves just as we are, to feel compassion for ourselves and for others too. In other words, accepting our limits and letting them be seen and corrected by others gives us the courage it takes to let go of fear, the same as letting go of ego. Yes, I sometimes lose, look bad, lose face, am wrong. I'm not first, on top, or in control. I am open to those possibilities since being flexible is more important to me than being perfect. Most of the fears in an inflated ego are not grounded in reality. We become trapped in a pattern of defenses when there's no real threat. We are often still reacting to painful and fear-striking events from our past, as if they were happening in the present. The part of our brain that stores the memory of peril is activated by new threats that are not as dangerous as they were in childhood, but feel so. Our primitive, self-protective reactions are geared to a time when we lacked inner resources. We didn't have access to all the resources we now have to take care of ourselves. Our fear reactions cancel our present in favor of our past. We then lose track of the wonderful new options that may come our way. We will happily recognize new vistas that await us in the here and now once ego is not obscuring the view. Now we can see why freedom from fear is directly connected to letting go of egotism. The fears that fuel and inflame ego flourish because of our continuing lawsuit with the givens of our existence. When we look deeply into our fears, we always wind up at a given to which we have not surrendered. The word surrender is indeed a scary option to the fear-besieged ego. That defensive ego takes over to protect us from any vulnerability. It could be that our vulnerability in childhood was taken to mean weakness. The resultant sense of shame has made us mistrust ever after the very vulnerability that can make us lovable. Is this what we're so afraid of? An egotist finds it difficult to admit being afraid. Road rage, mentioned previously, is the best example. When someone cuts us off in traffic, we feel fear because our safety has been endangered. But we instantly turn our fear into rage. Instead of breathing a sigh of relief that we're unharmed, we become angry and want to retaliate. We believe it is our right to punish those who have dared to cross us, literally. In fear-induced anger, we might say some venomous things. We might honk, swear, use insulting gestures, tailgate. Each of these options says, "How dare you scare me?" Ego has the "how dare you" in it because it believes itself entitled to be treated with honor and respect at all times by all people. What we are really saying is, "How dare you not love me?" This, too, contradicts a given of life with others that ego can't accept. Not everyone will love us, let alone respect us on the road. Anger is the response of fight, whereas fear is the response of flee or freeze. Males particularly are taught to turn their fear into anger. Admitting fear doesn't mesh with the male image, which is actually the male ego image. To maintain ego, we instead have to look powerful in the midst of any predicament. We thereby limit our vision of strength, so it can't include the full range of emotion, for example, fear or grief, feelings that incite compassion in others, resulting in more connection. Oh, how many little ways the ego has of avoiding love and showing ourselves as lovable. We keep seeing how ego fear is fear of love because it's a fear of being vulnerable. The given of sometimes not being in control with which we're all sometimes assailed. This is another way the aroused ego sadly cancels its chances for intimacy. Is that why ego is so fiercely maintained? Mild anger can be used in a healthy way to offset or even free us from fear. For instance, a child afraid of cats can say, "Bad kitty," and shoo a cat away. This gives the child a sense of agency and effectiveness in his powers of self-defense. As a result, he feels less fearful. Fear thrives on powerlessness. Healthy anger activates power. Then, we only have to remind ourselves of what Aristotle said. Everybody can get angry, that's easy. But getting angry at the right person, with the right intensity, at the right time, for the right reason, and in the right way, that's hard. We fear giving up egotistical entitlement because we imagine we will just be out there and taken advantage of. Our self-defense, our ego mindset, has become our anchor, our refuge, the one thing we have to hold on to. We believe we have nothing more going for us since we can't trust anyone to acknowledge our greatness. To free ourselves, we'll have to face disappointment, even humbling experiences, with no easy outs or escape hatches such as retaliating against those who hurt or humbled us. This is how we give up the familiar and backfiring weapons of protection ego offers us. Actually, disappointment, disillusion, and humiliation are all grist for the mill of egotism reduction and healthy ego rejuvenation. Some people have made being in control the essence of their identity. For instance, a controlling person receives disturbing news from the doctor about a medical condition over which he has no control. His identity is so inextricably tied to being in control that he falls apart once it's threatened. The loss of control is the equivalent of the loss of himself. Not being in control is then like not being anybody. He destabilizes until he believes he's in the driver's seat. Such identifying of being in control and who we are makes being afraid the essence of who we are. Our practice of letting go of ego and its fears refunds us our wonderfully serene true nature. It is not powerlessness itself that leads to humiliation, but the shock experienced by my pretensions to omnipotence when it comes up against the reality of things. The nature of things is for us the best, the most affectionate, and the most humiliating of masters. It is always around us with its vigilant assistance. Hubert Benoit, The Supreme Doctrine. How attention helps. When we contract and tighten in fear, we activate the reptilian brain's fight, flight, freeze reaction, and thereby lose access to our more sophisticated powers. By neural plasticity, which is available to us throughout our lifespan, we can decondition and recondition these patterns. Our prefrontal cortex, a resource of clarity and common sense, can oversee and calm our amygdala, the organ that controls the primitive reactiveness that brings fear to the forefront. The cortex relates to the amygdala like a wise parent to a frightened child. Two forms of attention can help this happen. Focused attention on our breath instills better impulse control and down-regulates the reactivity of the amygdala. Alternatively, a more diffuse attention, no object to focus on, gives us insight into impermanence, including that of our suffering. This can help with the cognitive down-regulating of fears and contraction. We can practice both styles to access our full powers of alertness and equanimity. Both focused and diffuse attention help us open to ourselves. The more of ourselves that we hide, the more difficult it is to gain access to the prefrontal cortex. Then we lose out on ego's management skills. Likewise, we can't easily have empathy for others when we disown the parts of ourselves that we don't like. That's why it's hard for an ego-driven person to have compassion. Conceit won't allow him to acknowledge the same inadequacy, wound, or difficulty in himself that he sees in others. Only the vulnerable can have sincere compassion. This is why letting go of egotism is ultimately about becoming more loving toward ourselves and others. Mindfulness helps because it offsets the self-centralized focus that fear thrives on. Instead of that fixation, mindful awareness is diffuse. It's a focus that doesn't fixate on an object. Focused attention resides in the ventral medial part of the cortex. This is the part of the brain that gives a sense of a coherent self and readies us for action. Mindful attention, with no object, is in the dorsal lateral area of the cortex that receives new information and thereby reorganizes or reconstitutes itself. We need both kinds of attention in order to activate our full powers. Fear, as we heard previously, can lead to flight or freezing. Mindfulness offers an alternative of just sitting. To grant hospitality to fear and feeling is to find freedom in them. For instance, mindfulness allows us to feel grief for a loss and to get through it into the open, free space beyond it in which we move on with our lives. Awareness in mindfulness is like a mirror. It shows us reality without sugarcoating or minimizing it. As we become comfortable with reality, we automatically release our fears. With freedom from fear, we can reinvest our energies in a whole new project, staying aware of the unitive consciousness that's our true nature. Our fear-stress is now useful agitation that helps us face whatever life has hurled in our direction. Finally, we also give ourselves credit for the radical move we've made. Instead of simply remaining at the mercy of fear, we have engaged in a practice that protests against its grip. The mindfulness practice is radical because we thereby let our whole experience belong. When we allowed ourselves to feel our fear rather than medicate, cosmeticize, or forsake it, we made room for ourselves wholly. Indeed, though we remain unfinished, we are always whole. Each of us humans is like one of the great medieval cathedrals, ever being refurbished, reinforced, and expanded, continuously under construction, yet fully operational throughout the process. We are always in need of work, and yet entirely perfect. We're not frightened by the fearsome gargoyles that sit on us, the demons and distresses that seem to overwhelm us. We are equipped with steeples that uplift us. Like all medieval cathedrals, we are a felicitous combination of what our life has historically been and what has become possible for us thanks to today's construction skills. This is the source of our enduring and indomitable optimism. The certainty that nothing can happen to us that does not belong to us in our innermost being is the foundation of fearlessness. Lama Anagarika Govinda. Practice. Getting over our fears. Letting go of ego is letting go of fear, because fear is what egotism thrives on. Our old brain amygdala is on the lookout for any sign of a threat. We can learn to calm our brain and undo our fear-based mindset. Then, when an ego attitude arises, we can notice it, redirect it, and apologize if one of its bullets has hit a bystander. We don't have to let go of ego as our personality or identity. We let go of the egotistical mindset that can distort it and thereby diminish our opportunities for love. Then ego no longer holds us hostage in the dungeon of dread. We can learn to accept reality fearlessly, to let vulnerable love happen in and between us, finally, to be open without a sense of impending danger. Fear thrives on obsession with what might happen. We become engrossed in the obsession rather than managing our fear. We can practice dealing with fear rather than being swept away by it. We do not have to be paralyzed by fear. We can relate to it. Here's a practice involving 4 A's: admit, allow, act, affirm, that can help us handle fear. 1. We admit to ourselves, and if appropriate to someone we trust, that we are afraid and what we're afraid of. This includes admitting if we're pretending to look unafraid when we actually are. Letting go of pretension is indeed a great step away from fear. 2. We allow this feeling to have its full career, emotionally and physically. When fear strikes us, we stop in our tracks and let the fear pass through us without interruption. When we stay with any feeling, the lively energy bound up in it begins to move. Then the fear transforms from a stubborn mule into a winged steed, and we start moving too. This happens as the fear no longer has a grip on us. The fear begins to turn into excitement, the energy it was stifling. As we hold, cradle, and stay with our fear or any feeling, we also become our own companion. We're not abandoning ourselves, but accompanying ourselves. This increases our skill in self-caring. By a wonderful paradox, when we put up no resistance, a feeling opens rather than overwhelms us. We relate to our fear rather than be possessed by it. As part of the practice, we place our hand over the part of our body where we feel the fear viscerally. We hold it there until we feel its warmth. After doing this for as long as is comfortable, we release our hand, swinging it toward the sky or down toward the ground. This symbolizes sending our fear back into nature to dissolve it. 3. We then, or soon, act in such a way that fear no longer has the power to freeze, stop, or force our behavior. We may feel fear, but we are not stopped by it, no longer pushed into doing something to avoid it or play along with it. We may shake and shudder as we proceed with our actions, but we proceed nonetheless, even if it means continuing only one more minute than we can stand. That's enough and exponentially useful until next time when we try again. This is a deeply self-compassionate way of practicing. 4. Finally, we adopt an affirmation that furthers our intention. I am learning to live with fear. I keep releasing myself from the grip of fear and feel better about myself. An affirmation makes the present practice a design for the future. We add loving kindness to our affirmation when we say, "May all beings who are afraid like me find this path." We include another physical element. While engaging in this practice, we are breathing into the fear, wherever it is in our body, and breathing out loving kindness from our heart with a soft smile. To feel fear but not act on it is paradoxical. Paradox is a quality of healing because it unites opposites rather than becoming stuck in a deadly either-or mentality. Fear will keep happening all through life. But by depriving fear of its ability to stop or drive us, it loses its power over us. We may still act with fear, but no longer because of it. We are now responsible for our fear rather than victims of it. We may feel shame or self-blame later when we notice that even though we're doing the practice faithfully, we are once again feeling fear. We then simply do the same as before. We breathe into wherever the shame is in our body and breathe out loving kindness from our heart with a soft smile. We are holding our feelings and releasing them in one single flowing circle. We are actually cradling the child who felt this fear and shame long ago. The difference between now and then is that this time there is someone reliable, ourselves in our healthy ego, who holds all we feel and releases it. If shame is an issue for us, therapy can help. In the meantime, we can take some beginner's steps into working with it. We recite these affirmations aloud. I am perfect in my imperfections. I am worthy of love and respect. I am enough. We imagine each of our parents or anyone important in our childhood saying the affirmations to us. You are perfect in your imperfections. You are worthy of love and respect. You are enough. We ask ourselves if either or both parents hesitated on any of the words or changed them. This helps us to see to what extent the shame we feel is inherited from childhood. Now, we imagine people who are important in our life right now speaking the affirmations to us. This helps us to see if the shame is being maintained in any of our relationships. Practice. Working with our fear of vulnerability. To love takes letting go of ego. This will mean being vulnerable, susceptible to being hurt, and being willing to admit we're hurting. Vulnerability also shows itself in ways like these, each a quality of lovability. We reveal our wounds, admit our failings, disclose our agendas and motivations. We show that we need someone rather than waiting for the other to show it to us first. We're willing to be seen at our best and worst without pretense or any attempts to hide who we are, all the way to the bottom. The list that follows expresses some inner worries of a person who feels closeness and its main ingredient, vulnerability. Notice that each statement is a sign of a lack of trust. A person who fears being vulnerable does so because she's been vulnerable before and it led to hurt. I am vulnerable and I know it because I've been wounded. What I fear is the repeat of another wounding. I don't want to be hit in the wounded place inside of me. You might hurt me or betray me if I open myself to you. I will lose my freedom if I let you get close. I can't be who you want me to be without losing myself. You might take over and engulf me. You might not like me if you see me up close, so I must keep up the facade. Some people are so wounded or carry so much trauma, they would tend not to put the vulnerable self-disclosures just listed into words. They fear that disclosing such doubts might invite derision or perhaps disturbing responses like these. Why do you say that? Sounds like you've had some really painful experiences at the hands of others. Care to elaborate? We might look at the list of worries and think there are reasons for the fear. I fear being vulnerable with you because you might engulf me, and so forth. Yet these are not really reasons, they are explanations. In reality, fear of closeness, fear of being vulnerable is a trust issue, as we heard before. Our personal bottom-line fear is not of being hurt, but of trusting ourselves. In fact, there's a double trust issue in a fear of vulnerability. We do not trust ourselves, we do not trust others. We do not trust ourselves to handle, that is, emotionally survive, the hurt and the inevitable grief in its wake. We also do not trust others to respond in a caring way. I doubt you will hold me, warts and all, if I open myself to you. Will you judge me? Will you use what I show or share as weapons against me? A fear of being engulfed is often presented as the major issue in our fear of vulnerability. We fear being taken over, smothered by another's control, invasion, or obsession with us. As we contemplate more deeply, we might notice that we also fear engulfing ourselves. We fear that once someone invades our autonomy, strong feelings and reactions will arise, and they will engulf us. We fear self-engulfment as much or more as we fear engulfment by others. Likewise, a fear of being abandoned is part of the fear of vulnerability. Indeed, we fear being left alone, but the graver and more insidious terror is the prospect of being left alone with ourselves. How will we be able to tolerate life with just ourselves? We have abandoned ourselves so often and in so many ways. Will we do it again this time? That fear is much more overwhelming than someone walking out the door. Some of us were indeed controlled, smothered, engulfed, abandoned in childhood. Our fear of vulnerability in adult relationships is an example of the past still contaminating the present. In this instance, we are fearing a replay with a partner of what a parent did to us. We may also have been abused in childhood, and every cell in our bodies holds the trauma. So our fear of vulnerability has to be respected until therapy helps us work through it. It's usually a long process, certainly one to engage in before entry into an intimate relationship, because without prior work, we will remain ever on guard toward our partner, which is no fun for either of us. Fear of vulnerability ultimately refers to our fear of being human, like everyone else. We don't want to be seen as weak, unsure, ignorant, needy, or inadequate. But these are the givens of life for all of us. No one is exempt. No one is perfect or self-reliant all the time. In what we call fear of vulnerability is the terror of being seen as the wounded beings we are. As we heard before, a major fear is of our own inadequacy. We do not trust that we'll be able to take care of ourselves in a relationship with someone who tries to inhibit or control us. To work with that fear and self-distrust, we can learn and practice assertiveness, the art of self-expressiveness, and not allowing others to invade or keep trespassing on our boundaries. This work applies both to our distrust of ourselves and others. We learn to trust ourselves when we stand up for ourselves. We trust relating to others when they no longer have power over us because we have the power to stand up to them. We can make statements like these. I am becoming assertive enough to insist on not being controlled or inhibited by my partner. I will stand up for my freedom rather than live in fear of losing it. It is not acceptable for me to walk on eggshells or tiptoe around my partner. I need evidence that my partner is committed to giving me the A of allowing. I can no longer be in the business of getting someone to like me. I'm giving up the style of salesmanship. I am not like an insurance salesperson intent on promoting a product with seductive cajoling. I'm like a clerk at a warehouse store, simply escorting someone to what I offer. No frills, no dress up, just what I am as I am. Take it or leave it. I am saying yes unconditionally to the given of my inadequacies, not trying to hide them. At the same time, I am always open to feedback about how to move more and more into egoless relating. I am learning ways, including those on this list, to take care of myself, to tend my heart, so it can endure the hurts it has to hold in a world like this one, and to keep it loving nonetheless. I trust myself to do this, and will ask for help if and when I need it. Compassion for ourselves. Self-love is not a sin so vile a sin as self-neglecting. Shakespeare, Henry V. Our automatic, fallback, human reflex is to avoid what scares us. In self-compassion, we do the opposite. We do not turn away from our suffering as runaways, nor do we hold on to it as victims. We simply notice it and beam compassion upon it. Self-compassion is thus also a form of parenting ourselves. We can give to ourselves what our own parents did or did not give to us. When we stay with our fear or pain, we are staying with ourselves, both comforting and challenging ourselves, the very ingredients of good parenting. We trust ourselves more as we come to find out that we can live through our pain. Compassion for ourselves is also like good parenting because it means patience with our shortcomings. All of us, without exception, will find ourselves making mistakes or acting in unhealthy ways from time to time, even often. Self-compassion, in the form of self-forgiveness, frees us from the habit of shaming ourselves for not being perfect. Instead, we are granting ourselves leeway, making allowances for our limitations, giving up demanding perfection from ourselves. Paradoxically, such unconditional self-acceptance leads to healthy change, not to slacking off as it might seem to. Indeed, we only change because we do accept ourselves. This is because openness to ourselves creates a space in which our natural growth processes can flourish. All that we are awaits our compassion. Our compassion for ourselves is the necessary first step into the work of addressing, processing, and resolving our conflicts, both from the past and in the present. Compassion is the container in which healing happens. Then, all that we are can upgrade to what it is meant to be, because all has been held in caring compassion. Recently, at a weekend workshop at Esteem, as each person introduced himself or herself, I led the group in responding with one voice: "All that you are is welcome here." That set the tone for the weekend, and I noticed a warmth and love coming through, one to another, by the end of the workshop. In fact, I can still recall the good feelings we shared. As an example of how compassion for ourselves works, we can look at how we sometimes feel needy. We might even do things to satisfy our neediness that we're not proud of later. Compassion happens when we hold ourselves with loving kindness toward all of this. We help that happen when we talk to ourselves this way. In a world like this one, where love and fulfillment are so hard to find, it's totally natural for me to feel needy. Thus, we don't blame ourselves. We are understanding toward ourselves. We see how natural it is to be the way we are in a world that is the way it is. This is how loving-kindness practice helps us become self-compassionate. We look at ourselves with mercy, not judgment, with forgiveness, not disparagement. Gerard Manley Hopkins expressed self-compassion poignantly. "My own heart, let me have more pity on." When we are self-compassionate, we are flexible in our assessments of ourselves. We no longer see our choices as all good or all bad. We realize that our life is more like a seesaw than a rocket. Damages leave scars, but self-compassion makes them no longer unsightly. Others' love of us can also help us have compassion toward ourselves. Mirror neurons are brain cells that are related to our imitating what we see. We thus automatically learn by example. We see how people love us, and we apply their style of loving us to loving ourselves. For example, we notice how patient they are with us, and we learn to be patient with ourselves. Many of us were taught that only a love of others is legitimate. Taking care of ourselves may feel, therefore, selfish. We may even feel we have to apologize for putting our own needs and boundaries first sometimes. In the following section, we'll hear how practice can be of help. Practicing self-compassion. A function of the self-help movement has been to point out what works and what doesn't work in our personal lives and in relationships. I employ this style in my own audiobooks. Unfortunately, in this kind of analysis, we may have come to feel ashamed of some very ordinary human feelings and experiences. We might have imagined that we're supposed to be on target with healthy reactions at all times and in all circumstances. Here are some examples of the dualisms that can result from the subtle shoulds in that excessive demand on ourselves. In the following pairs, the first represents an action or an attitude that is considered negative. The second represents the healthy alternative. Becoming attached to someone or something, the Buddhist definition of the cause of suffering. Relating to people and experiences with a relaxed grasp. Losing or not defending our boundaries. Establishing and maintaining our boundaries. Holding on, letting go. Becoming stuck, moving on. Craving, having desires that are appropriate to our status and goals in life. Being stopped or driven by fear. Showing courage even while afraid. Always wanting more. Being serenely contented with what we have or receive. Feeling needy. Having appropriate needs within intelligent limits. Continually seeking approval or feeling unworthy. Feeling self-approving and appreciative when others approve of us. Attempting to control others. Allowing others to make their own choices. Putting our mother's or father's face on a partner or anyone. Working through our transferences. Resenting, rejecting, or retaliating against those who hurt us. Saying ouch and trying to work things out. Staying too long in a relationship that doesn't work. Making a move when appropriate. Being ego-centered or selfish in how we make a decision. Letting go of ego to support connectedness and to show caring for others. Fighting the givens of life or expecting an exemption from the hard knocks. Accepting the givens of life with all their blows and graces with an unconditional yes. Taking things too seriously. Playfully finding the humor in ourselves, others, and life events. The negative attributes and actions just listed might make us feel ashamed of ourselves. The healthy alternatives usually make us feel proud of ourselves. We remain fully aware of the negative effects on our health and happiness because of our visits to the negative side. Our not denying the reality of the negative is what keeps self-compassion from becoming self-delusion. Our work, however, is only to keep committing ourselves to doing all we can to visit the healthy alternatives. If that effort also fails, our compassion is for our failures and limitations. We do not give up on ourselves. We simply start again, knowing that the sincerity of our intention is what matters most. This level of commitment is what keeps self-compassion from becoming self-pity. Talking to ourselves kindly. A simple way of showing ourselves compassion is to talk to ourselves with the kind of sentiments and words we would use to talk to the person we love unconditionally. This might be our child, a family member, or a friend. It might sound something like this. I know how hard it is to be kind to yourself when you make a mistake. We were all mostly trained to criticize ourselves, demanding of ourselves that we be perfect. But for now, allow yourself to appreciate your human limitations. You can do what it takes to make up for the mistake. You can commit yourself not to make the same mistake again. You have a lot on your mind, and it's understandable that you messed up this time. Next time can be better. Put it behind you and be kind to yourself by moving on. This is how self-compassion contributes to sanity and wholesomeness. Responding to the inner critic. We can use a journal to record our thoughts and feelings. We can use it to keep track of our work on the practices in this audiobook. We can also journal our responses to questions like these. What parts of me have I sent into exile out of shame? They have lively energy in them that I now want to capitalize on. How can I recall them and make them allies? I can use my healthy ego as a resource when I grant full hospitality to who I am. I can love myself by giving myself the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. How am I giving each of these to myself? Who modeled giving them to me? How can I imitate that love both to myself and others? How can I be a cheerleader to myself? I may have missed out on secure attachment to my parents in childhood. Has this led me to be too independent or too needy and too dependent? The inner critic becomes louder for those who lacked early secure attachment and who sometimes become perfectionists. Has this happened to me? Self-criticism is painful. We can declare, I want to think the thoughts that do not lead to suffering, so I will make allowances for my failures and inadequacies. In addition, I will realize that I am not alone. Lots of people make the mistakes I do. Practicing mindfulness also helps us to be released from self-disparagement, because it eliminates the judgment element in our thoughts. We then feel compassion for the fear behind our egotistical reactions, for the scared child behind our defenses. As a result, we value ourselves and feel stronger. This makes us more willing to be vulnerable in relationships, because our sense of safety and security are now stably within ourselves. We have formed a secure attachment to ourselves. The end of compulsive seeking. Our goal as interrelated beings, however, is to continue wanting the 5 A's from others, but no longer to feel compelled to have them. Ego thrives on compulsion, expectation, and entitlement, so it cannot help us out of our neediness. As we let go of ego and trust what is inside us, we cease from compulsively seeking fulfillment from outside ourselves. My relationships are becoming healthier as I have more to look to within myself, while at the same time I need others too. The self-centered mindset cancels our chances for accompaniment. We might ask, is that what I want, or do I want connection? Can I hold a partnership without having to control or overtax it? Our life events have to become neutral, not full of stressful charge, a sign of ego taking over. Our goal is to keep choosing the gentle path, even though the brassy voice of ego does not quiet down fully. All that matters is that we don't act on ego anymore, or at least that we act on it less and less. Ego is in our amygdala and our cave ancestor genes, so it has no expiration date. We keep practicing, but we never arrive fully. It's the same as heading east, in which we never actually arrive at east. There's no final east, only more sun to rise. Ego is not a sin. Ego is not something that you get rid of. Ego is something that you befriend by not acting out or repressing all the feelings that you feel. Pema Chodron. Start where you are. Chapter 3. Healthy Ego and Egotism. We are constantly invited to be who we are. Henry David Thoreau. Winter, from the Journal of Henry D. Thoreau. We can distinguish between a healthy ego and egotism. The healthy ego sees how people operate and responds in a way that speaks up for itself but then accepts how things play out. Healthy ego pride flourishes when we notice ego strengths in ourselves, integrity in our choices and actions, dedication to wholesome goals and ideals, loving kindness toward ourselves and others. The flourishing of these three features of a healthy personality in our daily lives gives us pride in ourselves. The unhealthy, grandiose ego becomes affronted and has to compete, prove its superiority, jockey for position, or retaliate to reset any imbalance it cannot tolerate. A big, that is, deformed, ego is like the beast in the story of Beauty and the Beast. Our healthy ego is the beauty, who appreciates the kernel of value in the egotistical mindset and works with it until the beautiful, true nature is exposed. That word shows the healthy fate of egotism. It has only to be exposed. Then it can be free to embrace its long-awaited, long-avoided destiny in the arms of the higher self. Only its long-standing fears and habit patterns stand in the way. Once we understand that the self, our true nature, wants us to make the leap, we realize that all that happens to us is an opportunity for awakening to our central purpose in life, opening the more than ego that we are. We can then say yes to the love our ego fears, but that our higher self is made of. The three-way ego. Goldilocks found Papa Bear's bed too hard, Mama Bear's bed too soft, and Baby Bear's bed just right. This is a metaphor for the three forms of ego. Sometimes it's too hard on people. This is the inflated ego, the egotist's style. Sometimes it's too soft in dealing with people. This is the deflated ego, the victim's style. Sometimes it's just right in relating to people. That is the style of a person with healthy pride and a firm but flexible sense of who he is to himself and others. The following set of values and attributes may help us see how our ego can be deficient or excessive. On this spectrum, we might also find ourselves anywhere in between the three sets of values. Not enough, which is the deflated ego, just right, which is the healthy ego, and too much, which is the inflated ego. Not enough, a deficient sense of self. Just right, a balanced sense of self. Too much, an exaggerated sense of self. Not enough, low self-esteem. Just right, appropriate self-esteem. Too much, low self-esteem but acting as if it were extremely high. Not enough, passivity and excessive dependence on a partner. Just right, mutual respect and a sense of equality in a relationship. Too much, inability to relate to a partner as an equal, only as a one-up. Not enough, loose boundaries. Just right, firm yet reasonably flexible boundaries. Too much, rigid boundaries. Not enough, placating, people-pleasing. Just right, assertive. Too much, demanding. Not enough, lets others take advantage. Just right, neither takes advantage nor lets others take advantage. Too much, takes advantage of others. Not enough, we are controlled by the reactions of others. Just right, we are in control of our reactions. Too much, we go out of control in how we react to others. The first set is not enough ego. We let others run roughshod over us. This represents a lack of ego strength. The third set is too much ego, what's called the big ego or egotism. In this position, we believe we're entitled to run roughshod over others. In the center is the healthy ego, our functional self that sets reasonable goals and pursues them intelligently. The healthy ego is appropriate in its dealings with others, respectful of boundaries, open to closeness. A way of seeing the difference among these three expressions of ego is to look at how people deal with conflicts. Two people get into a tiff, or one's upset by what the other one has said or done. The egotist, a person with an aggressively inflated ego, might deal with it by stony silence as he fumes. He might be direct and give the other person a tongue-lashing or show some form of aggression or reprisal. He will see a plan to reconcile as a form of weakness. His sense of self is so rigid that he would rather maintain his ego than his relationships. The egotist doesn't shepherd his relationships. He only disposes of them as soon as his grandiosity and entitlement are crossed or disregarded in any way. The victim, a person with a deflated ego, will cower, complain, or sulk. He will lick his wounds rather than find a healing for them. Instead of trying to work things out, he will see what has happened as all part of a pattern of abuse. The abuse, in fact, is what he expects, and it is familiar to him. This latest example simply confirms his sense of himself as a victim. His self-esteem thereby keeps diminishing. All this gives him permission for negative feelings about himself and other people. The victim ego has a sense of self that's so impoverished that it would rather maintain a negative self-image than build it back up. The victim doesn't shepherd his relationships in ways that help him find support and thereby build his self-esteem. Neither the egotist nor the victim resolve anything. Their purpose, in fact, is not resolution, but reaction in character. That is, reaction in accord with their mindset. Their image of themselves is more important than working something out with another person. This is because their sense of self is not strong and established. They have nothing going for them but their egos, one too hard, the other too soft. The person with a healthy ego responds to conflict by making choices meant to lead to resolution. She will approach the topic directly, not in a blaming way, but in a let's look at this together way. This will open the door for both parties to express feelings, each taking responsibility for his or her own. A person with a well-put-together ego will look for a win-win solution, even when this means admitting he was wrong. He will find a way to resolve a conflict as long as the other person is agreeable. The result is no further resentment and better communication in the future. A healthy ego shepherds the continuation of connections. The expression, taking things personally, shows us one other way to see the differences among the three styles of ego. Someone snubs or insults us. With the big ego, we're in a huff and snap back with a sharp, equally insulting reproof, or with a passive payback. Afterward, we hold a grudge. With a deflated ego, we are hurt and wounded. What has happened confirms to us that we are unworthy and unimportant. We might keep going back for more in the future, or walk on eggshells around the one who put us down. With a healthy ego, we do not take things personally, yet what happens is not water off a duck's back either. We speak up assertively, saying, ouch, or no more of that. In the future, we avoid those who do not treat us with respect. Finally, we can summarize the three forms of ego by noticing how they stand when it comes to finding our own voice and exercising our power. Inflated ego. Aggressiveness and defensiveness lead to misusing power, so it becomes controlling of others. Deflated ego. Passivity means we give our power to others, who might then use it over us. Assertiveness, the style of the healthy ego. Here we have power, but use it for, not over. Now we'll look at each of these three forms of ego in detail. First, we consider the inflated ego and its extreme expression in narcissism. Then, we explore the deflated ego, and finally, the healthy ego. All puffed up. An allergic response overprotects us. Our body reacts to a minor stressor with too much histamine. It goes so far to defend us that it winds up making us uncomfortable. This is like the reactions of an egotist. But now, it's not our nasal passages that are stressed, it's our chance to love and be loved. We are ready at the slightest provocation to act in two characteristic ways, aggressively and defensively. Ego, like a boxer, has two fighting hands, one for defense and one for offense. The haughty ego carries a sword and a shield. The sword is for attack, the shield is for defense. The alternative is sitting like Sitting Bull. He neither defends nor attacks, but simply listens to the brash or cautious voices around him. Then he makes a strong but quiet gesture to show his wise and crowd-silencing decision. Here's a quick description of the differences between an arrogant ego and a personable ego. We can try to move from one to the other, from overblown and inflated to appropriate and honest in its self-presentation, from arrogant to proud but not conceited, from caught in illusion to grounded in reality, from compelled to react to free to respond, from self-centered to other-conscious, from retaliatory and punitive to the ability to show anger without being vengeful, from entitled and privileged to assertive about stating and maintaining appropriate rights, from fear-based to love-impelled. People will not like us when we act in the ways described first. People won't want to be with us when we come at them with ego impudence. I was in the financial section of San Francisco recently and saw these words on an advertising poster. With our program, you can learn how to make lots of money and not be a jerk that nobody likes. I thought to myself, that can be applied to how people see us when our ego flares up at them. The following scenario demonstrates the difference between responses from the inflated ego or from a healthy one. The big ego, that is, the egotist, sees that the plumber didn't fix the sink problem completely. Already upset at what he considers an exorbitant price and the inadequacy of the work, big ego thinks, he's not going to get away with this. He calls the plumber but gets the answering machine. He leaves a message but receives no callback. Now, big ego feels not only cheated but disrespected. Ego has entered the story, so treating the issue rationally is not on the table. The egotist thinks, the costly job was not done properly, and the plumber is refusing to call me back. How dare he treat me this way? I'll show him whom he's dealing with. Big ego finds ways to get back at the plumber. He also feels adrenaline in his system, causing stress that makes him less in contact with his rational faculties. When the arrogant ego mindset, egotism, is incensed, it occludes intelligent judgment, moral consciousness, and compassion. Healthy ego has the same experience with a plumber, but questions the price immediately and directly. When the reason for the price is explained, he can see it makes sense, or, if it doesn't, he tries to negotiate. When the work turns out to be shoddy, he calls to state his view. If there's no callback, he figures that he's meeting up with the given of life that some people are not reliable. He does all he can to gain a hearing. When that fails, he may put a review in an online site about choosing a plumber in his area. He doesn't do this because he wants to get back at the plumber. His motive is to warn other people about the possibility of disappointment in the work. Ultimately, brash, big ego reactions are theater. The big ego uses posturing just as actors do. This style doesn't work in life with others, in relationships, in our loving connections. With healthy self-esteem, we sometimes won't back down and sometimes will. To describe the alternative humorously, we can say that the egotist won't truckle, buckle, or knuckle under. We keep in mind that the big ego, our own, is a con artist, tricking us continually. We have to remain alert to the innumerable ploys by which the ego can insert itself into our thoughts, choices, behaviors, and relationships. It is always looking for ways to reinforce its hegemony over every chapter and character in our life story. Egocentredness, by the way, is found in the best intentions and motivations of the most healthy people. Our work is to notice it mindfully, with compassion, and without being compelled to act on it. The inflated ego can be reduced to a healthy size by a combination of psychological work on ourselves and spiritual practice such as mindfulness and loving kindness. It usually requires a grace to find the enthusiasm for such a process. The healthy side of ego has always been in us, potentially, but it needs to be awakened, and it loves to have that happen. Psychological work takes time. Enlightenment or conversion can happen in a moment. Ego is a life sentence unless we parole ourselves by our commitment to spiritual practices. However, ego can make anything its playground, even spiritual practices. This happens when our engaging in them becomes a showing off of how advanced we are compared to others. When practices are sincere, we appreciate the power of grace that has appeared in our lives. We know we are truly progressing when we feel gratitude instead of vanity. We know our ego is loosening its grip when we no longer seek power, only caring connection, which is a definition of love. Finally, we may look more deeply at the fact that the inflated ego shows itself not only in the individual, but in the collective. The tribal ego can fuel prejudices that seek to eliminate those we dislike. War is the supreme and tragic example of such a scenario. Every year, we see how egotism underwrites the tribalism and triumphalism that make atrocities seem legitimate. In the course of history, we have seen tyrannical, ego-driven leaders. They may convince people of the legitimacy of genocide, war, terrorism, and torture to keep the national ego intact. They, like gang members or street thugs, see negotiation and compromise as weakness. They have no guilt about their atrocities, since they see them as justified by the validity of their cause. Shakespeare refers to this style in Julius Caesar. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. The sad, dangerous, and discouraging element in all this is that such tyrants are supported by the populace long enough for them to do terrible and lasting damage. This is collective egotism at work, and at its worst. It's the dark side of our humanity. As long as ego is still trying to be on top, we will disconnect from our collective values. For instance, we will fail to notice the interdependent nature of ecology, our greed and voracious consumption of resources so that growth economies can thrive is an example of the lethal results of ego-driven choices. The alternative is a healthy autonomy, which leads to interconnection. Now we're not like isolated individuals, but like cells that give and receive continually for the good of the whole body. This is the universal calling to let go of egotism in favor of universal love. Its fulfillment has appeared to us in such shining ways in people like Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, Aung San Suu Kyi. We recall the Metta Sutra. Cultivate an all-embracing mind of love for all throughout the universe in all its height, depth, and breadth, a love that is untroubled and beyond hatred or enmity. Translation from Acharya Buddharakkhita. A tribal ego can propagate from something totally innocent. The other day I heard an anthem, Michigan, My Michigan, which praised that state with fervent, heart-swelling pride. The song hyperbolizes Michigan as superior to the other 49 states. I sing a state of all the best. Once we let go of an ego orientation, we shrug and smile at such ranking. Instead, we compose a song that sees our own home state, school, religion, or team as a metaphor of the entire world. Then, our legitimate cherishing of our Michigan helps us cherish the entire planet that sustains it. Loving-kindness practice in Buddhism has shown us that the first focus of our affection, ourselves, has to open to full collective focus, concern for all beings. We move from microcosmic love to macrocosmic love. This is how our love of what is ours helps us not only have a healthy ego, but a spiritually aware one. That is certainly something to be proud of and salute. Our world is like a jigsaw puzzle. Each person is equally necessary because each represents one piece of the puzzle. No piece ranks above another, no matter how small it is, or how little color it has, or how lacking in appeal it may be. Our psycho-spiritual work is twofold in a similar way. First, we become individuals like the puzzle pieces, which are unique and have special meaning in a larger context. Then, we seek to be connected, as in putting the puzzle together. The puzzle of life holds a beautiful picture, but it will only be visible when each of us takes his unique place in it. The ego feeling we are aware of now is only a shrunken vestige of a far more extensive feeling which embraced the universe and expressed an inseparable connection of the ego with the external world. Sigmund Freud, Civilization and Its Discontents. When we meet up with a narcissist, the self-disorder referred to as narcissism in psychopathology refers to extreme selfishness with a grandiose view of one's talents and a craving for admiration. A narcissist is a person who is so self-centered that he cannot truly love anyone but himself. Narcissism as a mental health problem is what, in the Psychiatric Manual of Illnesses, is called a personality or self-disorder. A personality disorder is an enduring, inflexible, and pervasive set of patterns of thought and behavior that are contrary to what is culturally expected of healthy people. It directly impairs one's ability to relate effectively with others, especially in the area of intimacy. This kind of illness is in one's character, so it's not fully curable, only manageable with intense therapy. Narcissism is a complex disorder with many causes. We can look at some possibilities in the early life of a person that may help us understand the origins of a narcissistic disorder. The person may have received too much attention and not enough limit setting, so now he's demanding and feels entitled to have everything his way. He may have had others do it all for him, manage his environment so as to promote his grandiosity, make life easy for him so he didn't have to take responsibility for his own life. She may have received inadequate attention or love. Her value was based on being what her parents demanded she be. This can lead to a deficit of the ability to trust others. With this is a sense of shame. There is something wrong with me. I can never measure up. All these are forms of wounding, since the child was deprived of the healthy limits and sense of agency, the essence of a healthy ego, that foster development toward adulthood. Wounds to a narcissistic ego might also appear in ways like this. I was always doted on and could do nothing wrong in my parents' eyes. I was never doted on. I was doted on and then suddenly was no longer, as might happen, for instance, when a brother or sister is born and displaces an older sibling. Any one of these criteria, or a combination of them, can lead to narcissism, a vain, grandiose sense of oneself, and an excessive focus on oneself with an insistence that others show continual admiration of us whether or not we deserve it. This is why a narcissist lacks empathy for others. His inability to love means he cannot sincerely provide the 5 A's of empathic love: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. Though he can imitate others who do so, and thereby fool people into thinking he is sincere. But whatever empathy he shows is a skill set rather than an authentic feeling. Likewise, love requires vulnerability and a commitment to closeness. Neither of these is possible for a narcissist. It's his fear of abandonment that keeps him looking for partners and holding on to them for as long as he can. He seeks having someone in order to fulfill a need for shoring himself rather than to achieve mutuality. Here are some of the telltale signs of narcissism. Arrogant attitudes and behavior. An excessive sense of self-importance. A requiring of constant and excessive adulation or attention. A preoccupation with fantasies of grandeur, success, beauty, intelligence, including an inflated, delusional sense of one's attractiveness and intellectual or physical excellence. Overestimation of one's desirability, success, or the value of one's contribution to a project. A belief that any success is based entirely on personal skill or effort, and not on the support given by others, or by chance or grace. A seeking of partners who have high status or who look attractive on one's arm. Treating relationships as important because of how they serve one's self-esteem, and not because they lead to closeness, a goal that is foreign and threatening. Coming across as amiable but motivated by self-interest. A belief that one is extraordinary, privileged, one of the elite, in line for special favors. A sense that one is allowed to exploit or use others for one's own purposes, resulting in no respect for the boundaries of others. An envy of others or imagining they envy oneself. An inability to accept feedback because one's self-esteem is so vulnerable, which makes ego inflation seem continually necessary. An ego mindset, egotism, on the other hand, is one that thinks and acts in narcissistic ways, but not so extremely as in the mental disorder. There are differences between narcissism as a personality disorder and an ordinary big ego. The traits of egotism are shown by a narcissist in extreme, maladaptive, disruptive, and inflexible ways. Narcissism is rigid and fixed, pervasive, persistent, recurrent, and enduring, while egotism can be continually reduced. Narcissism first shows itself floridly in adolescence or early adulthood, whereas egotism can arise at any time in life. Both egotists and narcissists have grandiose views of themselves, but a narcissist is obsessed with illusions of prodigious success. An unhealthy ego mindset arises only in specific instances, for instance, threat, and can be replaced with a healthy ego mindset. Narcissism, on the other hand, abides in the psyche no matter what the circumstance. Both are compulsive, but the disorder is beyond full remedy, while an egotistical attitude can be remedied with practice. The narcissist can manage, but cannot fully change, whereas an egotist can. An egotist can care about others when not under the spell of selfishness. Egotism is a mindset that is turned on and off by whim or will. A narcissist cares about no one but himself, a character trait that cannot be turned off, only managed. Egotism can serve as a tool. Narcissism is a liability. Egotists can function well in social settings and in work situations. Narcissism disrupts social and job functions. Egotism interferes with the love relationship. Narcissism makes a love relationship impossible. too small an ego. With an inflated ego, we might use egotistical actions to cancel or reduce our gnawing sense of shame and inferiority. We have a good purpose, but our style of achieving it is not appropriate. With a deflated ego, we might have a sense of guilt about acting with pride. This can make us tolerate or even seek humiliation. Our guilt about having any power at all can even make us want to be helpless. When our ego is deflated, we do not stand up for ourselves. We let others take control of our decisions. We are submissive or passive. We may project an image that is appealing to predatory egos that victimize or use us. We make excuses for the abusive behavior of others toward us or toward those we love. With such an impoverished ego, we will be willing to walk on eggshells in a relationship, never sure if what we are up to meets the standards someone else has set for us. When the other person is angry, we become frightened and try to appease him. We learn to smooth over any ego-aroused anger so it will not erupt in ways that may intimidate or endanger us. We live in reaction to others' attitudes and behavior, rather than in accord with our own deepest needs, values, and wishes. We placate people rather than confront them when they threaten us. Our life is thereby restricted, inhibited, at the mercy of others' actions. We are willing to be humiliated rather than show strength. We do not believe we're worthy of respect, let alone entitled to it. Our self-esteem is so low, our healthy ego so deflated, that we can't imagine having a life that is truly free. We hold on to superannuated or untrustworthy friends. Our sense of obligation or history with someone takes precedence over caretaking our vulnerable hearts. We then feel frustrated with ourselves because we're bumping into our own overly accommodating style. In an intimate relationship, one partner may have a deflated ego. Since healthy relationships are egalitarian, submissiveness interferes with intimacy. A partner with an impoverished ego may believe she has a fear of equality in a relationship. She may believe she fears intimacy. But what feels like fear may really be her sense of obligation compelling her to remain unequal. The partner with a healthy ego will help the deflated partner become stronger. The partner with an inflated ego might take advantage of the other's passivity and exploit it to boost his own ego. In a relationship between an inflated and a deflated person, both, however, are acting their own parts. Here's an example. The deflated partner says, "I'm always the one who has to apologize." The other partner says, "I'm always the one who has to remind her of our agreements." The fact that one is the hero and the other the villain doesn't matter. Both are actors in the drama, a drama that can't continue without each staying in character. A person with a deflated ego can, in any case, become healthy through therapy, assertiveness training, self-esteem workshops, brain health techniques, and other practices. A deflated ego responds to psychological interventions and can engage in the work of addressing, processing, and resolving conflicts, both internal and external. We can learn ways to encourage others to act respectfully toward us. Standing up for ourselves is crucial. Revisiting the practice on working with fear you heard in Chapter 2 can be of help now in this crucial enterprise. The ego at ease. Just right pride. Are we arrogant for focusing on ourselves and showing ourselves to the world? William Blake wrote, "The pride of the peacock is the glory of God." We might say that the peacock displays his colors proudly, but knows they're a gift, not his invention. He lets us see the glory of nature, but also knows that only he can hold it in such splendor. When, in early life or in some relationships, our needs and choices were unsafe to show, inappropriate or unwelcome in others' eyes, we might have hidden our colors. But nonetheless, in the backwoods of our mind, we still wanted to be ourselves. We might have been humiliated for our unique feathers. Now we can embrace our uniqueness as a gift that serves wholeness, the way the peacock does. His feathers are not like the medals on the puffed-out chest of a military tyrant. They are articulations of the vast variety of beauty in the natural world. The pride of the peacock is not showing off, but showing forth the brilliant possibilities of grace-giving nature. The pride of a healthy ego is just like that. The lawyer Atticus Finch in Harper Lee's story, To Kill a Mockingbird, presents a superlative example of a healthy ego. His character shows how someone can let himself be seen as a strong person, fully himself, but totally without an egotistical attitude. He stands up for and stands by others, but does not engage in revenge against those who have hurt himself or them. He doesn't compete because he respects others' skill and trusts his own. The Atticus Finch character does not have to prove himself because he has a self-confidence that matches his competence. His wholesome ego manner is based on principle, courage, and empathy, not on swagger or aggression. The fact that some surveys show Atticus Finch to be the most beloved character in literature tells us that deep down, we all know what integrity looks like, and we honor it. Bob Ewell is the character in the story who represents the dangerous underbelly of the ego. He's hateful, mean, out of control. His ego is arrogant, though he is ignorant. His ego becomes cruelly vengeful when he loses face. Atticus accuses Ewell and his daughter of lying. Saving face after this insult is so important to Ewell that he even attempts to kill 2 children. Bob Ewell is an example of how dangerous the ego can be. Indeed, it is the most dangerous force on earth, strong enough to kill love, end relationships, start and refuse to end wars. It can reside unnoticed in anyone, a hillbilly and a president, a criminal and a judge, a penitent and a priest, a neophyte and a Buddhist master. How can we be assertive without being egotistical? Soldiers stand when an officer enters the room. He then says, "At ease," and they relax. This is a metaphor for ego. It stands when necessary and relaxes when appropriate. Here are some ways we can demonstrate healthy pride and stand up for ourselves without egotism in the way. We have confidence in ourselves without an air of superiority. We consult our trustworthy, healthy ego about our choices in order to maintain our integrity. We notice and protest, but do not overreact to personal insult or betrayal. We never defend nor attack, only engage. We stand up for our rights, but do not retaliate when they are not secured. We stick to our guns, but don't fire. We respect others' rights and ask that they respect ours. We do not vie for position or engage in a pissing contest. We do not lock horns when someone's ego is aroused toward us. We are not overprotective of our turf, but we do safeguard our boundaries and rights. We can be bosses, but without being bossy. We're willing to back down when the circumstance calls for that, or when we're shown to be wrong or not knowledgeable. We never bully. We keep choosing the path of nonviolence. All of us would like to be good to others, and most of us would like to be relatively good in a good world. What is difficult is to be good in an evil world, where the egoism of others and the egoism built into the institutions of society attack us and threaten to annihilate us. Under such conditions, the only possible reaction would seem to be to oppose evil with evil, egoism with egoism, hate with hate. In short, to annihilate the aggressor with his own weapons. But is it not precisely thus that evil conquers us most thoroughly? For then, not only does it damage us exteriorly, but it perverts our very heart. Evil is overcome only by good, hate by love, egoism by generosity. It is thus that we sow justice in our world. To be just, it is not enough to refrain from injustice. One must go further and refuse to play its game, substituting love for self-interest as the driving force of society. Pedro Arrupe, S.J. Address to the 10th International Congress of Jesuit Alumni in Europe, Valencia, Spain, 1973. Practice. Look and see. We may sometimes go from day to day without much thought about what's going on. Then our life might become superficial or routine imprisoned. In such a circumstance, we might find ourselves at the passive deflated or the aggressive inflated end of the spectrum of ego. Both thrive on unconscious habit patterns. An ego develops in an appropriate way when we deepen our sense of ourselves and what we're up to. This happens when we look into what is going on or what has happened. Focusing this way is an antidote to the self-centeredness of the narcissistic ego. Narcissus, in Greek myth, stared only at his own reflection. This practice is reflection on the deeper meanings of ourselves, others, experience, and our life journey. We may also reflect on our motivations. Some of our statements show a sense of assertiveness, integrity, and strength. However, they can mask a deep egotism. The difference will be in the emphasis. Let's take two examples. A man says, "I pay my debts." When the accent is on pay, we hear a commitment to be honest. When the accent is on I, we hear a showing off with the implication that I am not like those other people who don't pay their debts. This second motivation, betrayed by an accent or tone of voice, shows the ego element. In another example, a hostess says or gives the impression that she wants us to cut short our visit. She does not want us to stay at her house much longer. We suddenly feel unwelcome. If our motivation is respect for her wishes, we might say, "Okay, no problem. I'll respect your need for space and move on." We then leave with no resentment. If our ego has become indignant, we might say, "I certainly won't stay where I'm not wanted," and leave in a huff. We'll feel resentful, and our pride makes us refuse to return even if invited back, our form of payback. Here's a practice of inquiry into what happens in us and to us. We ask ourselves what we feel and reflect on it. We delve into the felt sense of a happening, a choice, a predicament, a relationship. we honestly ask ourselves about our own motivations. Our responses to these inquiries show us how we are holding our experience and what it's really all about. It will also help us look into how much energy we have invested into having a particular conflict come out our way. We call ourselves on how our ego has become engaged, aroused. We let go of the ego charge, which sounds in our heads like this: I have to win. I have to get my way. I'll be damned if I let him get away with this or get ahead of me. We know we have reduced our ego investment when we feel a release of stress because the issue has become just information. Then our energy in the issue is about working something out, not winning. It's about connection, not victory. That is, love, not ego. Regarding a choice we face, we ask questions like these. They're not meant to be handled cognitively, but with attention to and room for the feelings and bodily reactions that arise from each of them. How does this matter? How important is this to me? How does this reflect my values? Which of my needs is this fulfilling or not fulfilling? Is this relay of my needs and the responses I'm receiving from others reminiscent of childhood? What am I really up to in all this? What's my given motivation, and how does it compare to a motivation that might be lurking under it? Is this a metaphor for something much bigger that I have not yet discovered? How might this contribute to or debit from my personal growth? Does this move me along on or interfere with my journey? How much agreement is there between my heart, mind, and gut that this fits for me? Does this release and show the wholeness that is in me? Does it fit in with my integrity, my health, my conscience, my calling, my spirituality? With love as my life purpose, how does this help me be more loving and show it more abundantly? This practice shows how depth happens when we reflect about and inquire into ourselves, when we go beyond the superficial story to the subterranean meaning. Let's close with a simple and perhaps amusing example. In the story of the three pigs, we find no deep meaning when all we learn is the moral. In doing a project, use the best materials. We already knew that anyway. However, we might try a new version of this story. The third pig, the wise one, feels compassion for the first two as he takes them in after their houses have been blown down. He does this with no "I told you so." We admire his egoless generosity and wonder if we could be that big-hearted. Also, if, instead of killing the wolf, the three pigs were to convert him to the path of nonviolence and loving kindness, so that they all became close companions, while he becomes a watchdog for the whole village, we would learn that the dark side could become an ally. We would begin to trust that this could happen between us and our own enemies. Both these realizations illustrate what is meant by depth, a path into the as yet unopened, still unguessed pageant of possibilities in our ordinary humanness. Chapter 4: Childhood and Ego. Relate to a life situation in the deepest sense, not from the standpoint of the ego that bemoans its fate and rebels against it, but from the greater inner law that has left behind its small birth, the narrow realm of personal outlook, for the sake of renewal and rebirth. Max Zeller, The Dream, the Vision of the Night. Building a healthy ego begins in childhood. There are three important gifts that a family, and later a relationship, can offer to aid in this process. 1. A secure base from which we can launch out. 2. A safe haven to which we can always return. And 3. A sense of enduring accompaniment by those who love us as we freely travel in both directions. The sense of home as a secure base is the A of allowing in the 5 A's. It ensures that we have the freedom to explore our deepest needs in the wider world. A safe haven we can always come back to enables us to have a sense of trust. We experience our family as a container, always open, always safely including all that we are, for good or ill. In addition, when the world is difficult, we can come back to be comforted and nourished. A sense of enduring accompaniment is the outcome of ongoing support. It's the sense that our family members are with us even when they're absent, because we live in the locket of their hearts. We feel a support in being ourselves, rather than an insistence that we become what they want us to be. The accompaniment is unconditional, like any real love. All three of these gifts endow us with a sense of our own worthiness. To trust that people are willing and able to provide these gifts to us equips us to launch onto the life path that is a fit for us. The criteria for a spiritually and psychologically healthy childhood or relationship can be determined by asking this question: does it honor who I am, match my life goals, and lead me to more connection with others and with the earth? This is, after all, how we thrive as individuals and survive as a species. Each of us can ask ourselves, what in our life has helped us toward establishing our full self and staying connected to others too? What has been too narrow an alley between where we are and where we're going? Using myself as an example, I can say that I could not become the full version of David Rico living in the home of my parents in the New Haven, Connecticut of the 1950s, attending St. Patrick's Church, Skinner Public Grammar School, and later St. Mary's High School. Each of these communities meant well, but each had a repressive edge. It took me many years to let go of the self-negating messages I imbibed so that I could become at least somewhat more of who I am, though nowhere near in full authentication yet. In the 11th grade, I read Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, but I overlooked the bold veracity of these words of Elizabeth Bennet, the main character, to the repressive and imperious Lady Catherine. I am resolved to act in a manner which will constitute my own happiness without reference to you. But I can now say, in a way that resonates with the words of Elizabeth, I am here to create the life that is mine with whatever gifts and limits I have. My challenge is to improvise, not to obey. Can I open to this here and now, letting everything I encounter be my valued teachers? The important thing for me is that I don't give up on the ongoing project of self-becoming and don't hold anyone from the past to blame for my tardiness. Getting to be ourselves fully will mean breaking free of the confines in our conditioning so far. It will mean expanding our imaginations beyond the narrow boundaries we have lived in at home, church, school, and society. It will mean relinquishing the comfort zone provided by our sheltering routines and running the risk of trying something altogether new, at least occasionally. All this is a tall order, but what matters is that we never give up trying. We may have been at the mercy of our parents' egos, especially if they were autocratic, controlling, or fulminating at us from a bully pulpit. As a result, we may have come to believe that we were not lovable as we were, but only if we designed ourselves to fit their blueprints for us. We had to do what they wanted us to do and be what they wanted us to be. Maybe doing the wrong thing became the same as, I am bad. This is how guilt became shame. Along these lines, we can remind ourselves now that the parts of us that are appealing to others may have nothing to do with what our father or mother wanted us to be. Some of what our parents considered unacceptable may have had more to do with themselves than with us. For instance, our father may have said to us often, "You're hard to get along with." Translating that statement into the language of the controlling ego, he might more honestly have phrased it this way: "You won't let me control you." Today, we might say something like this about our now aged dad: "He was a terror in my childhood, but he has mellowed with age." This may mean Dad has seen the light and let go of his ego, so now he is gentler. This is surrender of ego in favor of mutual respect. Mellowing can also mean that Dad has less energy at his disposal and certainly no power to control or intimidate us anymore, so he's given up trying to activate his now impotent ego. This is surrender as acquiescence to the reality of powerlessness. I was proud of myself because after age 60, I noticed I had become less ego-reactive. I thought it was owing to success in my psychological work and diligence in my spiritual practices. Then I found out that our adrenal glands produce less adrenaline, the ego hormone, around age 60. So I felt more humble about my transformation. Now I know that my ego is no longer the captain of the ship of my life, but I also realize it still remains somewhere on board as a stowaway. Letting go of old programming. Relating to our past in a healthy way means that it does not disable us, but only prepares us for what life may bring. We are always heirs of the past, but we don't have to be victims of it. An imprint refers to the lasting consequence, remnant, or result in us of a formative experience. For instance, in grammar and high school, we may have gained the impression that a scholastic experience includes demands on us to study, observe proper discipline, and have our conduct continually monitored. All this settled into our psyches as the school imprint. Perhaps we entered college with that imprint in place, but then, within one day, realized that college has a whole different style. No one is scrutinizing us. Now it's all up to us. Our former school imprint disappears, and we begin to hold a new imprint of what education can be like. The imprint from childhood does not so easily evanesce. It lasts a lifetime and affects our adult relationships. We may still be trying to get someone to say something to us that we had hoped our father or mother would have said. We may still be waiting to hear the confirming word that grants permission to be all that we are. We may never have received it from our parents, so we carry the imprint that it can never happen. The early deprivation happened so often it became programmed into us. But for aware adults, there is hope. It can still and always happen in those motherly or fatherly moments that come to us from friends, family, or a partner. We don't expect such tender moments, but we certainly appreciate them when they come our way. We can also learn to give them to ourselves. In any longing for closeness, we are seeking one or all of the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, allowing. They were meant to come to us consistently from our parents. For some of us, they did, in which case we learned from how our parents loved how we could love ourselves. For a healthy ego to develop in us in childhood, we require the fulfillment of needs such as the 5 A's. Our missing out on them is the cause of our present wounds. The holes that our parent shaped in us become what we keep seeking from others, sometimes from those who fail at showing us love, just as our parents did. Our search for the missing love goes greatly awry when it turns into the style of grab and cling, what only leads to drama and disappointment. Most of us have noticed that we are acting on early programming most of the time. This is why simply gaining information doesn't help us change in any enduring way. Information is directed to our cognition, but our cells don't listen in. They work on past unresolved events from our life history and are not affected or impressed by words. Important changes in our personality don't happen in reaction to nagging questions. They happen in response to resolved questions. When there has been little or no mirroring, understanding, acceptance, and holding of our feelings in early life, we can find it hard to know what we are feeling later in life. Our needs represent ourselves. If there was little or no fulfillment of our needs, we can feel personally devalued. We might then seek fulfillment from adults who are too wounded themselves to come through for us. Our past can be a pre-existing condition as we face the present and engage in adult relationships. Can new events happen in our life without a referent to the past and its leftover hungers? Our obsession with our past and future frustrates and closes off the open space in our true nature. It is certainly hard to imagine our psyche as a hollow bamboo when our sense of self is limited to our story, our memories, our imprints. We are captivated by the apparent refuge from here and now reality that repeating our story seems to offer. Emily Dickinson expressed the danger. How soft this prison is, how sweet these sullen bars. The king of down invented this repose. The fear-driven ego may seek rest in downy refuges from reality. The healthy ego has found ways to walk directly into an interpersonal issue or inner conflict, including those of childhood. For instance, regarding the unmet needs of childhood, we may do work like this. We grieve for how we missed out on the love we needed. We give it to ourselves now. We accept as partners only those who are willing and able to give it to us in reasonably satisfying ways. This leads to a psychological awakening, a building of ego strengths. In Buddhism, the path to awakening begins with taking refuge in Buddha, the enlightened life in us, in Dharma, the enlightened way we follow, and in Sangha, a community of friends and practitioners who support us in our spiritual practices. In spiritual or religious consciousness, we find a wholesome refuge in God, in a higher power, in nature, or in any resource transcendent of ego. Wholesome refuge-taking is not hiding out or being cozily comforted. It is finding and activating courage so we can face reality. A refuge gives us a sense of accompaniment in facing challenges, not an opportunity for full escape from them. When we are in a relationship, the unresolved drama left over from our childhood continues in new ways. We may say we want safety and security in our relationship, what trust is about. Yet we might be acting with a different agenda. We may be seeking drama and adrenaline, what ego thrives on. Our real agenda may not be closeness. It may be reenacting our parents' way of relating to us or to one another. Our agenda may be to keep repeating the dysfunctional style of our childhood. Here's an example. We criticize our partner with a snide remark. We suddenly recall that this is exactly what our own father said to us often, forgotten until this very moment. Our unconscious, our deeper self, is helping us grow by sending up a psychological health alert in the form of a memory. Our unconscious is pointing out to us our work, which, in this instance, is grieving over a form of mistreatment in our childhood. To turn on our spouse with criticism and blame misses the point and forecloses on an opportunity to do our own work. Our relationship agenda is, I'm carrying 100 pounds of baggage and looking for someone to blame it on. Instead, we can more responsibly say, I am carrying 100 pounds of baggage, and I thank you for helping me see some of it. Now, I want to find a way to work on myself that does not include criticizing or blaming you. Of course, the universe has joined in to help us, too, by the synchronicity of hearing ourselves say the exact words in the present that repeated those of the past. The following pairs illustrate two agendas regarding closeness. The first describes how truly seeking closeness means giving and receiving the 5 A's. The second describes how avoiding closeness happens when we show our partner the opposite of the 5 A's. Attention. Ignoring, dismissing, glazing over, switching the topic to ourselves. Acceptance. Judgment, rejection. Appreciation. Taking for granted, ingratitude. Affection. Maintaining distance, or wanting sex without offering real intimacy. Allowing. Controlling. The first set is the loving style based on our heart's response to our partner. The second is the egotistical style, based on the unhealed wounds we carry into our relationships. Practice. Healing the past that is still in us. Intense, seemingly unbearable feeling states in our present life are a signal of wounded child energy within us. We need then to know that we are no longer children, but adults who can love, protect, and hold the child within. We do this when we allow the child part of us to grieve its wounds as copiously as is necessary. Grief is allowing our feelings of sadness, anger, and fear. Our adult grieving is our own child tending. There is sometimes an overlooked element in our grief about how we were abused within a family. We might forget to grieve the loss of love. We may concentrate only on how hurtful or unfair the abusive parent was. But more was going on in the childhood scenario of abuse. The abused child was also in mourning for losing or missing the love that was her rightful inheritance. She was not only the target of direct abuse, she was being deprived of the caring connection that family life is meant to be about. Lack of love is the hardest part of our past to come to terms with. It calls for grief and then a yes to the given of deficiency that was the only life we knew. As we experience our mourning fully, we hold our experience in a new way. We are not powerless victims, but survivors who are learning to parent ourselves. We are more likely to welcome our feelings when we trust our adult selves to handle them. Then, holding is not simply enduring, it is opening our hearts. All it takes is staying with our feelings of grief whenever they come up. They will arise on their own. We don't have to conjure them or try to make them happen. When the feelings arise in memories, relationships, experiences, or sensations of any kind, we allow them to pass through us like lightning through lightning rods. Then we notice that they go to ground. That is, are released while we remain standing and grounded too. This is what makes feelings safe for us now, feelings that may not have been safe in childhood when we had no resources or support to handle them. Emotional survival and self-parenting happen when we hold our ancient griefs, rather than let them grip and grind us. This is how they finally take their leave, so we can become present in the present. We also keep in mind that in major grief, there is an element of inconsolability. Some events in our lives were too overwhelming ever to be processed or let go of. Resolution then takes the form of surrendering to the given of inconsolability that some griefs carry. This is an example of how our work can proceed without the full sewing up of all the loose ends. Grief is our innate response to loss. When a memory of our childhood arises, and we feel a pang of pain, anger, or regret, we can bring the memory to the three feelings in grief: sadness, anger, and fear. We are sad about the love we missed out on or lost. This is how we work with our sense of loss. We are angry at those who deprived us of love, made our lives a hell instead of the heaven love can make it. This is how we work with our sense of the unfairness of the loss. We are afraid we might allow abuse in our present or future relationships, or never get over what happened to us in childhood. This is how we work with our sense of threat or scarcity. Regarding anger, we may not be angry only at our childhood caretakers. We may be angry at ourselves because we find that we are now like our parents, especially in how we act toward our children or our partner. We may be angry at ourselves also because we bought into our parents' belief system. For instance, if they pushed us too hard toward being successful, we may now be pushing ourselves in a stressful way to achieve more and more. We are angry that they conned us in ways that still pattern our behavior. Now, we're ready to look at the 6-step practice of grief work, a combination of feelings and shifts in response to a loss. 1. We ask, what was I sad about back then? What am I sad about now? Then, we let ourselves feel the sadness that goes with the memory. We ask, what anger did I feel back then? What or whom am I angry at now? We feel the anger. We ask, what was I scared of back then? What am I afraid of now? We feel the fear and assure ourselves that we don't have to act on it. We pause after each question and let the feeling or sensation have time to arise and last as long as it needs to. It will, with this permission from us over and over, on the heels of every memory, soon begin to fade and resolve itself. 2. We congratulate ourselves. I am now taking care of myself as an adult. I am committed to growth and doing all I can to cultivate it. 3. We state the gratitude we feel for the grace to have found and become ready to tackle this practice. 4. Eventually, we who mourn deeply and sincerely might feel a shift. A grace happens, and we begin letting go of ill will, grudges, resentment, and the need to retaliate against our abusers. These 4 let-goes are the equivalent of forgiveness. Forgiveness that happens in us, not something we can cause at will. We can pardon at will, but forgiveness simply happens in its own time. We notice that forgiveness does not stand alone in human experience. It is always tied to a grief. Throughout this audiobook, we have noticed that an egotist finds it hard to forgive. He goes from being hurt to retaliating, rather than to feeling the grief that is the preamble to forgiveness. When we forgive, we do not excuse abuse, nor do we hate those who caused it. We genuinely hope they see the light as we move on with our own life. This shift frees us from obsession about what happened to us, an obsession that can otherwise keep us in the abuse and victim cycle forever. We do not soft-pedal the personal nature of our grief, but we do realize that there is such a thing as inherited suffering. We may grieve for how our mother did not stand up for us, or how our father raged against us. In grief, we may realize that we now carry our mother's fears, our father's anger. In healing grief, we show compassion to ourselves for how much of our parents' pain still abides in us. Since we are hurt or disappointed, not only by our parents, but also by other adults and ourselves, our full forgiveness can proceed in all 3 directions. We forgive our parents for any harm they have done to us. We mourn by feeling our sadness about what was lost or missing, our anger at those who deprived or hurt us, our fear that we will repeat the past. This grief is our own inner work, not a transaction with our parents in the present. We forgive others for how they have hurt us or betrayed our trust. We mourn by feeling our sadness about what happened, our anger at those who hurt or disappointed us, our fear that we have lost someone's love. This grief can be expressed to the other. We forgive ourselves for our misdeeds and mistakes. We do not let ourselves off the hook. Instead, we make amends wherever possible and thus clear the books. We resolve to change our behavior for the better. We learn from our mistakes. We begin to see all that we have done and do as opportunities for the practice of mindfulness and loving kindness. We forgive our parents. We let go what can interfere with forgiveness: ill will, an intent to harm or wishing harm, resentment, grudge, blame, revenge. Letting go of these is forgiveness. We forgive others. We say ouch and offer to open a dialogue. This response escorts a struggle into assertiveness and communication. We forgive ourselves. We let go of self-blame, shame, and self-criticism. Such letting go helps build self-esteem and generous love. 5. In time, we may realize that our story and the emotions that come with it are identical to those of so many others all over the world who have suffered as we did. We feel less isolated and victimized as we connect with them at a heart level. We find ourselves opening to a compassion that extends not only to us and to the characters in our childhood, but now also to those who suffer everywhere, both victims and perpetrators. After all, everyone in every story missed out on love, either in giving or receiving it. Such universal compassion is a grace, a shift into the spiritual, the healthiest destination of every experience that life sends our way. To clarify the terms in the practice in the preceding text, we can distinguish compassion from empathy and sympathy. In some dictionaries, they are virtually interchangeable. In contemporary spiritual teachings, we see distinctions like these. In empathy, your pain and feeling is in me too. I hold it, but don't necessarily do anything about it. Empathy permits distance. I stand here and feel your pain with you as you stand there. In sympathy, I see the pain in you and I feel sorry for it. I stand here and see you over there. With compassion, I feel your pain in myself. That is, with empathy. And I am sorry for it. I have sympathy for you. But in addition, I move from where I am to where you are so I can be present fully, actively, and helpfully. I am affected and effective. My response is participatory. I am with you, and you are within me. This is deep compassion at its best. 6. Finally, we remain aware of the given that compassion shown to others now, no matter how sincere, may evoke no response or may be rejected altogether. That does not stop us from feeling it, nor does it drive us toward pushing the other to respond. Someone's refusal to receive our sincere compassion only increases our compassion for him and keeps him prominent in our loving-kindness aspirations. According to Buddhism, compassion is an aspiration, a state of mind, wanting others to be free from suffering. It's not passive. It's not empathy alone, but rather an empathetic altruism that actively strives to free others from suffering. Genuine compassion must have both wisdom and loving-kindness. That is to say, one must understand the nature of the suffering from which we wish to free others. This is wisdom. And one must experience deep intimacy and empathy with other sentient beings. This is loving-kindness. The Dalai Lama, Essence of the Heart Sutra. We and our parents now. Our sensitive-to-criticism ego can still be aroused by our parents' words and behavior now when we're adults. We can become stuck in the patterns of childhood. We're trying to separate from them by arguing or getting angry at them when they try to control us or scold us, but winning a point is not the same as being our own person. Involvement with our parents at that competitive level simply keeps us tied to them. It's as if we're flailing in quicksand as we lash out, but all that happens is that we sink even deeper into our unresolved past. Being aroused by them now so that we feel we have to be oppositional is not age-appropriate. How do we know when we're no longer tied to them in ways that interfere with our independence? We have become truly adult when we have truly left home. That is, when our emotional business with our parents is no longer affecting us or reaching into our relationships. Our parents have a major impact on us, no matter what. The problem is that we maintain or even increase their impact on our mental states. When they reduce to adult size, we're free. We accept responsibility for our lives. Here are some of the signs that we've become fully accountable for the shape our life has taken. We have grieved for our past and let go of resentment of our parents. Our memories remain, but they do not impact us with extreme sadness, fear, or anger. We may still feel these feelings, but with less impact. They touch us, but no longer immobilize us. Our parents now have less or no power to upset our serenity by their judgments or criticism. Nor do we fight them or try to show they're wrong or inappropriate. We simply notice, say ouch, and reduce the time we spend with them until they act more respectfully toward us. We do not feel obligated to answer to them, please them by our choice of lifestyle, take sides with one of them over the other. We respect them as fellow adults, care for them as needed, but do not have to keep trying to win their approval. We look at our childhood and say, with a magnanimous shrug, well, all right then. It could have been better, but it could have been worse. I just let it be. We don't blame our parents anymore for the shape our life is in. We have moved from their fault to my responsibility. We don't put their faces on anyone. We pray for, do loving kindness practice for, or wish the best for them now. We have forgiven them and ourselves. We are no longer trying to get anything from them. They don't owe us. Some of us experience not only neglect, but abuse and trauma. Autobiographical memories, like the ones you heard previously, find a place in the tapestry of our life story as they're resolved. Traumatic events, however, don't integrate in that way. They remain isolated, hidden in a part of the memory that does not seem to allow full integration. So when memories from this quarter arise, they feel frightening and seem incoherent, perplexing, and indomitable. Some of us who were abused in childhood, physically, emotionally, or sexually, require a specialized focus on our trauma and the post-traumatic stress reaction we may suffer from. Therapy can be of help. We may be engaging in dissociation, so we need to go very, very slowly as we tell our story. For survivors, it is so important for our words to be heard and our timing respected by therapists or friends. Our words are often discoveries, beginnings of recall, trying to put the pieces together. Therapy is about supporting us in facing the truth of the abuse as the full brunt of its reality unfolds. The compassionate companion, partner, or therapist sees each new story of abuse as unique. She stays present and gentle with us. She wants to let our story take us through our experience. Her simply giving witness to our story is an important contribution to our healing. A well-working relationship is meant to create new psychic spaciousness in which all that we are is welcomed. The welcoming happens with the 5 A's given to us over and over. In a well-working relationship, we have found the one with whom we can share the dreadful news about us. She is the one who has made room for our trauma and pain, and seeing her survive them, we do too. We are creating a new past through this new now. This is how true intimacy helps us become. Then, compassion toward us from our partner expands from an I with you into you within me. The egotistical ego cannot navigate waters as daring and nurturing as these. A partner with that kind of ego can't extend the hand so needed in the dark. With an egotist for a partner, we walk through the valley of the shadow with fear as our only companion. We can also work on ourselves to build a hale and hearty pride from the ashes of the past. Our work on ourselves is meant to identify choices and to explain causes. Compassionate presence in therapy or in relationship helps us most when it devotes 1/4 of the time to what happened and 3/4 to what to do with what happened. The damage done to us in childhood or relationships is not as important as how it still affects our choices and actions. We feel compassion for ourselves and for our family members too. We then go on to address, process, and resolve what happened to us. Then we grieve and let go of it, as in the practice steps heard previously, so it can turn into compassion and forgiveness. Such a journey of grief will show that a mourner is not a victim. In fact, grief and letting go are spiritually empowering. Because of them, we discover new ways to show our loving kindness to ourselves and everyone, with malice toward none, with charity for all, a suitable life purpose for any union-concerned human. Practice. Fulfilling our lifelong yearnings. We all carry the yearning to find fulfillment of our archaic and present needs. At the same time, we often limit ourselves in accessing truly enduring resources. For instance, we look for what is immediately gratifying, to look for what gets us through the night. Our more adult self knows how to access the nurturance that is more lasting. Our attention is then not so much on what we need now, the focus of ego-centeredness. Instead, we look into what helps us live as more awake, more wholesome, more present beings. When we come from an ego-only position, we believe that if we have a need, we have to go outside ourselves to fulfill it in people or things. We feel a hole inside ourselves when we're lonely, depressed, stressed. We've tried to fill it over and over with people, with substances, with whatever distracts or comforts us in the moment. But our need does not find fulfillment no matter what we do. Thus, our need is meant to represent something rather than to be taken literally. We can guess this to be so by 3 signals. The need does not go away, it comes up when we're at a low ebb, and it feels insatiable. Those 3 are clues that what we're seeking are enduring resources rather than stopgap measures. These resources are right here inside us, in our own self, in our past, and in our higher self. 3 resources we may have been overlooking. 1. What do I need from myself that I am not giving myself? Does this represent something I am supposed to find in myself but have not yet gone there? How can I hold myself with all my fears and doubts about my ability to be of support to myself? 2. What did I need in childhood that I did not receive? Does this represent something that I still have not grieved and let go of? Am I holding on to any ill will toward my parents? Am I trying to find in people or things what they failed to give me? If they did give me what I needed, Did I fail to make the transition to imitating their style of soothing and giving it to myself? How can I parent myself? The parenting might look like this. What is still left to grieve that this has reminded me of? How is what happened in the past still going on right now in my life? 3. What can I access from a higher power? For example, from a personal relationship to God, from a closeness to nature, from Buddhism, or from spiritual practices such as mindfulness and loving kindness? Am I failing to ask for or notice graces that are indeed coming my way? Have I instead made people or things my higher power? In traditional religious terms, we might ask, in the dark valley, whom or what do I go to? We recall Emily Dickinson's warning words, I have been looking oppositely for the sight of the kingdom of heaven. Number 1 points to our need for self-nurturance, self-support. We ask, how can I give this to myself right now and always? The source of this is not ego, but our higher self. We are in the present. Number 2 points to our need to grieve what we missed in our past and let go of it. Grief work, as we heard in the practice earlier in this chapter, is a form of self-parenting because we're holding our experience so it can be born and resolved. Now, we are less likely to seek from others what we missed from our parents. We ask, what am I hanging on to? How am I still trying to find what mom or dad did not give me? This will take an openness to what others can provide, an admission that our ego is not enough. We are working with the past. Number 3 points to how relating to a higher power, becoming closer to nature, engaging more seriously in spiritual practices can help. The ego believes in its own omnipotence. With spiritual consciousness, we ask, how can I open myself to the graces within and around me? We are opening to the future. Number 1 shows us how our ego became needy. Number 2 shows us how our work on ourselves, especially our unfinished emotional business from childhood, can help us now. Number 3 shows how we don't have to do all this on our own, but can rely on transcendent assistance. Indeed, Number 3 shows us how to let go of ego's belief that it is all there is. We recall the words of Martin Luther King, Jr. We have cosmic companionship. Egotism is indeed based on 2 mistakes. It's all about me, and I am all there is. The first mistake is the belief that the world revolves around the ego. The second mistake is that there is no higher power than ego, either in a supportive community or in a cosmic companionship in the universe. There can be a symbolic meaning in any longing or obsession, something hanging on in our minds in a disturbing way. We find out more about what meaning it has from the 3 resources listed above. They may prove to be 3 portals to fulfillment when we walk through them in the ways outlined previously. The missing piece that we seek in people and things positively is usually one of the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, allowing. Our lifelong longings are usually metaphors for one or more of the 5 A's. Here's an example of how this works. We may want to have our partner hear us, give us the A of attention. We become desperate in getting that to happen. We are continually disappointed, even when she fulfills our need, but only in a moderate way. We can use this frustration as a signal system. We are finding out about 3 unnoticed resources we can turn to. Access to them can reduce our need to get so much from any one person. We extend our practice in the same 3 areas. 1. We begin to pay attention more to our own thoughts and bodily reactions, and to act in nurturing ways toward ourselves. 2. We recall how the need to be heard was or was not fulfilled by our childhood caretakers. We appreciate what we did receive and grieve for what was missing. We let go of blame and concentrate on self-nurturance in the present. An example is in how our blame of our father might become toxic rage. We might be getting mileage out of staying in the victim mode. I get more goodies out of believing that he still owes me than out of his making up for it now. Often that's how blame keeps us stuck, creates resistance to resolution. We are endowing him with a bigness he had in our childhood, but now no longer has. He's like a retired general who wears the regalia that looks like power, but that does not really confer it. 3. We engage in spiritual practices that increase our closeness to nature and to whatever feels like the divine to us. We access the graces these practices offer and show gratitude for them. I notice that the practice of thanks does much to release us from our restlessness. This way of working with ourselves richly opens to us the world beyond ego. Here's how. We are feeling our longing to be heard, for instance, but without the grabbing and clinging that characterize our ego compulsions, the sources of our suffering. This opens us to feel the longing of all beings as an energy that has entered us, and we welcome it. This is opening to the generous love beyond ego. Indeed, whatever we feel at any deep level connects us to the human community. Our longing has an archetypal universal dimension. This is how a longing opens us spiritually. That is, acknowledges the limits of ego and seeks what is beyond it. Egotism is antithetical to spirituality because it sees itself as the goal. It believes it has transpersonal powers, those that belong only to the higher self, our true nature. When ego serves what is transpersonal, we can feel our longing not as a deficiency, but as a way of contacting spiritual powers. Longing usually directs us to the exterior world, where we believe fulfillment can be found. But here it has led us, as the White Rabbit led Alice, into the depths of ourselves, our higher self with all its gift-giving powers. What could be more spiritual than that? We keep seeing how letting go of ego is a portal into the spiritual life. That splendid possibility can make us more apt to let it go. Chapter 5. Ego and Relationships. Union implies the radical sacrifice of egoism. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, The Divine Milieu. Throughout this audiobook, we've focused often on relationship issues. Now, we can look in more detail at the association of ego and intimacy. A relationship cannot survive long when one or both partners are egotists. The commitment of an egotist is to the ego's priorities, not to the requirements of mutuality. Ego is the culprit in just about every disruption or destruction of intimacy in relationships. Letting go of ego-centeredness is the solution, the path to successful relating. In fact, letting go of ego is the first step toward finding out how to love. Nothing less is required if love is to happen than the utter undoing of egotism. An overbearing, demanding ego is deadly in a relationship because it renders us unable to love. We find it impossible to get close to someone because we're afraid of the exposure that comes with full-on intimacy. We can't be egalitarian because we have to maintain our image and continually restate our superior status. How ironic that the selfish ego fails at being truly selfish. It ruins its chances to find the only kind of happiness humans are meant for, the give-and-take life of love. It is sad that egotism is self-defeating, yet so hard to unseat. Indeed, it's hard to see, hard to work on, and hard to get over. Yet none of these three challenges can really stop us when we set our intention to steadfastly free ourselves from self-deception. Our healthy ego comprises qualities that represent our singularity. An arrogant ego uses time-worn styles of defensive or aggressive responses. So it is not really who we are, but a profile we're adopting. For instance, a man notices that having an attractive partner garners respect and envy from other men. So an egotist may use a lovely woman on his arm like a flashy bracelet. A man may want a woman only to decorate his ego. What chance is there, then, for real intimacy when one of the partners is being used as a trophy? When it comes to repairing ruptures in relationships, two abilities are necessary: to be able to apologize and to forgive. An egotist will have difficulty with both of these. She can't apologize because she believes she's never wrong. She can't forgive because she is committed to holding a grudge, a form of retaliation. Any relationship is a give and take of error and apology. This follows from the given of life that everyone makes mistakes, nothing to be surprised about. Enlightened people want to open to the truth more than to protect their infallibility. Some people's inability to apologize is due to a reason other than egotism. What looks like stubborn ego may actually be coming from a wounded place in them. They feel shame when they're wrong or are shown to be causing hurt. Their work is more than letting go of ego. It's letting go of deeply rooted shame, a more daunting psychological task, usually requiring therapy. We can feel compassion for a person in this predicament, especially when such a person is in a relationship with us. The inflated ego puts enormous energy into saving face, into maintaining its honor. To have an ego that cannot, under any circumstances, lose face makes the vulnerability required in intimacy impossible to achieve. The word face can actually be a useful acronym to use as a reminder of the main ingredients of an oversized ego. Fear of not being liked or acknowledged as important. Arrogance, acting with a sense of superiority or smugness, insistence on being first, right, and best. Control of people and events. Entitlement to special treatment, to be honored at all times, to be exempt from the givens of life, to use others for one's own ends. An ego with a face like this denies the law of cause and effect in relationships. For instance, with this ego, we believe we can treat people any way we want and still expect them to show us respect and love. Most of us don't think the law of cause and effect applies to us. We can lay waste the environment, and it will never catch up with us. We can smoke and drink with no health consequences. These are all examples of how ego arrogance serves to buffer us from hard-hitting reality. Finally, it would indeed seem that a man or woman with a pompous ego would have a hard time finding a partner, but that is not at all the case. They appear to be good candidates for relationship. The charm of most egotists is quite appealing, and someone might easily misread their swagger as strength or as high self-esteem. This misreading explains the origin of so many doomed partnerships. Someday, we may ask ourselves this piercing question about remaining in a relationship with an egotist. How hard am I willing to work to get him to love me? In an amusing moment in the film Gone with the Wind, Rhett Butler proposes marriage to Scarlett O'Hara. At one point, she says, "You're coarse, you're conceited, and I think this conversation has gone far enough." However, within about 1 minute, she has agreed to marry him. How egotism can show up in a relationship. The 5 A's are ways of showing love: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, allowing. Intimacy happens when both partners give and receive the 5 A's. An egotist or narcissist shows up empty-handed. He cannot give these 5 A's, though he demands them from others. An egotist is disabled from showing sustained intimacy because he can neither give nor receive them fully. An egotist cannot be attentive for very long because his mind is on himself and his own needs. He cannot accept the other because he's continually judging in accord with whether the other meets his strict standards. She cannot appreciate her partner because she believes she's entitled to all he does for her. He cannot show authentic affection because that takes a deep willingness to be vulnerable, something that frightens him. She cannot allow him to pursue his own deepest needs, values, and wishes because she needs to be in full control. Yet an egotist insists a partner stay with him, though he cannot offer need fulfillment in any ongoing way, only sporadically. We might say, an egotist wants you to keep coming back for what he won't or can't give you. What's good for the goose is good for the gander is an egotistical attitude in which everything that happens between the partners has to be equal. This makes true generosity impossible. A relationship has to be flexible in that sometimes one receives more and sometimes the other receives more. Healthy adults have taken that as a given. An ego fear-based person may doubt he will get all that's coming to him, so he keeps score. Letting go of ego means allowing the scales to balance at some times and not at other times, with no reprisals or demands for equality. This is not being a doormat, only being flexible and finding an opportunity to be big-hearted. What matters when we love is the success of the relationship. That means our work is not to gratify our individual ego in a relationship, but to free ourselves from ego to gratify the relationship. Then, our ego's journey is from enclosing to encircling. Possessiveness appears in what is called insane jealousy. An egotist believes that he owns the other person. This makes the A of allowing his partner to engage in friendships intolerable. An egotist easily falls prey to paranoia and may imagine that his partner's relationships are threatening to him, no matter how platonic. His position is this: You can't be an independent adult with your own circle of connections as long as you're in a relationship with me. Some relationships maintain a third as a barrier between them. This is something that stands between them so they are never simply facing one another directly. It can be a focus or an ongoing issue that never quite disappears, an affair, an issue with money, a problem child, a job or lack of one, a leftover unresolved problem from the past of the relationship or from childhood. We maintain the third partner because we're terrified of the direct one-to-one contact and communion that intimacy requires. We believe we need a shield, some form of distance in place if the relationship is to be tolerable to us. This is a subtle way that ego avoids closeness and commitment. If I don't care so much about others, their suffering or loss won't affect me so much. Behind egotism and self-centeredness, we keep seeing the fear of having to grieve. Less closeness, less commitment, less caring can insulate us from having to be crushed by a loss of someone or betrayal by someone. We might also instantly jump to retaliation. This is the ego's major way of avoiding grief about being hurt. Shakespeare expresses this in Troilus and Cressida. Hope of revenge shall hide our inward woe. Indeed, it is not going too far to say that every act of retaliation is an avoidance of grief. The wounded ego believes it's balancing the books by getting even. This seems to save ego from feeling its hurt so intensely. That is, save it from having to grieve the hurt or loss in full measure. Again and again in working with couples, I've noticed how often the actions of one partner are a way of retaliating for how the other has offended him or her. Most of the time, the retaliatory response is unconscious. We don't realize we're being vengeful. If we are called on it, we can't see it. For instance, we might engage in passive-aggressive behavior, showing anger but in a covered-up way. We do or fail to do something that inconveniences, hurts, or disappoints the other person, but it seems unintentional or unintended on our part. Examples are being late, being sarcastic though it seems to be meant humorously, not keeping an agreement that matters to the other because we forgot. With an inflated ego, we feel the right to hit back with revenge, the ego's prized and most polished weapon. In a bond of love, there is no keeping track of wrongs and never vindictiveness because of them. We say ouch, but then we try to work things out. We want to get through the problem, not get back at one another. Truly intimate partners are under the care of one another, not at the mercy of one another. They are never punitive. We may not be capable of eliminating thoughts about revenge, but we do not have to act on them. We can begin with a commitment never again to retaliate in any way, no matter what the provocation. Retaliation is a fight response rather than a stay-and-deal response, the only response that works in truly intimate bonds. When revenge is a dish best served cold, it is still in the fight mode, though passively aggressive. Am I willing to forego the pleasure of getting even? If not, I will never be able to be truly close to anyone, let alone truly love someone. Is that precisely why I retaliate? An arrogant ego can't forget wrongs and does not get over them. Ongoing resentment is a common style of the egotist. I can't let go of how my wife had an affair. I hold it against her even though she made amends and is now committed to being with me only. I can't help but continue to obsess about what happened. I keep retaliating in small ways and great. These are the egotist's ways of saving face to make up for how he lost face because of what she did to dishonor him. Now, he finally has full permission to stay at arm's length, rather than have a life that is arm in arm. We see in all this how an egotistical reaction is a way of avoiding the direct experience of grief about an infidelity. Such grief will include sadness and anger about the break in trust, as well as fear for what the future holds. These three feelings comprise an appropriate, non-drama-drenched response to a betrayal. With ego arousal, we might dull the impact of our feelings. We rush headlong into the quicksands of indignation and retaliation. Those ego elements make any possible future reconciliation and the survival of the relationship more difficult. They also add unnecessary pain to our own experience. An inflated ego is especially visible at the end of a relationship. The egotist grieves because she has lost control more than because she's lost a partner. The closeness she called love might have been control after all. When a partner leaves us, instead of engaging with our grief and holding the partner in his, our ego wants its last chance to hurt him, that is, retaliate. Then we see the truth in this hard-hitting realization. The way it's ending is why I'm ending it. An egotist may also protect himself at the end of a relationship in which he was the unfaithful one. Then, all he says to his partner is that he regrets it's over, but not that he's sorry about breaking their trust. Defending his ego to the end is still more important than the feelings or healing of his partner. She wonders later why she was unable to notice this about him way back at the beginning of the relationship. It is normal to feel grief at an ending or during a betrayal within the relationship. We're sad and angry that she was not what we hoped she would be, or what she said she would be, what she promised she would be. Yet, with our practice of loving kindness supporting our grief, we do not blame her. We grow from the experience of letting go of illusion and unfounded expectation. Indeed, betrayal in hero stories is about the threshold to transformation. The ending of a relationship with an egotist who's been abusive or unavailable for healthy relating does not lead to grief for the loss of the partner. The loss is actually a liberation. The real loss and consequent grief is about the end of hope that it could have worked. We don't grieve the end of something toxic. We rejoice to be free of it. We grieve only the crash of the possibility that it might have changed for the better. Grieving the end of hope is more painful than grieving the end of anything. When two egotistical people are in an erotic bond, the needs of the wider world lose focus. As we let go of ego, our love matures, and we care about the happiness of all beings. Erich Fromm, in The Art of Loving, reminds us, if a person loves only one other person and is indifferent to his fellow men, his love is not love, but a symbiotic attachment or an enlarged egotism. Based on the points just listed, the question to put to a prospective partner might be, do you come into this relationship clad in ego? Are you able to manage your ego, Or will you be retaliatory when offended, defensive when given feedback, attached to being right at all times, insistent on being in full control of me? How willing are you to let your ego bite the dust so our relationship can bloom? In addition, sharing this audiobook with a prospective or present partner and noticing his or her reactions shows his or her level of willingness to let go of ego attitudes. A willingness, even a strong desire to let go of egotism, is an encouraging sign of readiness for the kind of love a relationship requires. In relationships that work, we are always trying to refine our way of being with others. We're always rising above the inborn, inbred, primitive style we see around us so often. We don't let ego shape and design our relationships. Egotism is, however, mostly unchallenged by others, and since ego is closed to comment on itself anyway, it remains in place. Once we see others as helpful teachers, we're open to their feedback, and we're more likely to see how our ego handicaps our relationships. Or is ego used precisely to make sure that intimacy does not fully happen? Is that what a fear of vulnerability is really aimed at? St. John of the Cross, in A Romance on Psalm 137, wrote, "I died within myself for you, and for you I revived." He meant his ego bowed out, the first eye, and his true nature, the second eye, emerged from its ashes. Is this what we want to have happen to us? If not, how will we ever be able to love? The venom of such looks, we fairly hope, have lost their quality, and that this day shall change all griefs and quarrels into love. Shakespeare, Henry V. Does no ego mean no me? We begin by looking again at three manifestations of ego and seeing how they might appear in relationships. A person with a healthy ego has learned to trust herself while at the same time trusting others whom the record shows can be trusted. She does not let the fear of closeness or the fear of abandonment interfere with finding and committing to relationships. Her goal is not to use a relationship to bolster her ego, but to liberate herself from egotism to build the relationship. She can accept comings and goings without a fear of abandonment. She can allow intimate connection without a fear of engulfment. With a deflated ego, we do not trust ourselves. We come across to others as passive or dependent. We look for soothing from any port in a storm. We fear abandonment, so we cling to others. We may interpret a slight distancing by others as rejection of us. We may even try to look needy and helpless to garner sympathy. Our self-esteem is so low that we sometimes act in the proverbial doormat style. This can make us prey to predators. With an inflated ego, we distrust closeness and might interpret intimacy as engulfment. We'll try to look totally self-sufficient and independent to fend off closeness. We appear invulnerable. We suppress our sense of how much we need others. We may still be in a relationship, but not with both feet. We have rigid boundaries to protect, and we disregard others' boundaries to assert our entitlement. We are the umpire and simultaneously in the dugout. An egotist comes from a wounded place, so she may deeply doubt that others will show up for her. Her pride won't allow her to show this vulnerability, so she may act as if she prefers to be independent. The ruggedly independent style of an egotist already in a relationship is a source of problems. It's important in the investigatory phase of a relationship to be open to seeing the levels of egotism and of independence that we may have to deal with in ourselves and our partner. At the same time, anyone on the human journey notices that there are times when we need to be out in the world and times when the security of a home-based relationship works best for us. How do we stay connected to someone and maintain our individual identity? Navigating the unruly waves is one of the ego's central challenges in this fragile skiff on the high seas of intimacy. The following pairs of attributes and actions illustrate conflicts that may arise as we try to reconcile those two very different orientations in ourselves with respect to relationship, our need for safety and security in a relationship, and our need to go on a personal journey. Safety and security means that we stay. Our need to go on a personal journey means that we go. Safety and security is about remaining connected. A personal journey is about being unattached. Safety and security leads us to want comfort. The personal journey leads us to risks, uncertainties, and challenges. Safety and security requires focus. The personal journey takes imagination. Safety and security happens by our fidelity to the here and now. The personal journey happens because we look for and find space rather than be engulfed or controlled by someone. Safety and security is about groundedness and having a clear path to follow. The journey is about groundlessness with no path mapped out for us. Safety and security requires reliability and trustworthiness. The journey thrives on spontaneity and risk. Safety and security wants to keep the relationship on an even keel. Our need for a personal journey allows or even provokes surprises in the relationship. Safety and security seeks cooperation. The personal journey seeks autonomy. Safety and security deals with issues, sees things through by working on them. The personal journey is content to leave things unfinished. Our need for safety and security leads to making a selfless commitment to the relationship and its agreements. Our need to go on a personal journey leads to making a commitment to ourselves to follow our bliss without hurting others. We notice in these juxtapositions that what activates and sustains commitment can put a damper on our wanderlust. This is one of many possible conflicts that arise in relationships. For instance, commitment to a partner politically means being egalitarian, but in the bedroom, our fun, erotic style might mean playfully being dominating or submissive. Likewise, a highly responsible person might be less able to relax, be spontaneous, have fun. What it takes for a relationship to maintain its erotic flair. Brain, sex, and the stages of relationship. How does the brain figure into the maintaining of eroticism? It is the ventral tegument that produces dopamine in the excitement of romance. Norepinephrine is activated in the brain during the infatuation stage. Then serotonin, a calming hormone, is less in evidence. This is why in romance we can feel a level of anxiety. Later, our Raphe nucleus, the source of serotonin, is more lively. Then we calm down and stay with one another with no anxiety. In all phases of romance and love, we may feel the effects of oxytocin, the hormone that generates closeness and relatedness. This is how the brain contributes to making authentic intimacy possible in securely attached individuals. People with ongoing abandonment and engulfment fears have less active RAFE, less serotonin, and less oxytocin at their disposal. Fears and doubts can also arise about our adequacy or worthiness. They create what feels like a hole inside, actually a lack of contact with our own energy. We may mistakenly then seek a very specific kind of sex partner who will grant us access to the missing energy. With that person, our own sense of powerlessness to get what we want fades when we see him or her as in our power. We also may have felt a sense of inadequacy about our ability to get what we want. Do I have it in me to seduce and hold on to the sex partner I really want? When we find someone who is truly wanting, needing, or responding to us with desire for us, we finally feel a sense of satisfaction. Our inner doubt is quieted for as long as the connection lasts. We feel we are adequate, satisfactory, worthy, that the hole is filled. Ego shame has taken a bow, and ego worth is all fluffed up on stage. Sex has been used as an impresario to make that happen. Musing about how relationships evolve, we can consider these possibilities. Without the egotistical dimension, it may be true that the sex drive by itself, without the relationship element, would have evolved so that we could learn to feel acceptable and adequate. This can result from successful experiments with a variety of partners. Romantic love evolved so we could, instead, focus on one special person. Intimate attachment evolved so we could feel a deep and abiding bond with that person and feel supported throughout our lifespan. For some, the bond means being able to cooperate in the important task of raising and taking care of children, if that's our calling. Being ourselves and maintaining our own identity when we're with others can be a source of conflict. We all experience it and look for ways to craft a lifestyle that honors both sides. Erotic love can help us bridge the gap because in it we're able to be ourselves and give ourselves. This is a way of letting go of ego. Romance can indeed help us let go of the poor man's version of identity, egotism. Our real identity is in the exuberant related self we contact when we feel loved and when we love. A healthy romance is how that enterprise begins. Healthy means originating in need, not neediness. Have enough, not can't get enough. Enjoying, not ashamed. Giving and receiving the 5 A's. A proud, inflated ego can seduce us in the first blush of romantic fascination. The jack-o'-lantern ego with its wry smile and its warmth so apparently enduring can fool us every time. We may think, here's someone strong who can protect me. Actually, here is someone so full of himself, there is no room for me. How can we get it that wrong? As a relationship continues, it's totally normal for high romance to fade. Then we enter a conflict stage. We find ourselves struggling with our partner. Our first response is to fluff our ego back up and assert our hegemony. Actually, conflict is where we find an opportunity to let go of ego by mutuality and cooperation. The alternative is to dig our heels in as firmly righteous, which is a way of digging a grave for our relationship. The success of a relationship depends on our committing ourselves to stating our needs rather than entrenching our opinions. Such statements are signs of egoless vulnerability because we're asking for fulfillment from another person. Being totally self-sufficient means being isolated. Admitting we have a need honors the importance of life together in order to find personal fulfillment, just what human life is all about. This is the point at which a relationship becomes a commitment, the third and highest stage after romance and conflict. That commitment is the true reconciliation of the apparent opposites, being myself and loving someone. Now, each I folds into us, and any I is we. A spiritually conscious adult has gone beyond the concern for how to safeguard her own identity and maintain a bond with a partner. She's come to realize that I am only fully myself when I am in community with all other humans and in communion with nature. My I is not fully formed without a universal we around me. I am only myself with respect to the rest of us, as a valley is a valley only by its connection to the mountains that create and cradle it. Ultimately, my so-called I is only I in all. This is unitive consciousness. Its realization is a grace, the spiritual dimension, what rounds out our relationships. When the ego is aroused in relationships. I listened to a radio broadcast exploring why people are so often inhumane. The narrator used an example based on the experience of a married male friend of his. This man's wife, in front of his friends, had made fun of what he was wearing. The husband, an hour later, told the narrator he felt humiliated and wanted to kill her. Later that day, the husband felt better, but at 3 a.m, he arrived at the door of his friend, the narrator. He was ego-incensed again, even more intensely, and said that he had just killed her tropical fish and now wanted to kill her. He asked if he could stay the night to be sure he did not do anything so desperate. The next day, the wife told the narrator that she was so frightened she was leaving the house and going someplace where her husband would not be able to find her. The topic of the show was how the dark side can emerge in any of us. I recognized this at once to be an ego issue. This was about the dangerous consequences of a bruised, indignant ego made fun of when it loses face in front of his friends. The husband with the inflated ego could not soothe himself or self-regulate. His shame placed an embargo on kindly solutions. An ego in that enraged state is a one-trick pony. It can only retaliate. The wounded wound and keep wounding. That kind of vindictive egotism does not relent even toward people with whom there's a long-standing bond, a close, intimate liaison, a backlog of favors given to it, or even a blood relationship. Once we cross or betray the entrenched egotist, we are done for, no matter how long-standing or deep the bond. Ego severs all bonds when it's caught in its frenzy of vengeance for being affronted. We who have offended an egotist find that we've built up no credit, can expect no reprieve, no matter how much we loved, cared for, or did favors for the egotistical person. Once the ego is triggered and galvanized, it is possessed by revenge, resentment, grudge. the anger becomes violence. If the husband in our story stands before a judge someday, he may be remanded to anger management classes. In reality, he needs indignant ego management. That ego is the originator of domestic violence. Many of us can easily tell when an ego has been aroused in others. We might feel intimidated by a sudden rage coming at us. We might be turned off by what seems like a pathetic attempt at looking important. We might smile or roll our eyes at the obviousness of attention grabbing. We can refuse to act on intimidation and take a stand in a way that invites dialogue, that is, connection, whenever possible. Arrogant or attention-getting behavior that before looked pathetic to us can begin to come across as pitiable. We do not roll our eyes, but see with Buddha's eyes, the ones that behold the pathos of human postures and longings, in order to hold them with compassion. Hitting the ego level in a person we're trying to communicate with at home or work can be like digging in the earth and suddenly having our shovel strike rock. We can't pierce through it, only dig around it. Thus, we can't try to reason with someone once ego has arrived on the scene. We may not even be able to point out an alternative to her view or explain what we meant. In trying to work out a conflict, once ego enters the fray, our chances for resolution are seriously jeopardized. Our safest practice is to let egotistical people save face as long as that does not cause more damage. We do not want to be struck by ego like lightning. We want to conduct ego like a lightning rod. Everything humans do, no matter how ego-driven, is a bid for love. A grandiose, entitled ego says, "I don't need anyone, and everyone has to fulfill my needs." Our response can be one of love nonetheless. When we come from a compassionate stance, we realize the pain an egotist feels in maintaining her inflation. Our letting go of reacting to ego with ego is not just a technique, but a move into a new state of being. It is contact with unitive consciousness, the realm of our being that is beyond ego. This is how compassionate responses toward egotism in others help us become more aware of our true purpose in life, loving kindness toward all beings. When the grandiose ego comes at us, we do not disintegrate. We notice it, not arguing with it, but simply getting out of the way. We won't be so afraid of ego once we see it as a disability. We will have compassion for it, and our healthy self-esteem will not permit us to be victimized by it. In a close relationship, life can become an experience of constantly walking on eggshells when an egotist is so highly sensitive that explosions keep happening. Then we should ask what we're up to by staying there. I have to plan how to present this so her ego does not erupt. It will not be an acceptable style for an adult who wants safe and secure bonding. Walking on eggshells is fear and fear increasing. We are less likely to protect ourselves from the lashes of ego when we are needy. We become willing to pay any price, such as humiliation or loss of freedom, for the sake of maintaining a bond. Our boundaries and self-respect diminish. We put up with an egotistical style because the egotist is providing something important to us. This may be a sense of belonging, or one or more of the 5 A's our parents did not give to us. When we're willing to swallow any pill to keep the egotist in our life, this shows We don't believe we deserve love. We just feel lucky to get it from someone who doesn't realize we are deserving. The following are dares that can arouse a defensive ego. How dare you question, disagree with me, or doubt my judgment? How dare you tell me I am wrong? How dare you make it seem that I need your help? How dare you show me a better way? How dare you make me feel left out, not noticed, not entitled to the 5 A's? How dare you choose someone else over me? How dare you not acknowledge my importance? How dare you catch me doing wrong? How dare you show me up, especially in front of others? How dare you have more than me, be more successful, have more going for you? How dare you make me feel what I have tried so hard to hide? How dare you make me feel? Our best response to an egotist is not flight, fight, or freeze. It is assertive self-advocacy, maintenance of safety, all mixed with loving kindness. In the case of abuse, we feel the loving kindness, but absent ourselves from the relationship. We thereby send the message, when you act like that, people, I, won't want to be with you. Perhaps an ego-soaked person might thereby someday get the message. Finally, ego arousal is subjective. The guy being roasted or ribbed by his buddies might not react with an indignant ego. But if a stranger says something in any way insulting, a strong ego reaction follows. So it's often not the words, but who speaks them, or the context that matters. Here's a personal example of the subjective nature of ego. I arrived at our neighborhood cafe earlier than my friend. I placed my jacket on a chair at an empty table. My friend arrived and we went to the counter to order. When I returned to the table, another guy was sitting at it and my jacket was at the table next to it. I presumed he had moved it and taken my table. I felt ego indignation rising and was ready to speak up sharply when my friend arrived, saying, "I saw your jacket and moved us to this table to avoid the sun." Instantly, my adrenaline receded, and I was free of my reactivity. I told him the story and knew I needed to tell it here in the book. An egoic reaction is instantaneous and compelled by circumstance. It takes long practice to gain a little pause between circumstance and reaction. It is that pause that makes us free. The central freedom is freedom from the compulsions of ego. Drama and reactions. Some relationships have little authentic energy left in them. The intimacy is gone, as is the liveliness of delight in one another's company. In a relationship like that, we might try to make it look like the relationship is still alive by causing drama, upsetting the balance of safety and security with events designed to cause strong reactions. We sometimes play a relay game. One partner continually upsets the other, for example, by always being late. The other's ego becomes incensed and complains because of feeling disrespected. The latecomer makes excuses. Sparks fly between them. The relay of misbehavior by one partner and frustration in the other stirs up adrenaline and gives the false impression that the relationship is really hot, truly viable. Both are then protected from ever seeing the shambles that the relationship is. The drama in relationship is also a way some partners avoid the serenity and stability in which relating can flourish. This is chaos we create to make sure we are safe from intimacy. We can identify 3 energy levels in relationships, exemplified by the 3 sets of characteristics that follow. The first is deficient energy, or not enough. The second, healthy energy, just right. And the third, excessive energy, too much. Deficient, indifference. Healthy, serene, contented. Excessive, drama, uproar. Deficient, roommate style. Healthy, collaborative style. Excessive, opponent style. Deficient, despair about change. Healthy, open to change. Excessive, fear of change. Deficient, depressed. Healthy, balanced. Excessive, manic. Deficient, passive. Healthy, assertive and simultaneously negotiable. Excessive, aggressive, self-centered, have to be right. Deficient, detached. Healthy, relational. Excessive, attached. The deficient energy style is the style of the deflated ego. Healthy energy is the style of the appropriate ego. And excessive energy is often the style of the inflated ego. As we move our focus from the drama to the space around it, we become more drawn to the space. In comes wisdom and serenity, the gifts of equanimity. Certain people can easily arouse a dramatic ego reaction in us. However, there are 2 other factors that may be at work. Sometimes what arouses us is a resemblance of the person with the hidden part of ourselves, what Jung calls our shadow side. In other words, we are seeing ourselves in him. I see in you the part of me I don't like and that I hide, especially from myself. It can also be that the person who is upsetting us has the traits that remind us of our parents and our childhood. Thus, strong reactions in ourselves can originate in our shadow or our past, not only in our ego indignation. We may want to ask ourselves questions like these to know which of the 3 elements is at work. Shadow. How is he like me? How did I project onto him the traits that are really in myself? How can I see my own positive untapped potential in what I so admired in him? How can I find out about my negative traits by what I so despised in him? How did he show me what I need to work on in myself? Your answers to these questions can lead you to explore your own projections onto others, to admit you have a hidden shadow side behind your socially acceptable persona. Ego. How was he the cunning trickster who gave my ego the comeuppance it needed? How did he show me my illusions and help me dispel them? How did he gain control of me, and what can I learn from my reactions to him? How did he help me see the true status of my self-esteem? How did he show me what it would take for me to build a healthy ego? For most of us, ego comes first as the usual suspect when we're upset by others' behavior toward us. Your responses take you to the practices in this audiobook. Early life issues. How was he like one or both of my parents? Which one did he sound like? What did I feel that was familiar from, or what I felt in childhood? What childhood issues did he resurrect? How did he show me what I missed out on in childhood? How did he show me the needs that were or were not fulfilled? How did he remind me about the trust element in my childhood relationships? How did he show me what trust is about now? How can I show compassion by making allowances for the past that shaped him? Your replies to these questions may lead you to grieve and let go of the unfinished business in your past. My audiobook, When the Past is Present, published by Audible, may be of help. Practice. Openness to communication. The inflated ego is a blinder and a binder. Most of us don't see our ego at all. We imagine we are indeed always right, indeed superior without commensurate accomplishments, indeed always entitled to special treatment. To let go of those illusions and see our ego in all its tattered vainglory means that we will welcome others' feedback about our ego-defending reactions. We will want anyone at all to catch our egotism red-handed and point it out, however subtle its machinations. This may take asking friends to be our let-go of ego sponsors. Finding such sponsors might not be super easy. To do this is an act of humility. We are saying yes to the given of our skill at self-deception, yes to the given of our limits in helping ourselves grow, yes to the given of our limits on helping ourselves love, yes to our need for assistance from sources visible and invisible. The reaction of an egotist to feedback may be defense, attack, or shut down, the very same as our reactions to fear, flight, fight, or freeze. A major challenge in letting go of ego is letting go of the fear of feedback. We seek instead to learn from criticism and are delighted to do so. Now, everything and everyone is a welcome teacher. We are freeing ourselves from ego so we can be free to show the love inside us. How awesome that simultaneously this transition also shrinks our inflated ego so it can be more lovable. If receiving feedback is difficult for you, meditate on the following quotations. Then write a personal response in your journal showing how you are or are not meeting the challenges that each quotation presents. The ancients were always so glad to hear of their mistakes. Zen Master Wu Zhu. Even when you are clearly correct and others are mistaken, it is harmful to argue and defeat them. On the other hand, if you admit fault when you are right, you are a coward. It is best to step back, neither trying to correct others nor conceding to mistaken views. If you don't react competitively and let go of the conflict, others will also let go of it without harboring ill will. Eihei Dogen Zenji. A scoffer who is rebuked will only hate you. The wise, when rebuked, will love you. Proverbs chapter 9, verse 8. Happy they are who hear their distractions and can put them to mending. Shakespeare, Much Ado About Nothing. Practice. Affirmations for healthier relationships. Here are affirmations that can help reduce the arrogant ego mindset to a size that makes personal serenity and wholesome relating possible. More and more my attitudes, actions, and reactions are becoming kinder. I am choosing gentle love in all my responses to others. As I let go of ego, I can feel myself opening to a new way of loving, less me, more we. I notice and let go of the fears that drive my ego reactions. Rather than become defensive, I invite feedback that helps me see my ego reactions. I cease being defensive or aggressive. I let go of control and allow others to be who they are. I open to what happens rather than try so hard to make things come out my way. I receive appreciation with gratitude. I let go of insisting on it. I apologize when necessary and offer to make amends. I let go of having to be right, to win, to be on top. I forgive those who offend me. I let go of the need to get back at or get even with those who have hurt me. I let go of any form of hate. Love is all I am and do. All that I am and do is for the good of myself and others. I am always looking for ways to be a true friend to everyone. I remain aware of the spiritual presence in me and near me. I rely on powers beyond my ego. I trust the power of grace. I admit that I need this list. Notice that these affirmations lead us to a new set of values. Now it has become more important to us to have integrity than to save face, to let go of ego than to be in control. Each affirmation reverses what the ego clings to in favor of a lively and more loving alternative. That is the journey to wholeness at its best. Cultivate an all-embracing mind of love for all throughout the universe, in all its height, depth, and breadth. Love that is untroubled and beyond hatred or enmity. From the Metta Sutra, translated by Acharya Buddharakkhita, in Metta, the Philosophy and Practice of Universal Love. Chapter 6. Taming and Befriending Our Ego. Let's dedicate ourselves to what the Greeks said so many years ago, to tame the savageness of man and make gentle the life of this world. Robert Kennedy, speech following the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr., April 4th, 1968. Taming ego, that is, letting go of egotism, takes more than just a change in attitude. It takes a spiritual awakening, akin to a religious conversion, as we often see happen in a 12-step program. Yet, I found this surprising statement in the driver's manual from the Department of Motor Vehicles. If a driver is coming toward you at night with his high beams on, you can signal him to lower them by flashing yours twice. If he does not respond, do not keep your high beams on in order to get back at him. When I read this, I chuckled to think that there was a way we could indeed let go of ego retaliation without any spiritual conversion at all. How do we advance on the ego's stronghold of self-centeredness, self-importantness, and entitlement? To tame an animal is not to subdue or break his spirit. It is to work with his energy so that his power can be displayed in appropriate and cooperative ways. It's not a matter of killing the wolf, but of turning him into an ally. To tame our own ego requires that we curb its grandiosity. The ego is like March, meant to come in like a lion and go out like a lamb. We defuse our ego energy so it can be transformed into self-esteem, the true purpose of having an ego. The threshold into letting go of an ego focus is noticing its patterns and maneuverings, so often unconscious. We do this as witnesses, not judges. Then, we become aware of the sad waste of energy that ego is expending. We feel compassion for our scared yet pompous ego. This is how we become ready to work on dismantling and upgrading our ego. We neutralize our unhealthy egotism in order to develop and cultivate a healthy, non-egotistical ego. Over the centuries, humans have developed an ego-centeredness that does not match the evolved needs of our world. Our modern, oversized, individualistic ego blocks love, caring connection, interpersonal harmony. We might say that we have an ego that's incompatible with the shape of our world. Our work on an interconnected planet is to unlink ourselves from every belief and habit that is self-serving or self-important. A style of interdependence is now necessary if we are to survive. Gaining power can't be all that we're about anymore. This doesn't mean that we give up maintaining boundaries, only that we soften them in the interests of sharing power. We tame ego when we are strong and interdependent simultaneously. We then gain access to a new psycho-spiritual DNA, one with truly universal features and planet survival skills. We were taught in psychology that separating and individuating is what it takes to develop. That is not enough anymore. We indeed want to grow into our unique selves, the only selves that can serve humanity, but the model of the individual heroic journey now has to be complemented by the model of committed service to a communal Earth journey. Our challenge now is a deconstruction of the ego we have become. This is how we can regain our full capacity to co-create an evolutionary future for our planet. This big deal struggle, this big deal self, this big deal other could all be lightened up considerably. To let go of our self-importance is how the warrior learns to love. Pema Chodron, The Places That Scare You. Neither seek nor avoid. Ego is the seat of craving and clinging. We keep filling ourselves with what we think will satisfy us, but it does not deliver as promised, so we keep looking for more. Our life is then a pursuit, not a journey. Our body is continually alerting us to what is desirable or repellent. We are continually moving toward one or away from the other. This erroneous style can be traced back to early life. A toddler soon learns that some food tastes good, that is, sweet, and other foods do not. He doesn't grasp the concept that foods from all the food groups are necessary for good health. Instead, he comes to believe it is the tastiness that matters. He therefore begins to have preferences. He picks and chooses, rather than eats the healthy foods his parents offer. He reaches for the sweets and pushes away the spinach. Thus begins a lifelong mistake about how we need to grow. We will keep grabbing what gives satisfaction and running from what might truly help us. This can apply to all our life choices, and to all that life pitches to us, curved or direct. Our continual relaying between seeking and avoidance reflects our unique preferences, so they give us a sense of a unique self. In fact, our sense of self may be just that. Psychological health means relating to what happens, rather than being possessed by grasping and fleeing. The sense of self that then results is our true nature, spacious, open, empty of fits and starts. Buddhism teaches that attachment and aversion are the cause of suffering. They make us vigorously crave or avoid what turns out to be impermanent anyway. So when life brings pain or pleasure our way, we can only accept the pleasure. We lose our power to say yes to what we cannot change. We battle against what is, rather than learn from it, grow from it, evolve because of it. Spirituality is meant to help us find a wise and loving way of living. We think this may entail being cautious and kind. However, in most spiritual traditions, practices are suggested that are counterintuitive. We are surprised to find that the usual ways of reaching a goal are useless. Instead, we are offered a path of contradiction. For instance, Shunryu Suzuki, in Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, speaks of the danger of the gaining idea in working for the ideal practice of meditation. If you are trying to attain enlightenment, you are wasting your time. He recommends letting go of trying to gain or achieve ideals, forms of grasping and clinging. This advice is the opposite of our Western style of setting goals and working toward the ideal accomplishment of them. Suzuki proposes just sitting as the way that works best. Then we will feel the craving, but don't have to cling to it. Instead, we sit in mindfulness, without focus, without landing on any object of our thought or desire. We let go of expectation of fulfillment. Instead, we simply and fully feel the experience of craving or expecting, but without the reaching out for a fulfillment of it in any object. The paradox is that unfulfilled craving can move us from ego to our true nature. Letting go of an object-oriented desire frees us to find the enlightenment always and already within us. The work of letting go of ego-centeredness is thus not one of making an effort, but rather of contacting the depths of who we are beyond ego. The self-help style doesn't go far enough. A from-to style seems built into the structure of that approach. For example, we want to move from fear to courage, from impatience to patience, from painful attachment to serene detachment. These are all polarities, examples of either-or thinking. When ego gets its comeuppance. Within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king, keeps death his court, and there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene, to monarchize, be feared and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit. As if this flesh, which walls about our life, were brass impregnable, and humored thus, comes at the last, and with a little pin, bores through his castle wall, and farewell, king. Shakespeare, Richard II. In this speech, the ego's power, symbolized by a crown, is actually hollow, of no real substance, empty. In that power sits no less a foe than death. This is the antic, the trickster who allows us to be the big shot we think we are, but only for a while. All it takes is a little pin, a minor incident, or a hit from someone we imagined had less power than we, to destroy our carefully constructed citadel. Some event comes along, some action, especially from a person we think is below us, and down come the walls we thought would last a lifetime. It is the ancient archetype of little overpowering big that we see in nature as water wears down rock. We also enjoy it in stories and history: David and Goliath, St. George and the Dragon, Perseus and Medusa, Judith and Holofernes, Jack and the Giant, Frodo and the Dark Lord, Tom and Jerry, the American colonists and the British Empire. In each instance, the greater, the stronger, is shocked to receive an unexpected comeuppance from the smaller, what seemed far below them. We saw the same kind of downfall that Shakespeare describes in the demise of the Wicked Witch of the West in the film The Wizard of Oz. When the big evil witch was dying because little Dorothy threw water on her, she laments, "Oh, I'm melting, melting. Oh, what a world, what a world. Who would have thought that a little girl like you could destroy all my beautiful power?" Even in its last gasp, the proud ego still claims that its tyranny is beautiful. If only she could have welcomed the melting and trusted it to lead her to the emergence of the true egoless self, the quality inside all of us that is love, loving, and loved. This is how tigers of fierceness turn into butter. We've been discussing ways we can let go of our ego-centeredness. Now we look at how the letting go might be forced on us by a crisis, as in the stories above of the king and of the witch. Crises can reduce ego and open new options. They are thus journey-oriented. In a crisis, ego gets a comeuppance, what can be a quick path to ego dismantling. A comeuppance is a wake-up call, a reality check, a Zen blow. We thought we were in full control, and suddenly we lost our job or our fortune. We thought we had full control of our partner, and suddenly we find that she's been involved with someone else and is leaving us for him. These are crises for our illusion-stuffed ego. But, wonderfully, they can be just what we need to let go of our entitlements and grandiosity, the central illusions. Comeuppance confronts us with the utter inadequacy of ego to get us out of trouble. Our scheming and cunning no longer get us anywhere. We thus learn from a crisis about the flimsy nature of ego control. We realize we're not all we were cracked up to be, that our story about our grandeur is more fantasy than reality. We can face our losses and grieve them. We turn for help to a spiritual practice and perhaps therapy. The hard knocks turn out to be our higher self at the door of a new way of living, one better aligned to reality, more humble about our limitations, no longer needing to be so rigidly caught in entitlement, more apt to relax and enjoy life. We have learned to say yes to what happens, just the word the ego found so hard to pronounce. Now we are ready to live in a new way. The fears that dogged us for so long fade in the brilliant light of freedom from the compulsions that fed them. The alternative to a crisis of ego is not fight, flight, or freeze, but a yes to what is moving toward us. It is fear that fuels fight, flight, freeze. Instead, in a comeuppance, we engage with our loss through grief and self-compassion. This is how we let go of control and find equanimity. Attachment builds ego because it is based on the illusion of permanence in a job or relationship, for example. Engagement reduces ego because it originates in an acceptance of the fact that change can happen at any time. However, the egotist who has been given a comeuppance, now isolated in the desert of ego, may not head for the oasis of letting go. Instead, he may become more entrenched in the sands of entitlement. Entrenchment and control are not the energies of a journey. Likewise, when the ego gets a comeuppance in a relationship, it may seek to retaliate rather than read the handwriting on the wall and learn from it. How dare my partner leave me? I'll get her for this. Once the partner he thought was under his control no longer is, the rejected ego realizes, my feelings don't matter to her. My control over her is gone. She looks disengaged from me when I see her now. She has moved on and she doesn't care if I'm suffering or if I wind up alone. I have no influence on her anymore. This can lead to an intense desire for revenge and an increasing level of rancor. Instead of accepting its fate and learning from it, our ego inflates more than ever. We do not become converted to a more realistic way of life. We want only to get even, an impulse that spells no to personal growth. We are still caught in ego, now scorned, so even more mean and hostile. We wonder how much love there really was in the egotist's heart for us when we see his or her extreme, often heartless, reactions to any form of betrayal by us. We realize that we build no credit with an egotist. When we cross him or her, the reaction toward us wins no reduction of aggression based on our present bond or past kindnesses toward him or her. The healthy alternative for the egotist to betrayal is genuine grief and sincere attempts to work things out with us. Then, our infidelity serves as a wake-up call about how little control he or she had over us. This is the comeuppance that can help reduce an ego to human and humane size. And of course, we do have amends to make too. A big ego is a staunch, conscientious objector. It takes a firm stand against any form of nonviolence that might get in the way of its right to aggression and payback. We can find the sane and wholesome alternative to a vengeful reaction. This is a commitment to nonviolence. In Stride Toward Freedom, Martin Luther King Jr. outlined 6 principles of nonviolence in the face of social injustice. They apply exactly to letting go of ego when faced with a comeuppance. 1. We choose the nonviolent path from a position of strength and courage, not cowardice. It is a practice we engage in, putting all we are and have on the line for the sake of a world of justice, peace, and love. The opposite of ego's focus on self-protection with disregard for the well-being of others. 2. We do not seek to defeat or humiliate, but to win friendship and understanding, the creation of the beloved community. Work on letting go of our ego is not only for ourselves, but for the good of all of us, the opposite of ego's selfishness. 3. We are out to defeat injustice, including the injustice we ourselves have caused. With humility, we can admit the harm in our egotistical actions and look for ways to make amends so that loving kindness and fairness can result, the opposite of ego's entitlement. 4. We are willing to accept suffering without retaliation, the opposite of ego's favorite strategy. 5. We choose neither external violence nor internal violence of spirit. We refuse to hate. At the center of nonviolence stands the principle of love, the antidote to ego fear. 6. We hold the conviction that the universe is on the side of justice. We have deep faith in the future. We know that we are not alone, but have cosmic companionship, the opposite of reliance on ego effort and its denial of the power of grace, the greatest help we can be given. Nonviolence means causing no harm or injury. Instead, we look for ways to make peace in ourselves and in our relationships. A violent ego makes us forget our identity, our humanity, and our divinity. The 6 principles described by King reconnect us to those powers. This is not new. There have always been heroes who showed us an alternative to violence. We recall the words of Justin Martyr in the 2nd century. We who hated and killed one another and would not share our lives with certain people because of their ethnic differences from us, now live intimately with them. First Apologia 14. In India, a commitment to non-violence, ahimsa, was a prerequisite for those who wanted to practice yoga. The word yoga means yoke. In yogic practice, we are yoking our confused mind to the clarity of enlightenment. Thus, yoga is a discipline to outwit the ego, to step out of it, to be rescued from its talons. No one's ego is spared its comeuppance. Somewhere, somehow, it happens to all of us. A spiritually conscious way to handle it is by the virtue of humility. To be a votary of the almighty me is to be continually defending oneself against down-to-earth givens. We convince ourselves then that humility will mean becoming a doormat, even though it doesn't have to mean that. We equate humility with humiliation, even though we know it isn't that at all. We rationalize to protect our ego, but we're only protecting our fear of one bedrock reality. We are human, like everybody else, and now is the right time to acknowledge it. Becoming comfortable with reality, the humility that is free of the illusion on which ego thrives, is a key to happiness. This is because reality is nourishing while illusion depletes us. The Dalai Lama, in The Way to Freedom, wrote, "As pride and conceit diminish, the influence of the delusions slowly decreases. Gradually, we realize that we are getting more out of being unpretentious than we ever got out of being on top, being in control, never having to admit we were wrong about anything, having to win." It is interesting, in the light of that last phrase, that the word in Tibetan for the egotistical style is nya gal, which literally translates as I, the winner. Humility is a commitment and loyalty to the truth about ourselves. That recognition is how we enter the paradox of our true greatness in smallness. It's not in superiority, but in equality. Not in self-centeredness, but in generosity. Not in control, but in letting go. Yes, I want my vanity stripped off and then tossed into the bonfire already stacked with fear, ignorance, and all my sad and desperate claims to supremacy. Ego is to be crucified and resurrected. Joseph Campbell, the hero with 1,000 faces. Practice. Shortcuts to letting go of ego. Follow the golden rule. Act toward others as you would want them to act toward you. Keep the needs of others in mind, especially in little ways, an antidote to selfishness. Find ways to maintain healthy self-esteem without showing off. It's okay to be a big shot, just don't act that way. Let go of ranking, especially of seeing yourself as above others. Acknowledge not knowing something or that you need support or help. Take feedback as useful information, not as criticism, even when it's meant that way. Welcome disagreement, because it leads to dialogue. Apologize when you know you've harmed or offended anyone. Make amends if necessary. Let go of attempts to control, dominate, or manipulate others. Give people leeway and make allowances for their errors rather than pointing out or picking up on every little thing they do that irks you. Cooperate rather than compete. Collaborate rather than have to show that you know best. In a group, give up having to take center stage. Trade in your own ego investment for the good of all concerned or for the accomplishment of the group goal. Work conflicts out with people, when they're ready and willing to do so, rather than be resentful, put on a pout, snub people, or use the silent treatment, all forms of vindictiveness. Remain on high alert for the entry of ego into an interaction. The moment when you take what happened personally, become indignant, or interpret someone's word or action as a slight to your dignity. When someone's ego is aroused toward you, do not compete, but see the pain in his or her ego reaction and treat it with loving kindness. Don't hold a grudge against those who wrong you, even when they won't admit it, and stop telling the story of how they offended you. Look for ways to reconcile rather than retaliate. Do good to those who hate you. Pray for or wish enlightenment for those who have disappointed, betrayed, failed, or mistreated you. See losing face and all these suggestions as welcome opportunities for growth in humility, however daunting. Many of the previous listings reverse what is expected of strong people, especially in the business world. In fact, letting go of ego is precisely about reversals. We're choosing a lifestyle that runs contrary to the look out for number one rule. In the epilogue, we will explore the idea of reversals more in detail. This list can also be useful for couples. An intimate relationship requires a commitment from both partners to follow the previous 17 points. They can serve as a checklist about the state of the union. They can also become practices. The Bible mentions the importance of pruning a vine so that it will become even more fruitful. John chapter 15, verse 2. We prune our ego for the same reason. We want it to work for us and for our relationships, rather than choke us and them. The previous list gives examples of what we can prune: self-centeredness, a sense of superiority, entitlement, controlling behavior, vindictiveness, insistence on being right, believing we are above others, having to be the center of attention. Here's an example of pruning. A hate letter comes directly from the pen of vengeful egotism. In our indignation about how someone has wounded or betrayed us, we write and send a nasty letter. Some, or all of our word choices, come from our desire to hurt or disparage the other. An important practice in letting go of egotism is to read and reread any angry letter in order to edit out, prune, all evidence of ego, blame, put-downs, threats, accusation, recrimination, self-justification, or mean, hurtful comments. We write only of our feelings and grief, without crossing into the briar patch of hate or revenge. Indeed, the desire for retribution keeps us stuck in the thorns of ego. The desire for reconciliation and restoration grow from the garden of our true nature, where loving again is always possible. In all of this, How do we hold our own egotistical reactions with compassion while simultaneously making some necessary alterations in our attitudes and behavior? Here are some commitments that can help that happen. We admit it when our ego rears its head, and we welcome feedback from others about our ego reactions. We call ourselves on our ego poses and postures with a good-natured humor that finds something touching and amusing in them. Then, we're less likely to keep using them. We use our ego energy as a handy tool when appropriate, but without arrogance. We are thankful for the grace that helped us let go of ego-centeredness, even if it took the form of a hard-hitting comeuppance. We practice loving kindness toward all beings. All it takes is letting our ego step out of its fears, if even for a moment. We then open to letting go of our ego-centeredness in favor of establishing a caring connection, the goal of an ego that is folded in order to open. The time has come to release our grip on what has only worked to keep us afraid while slyly preserving our illusory sense that we are all that matters. Are we ready? Heaven doth with us as we with torches do, not light them for themselves. Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. Positive uses of ego. Sometimes the egotistical style offers benefits, as we've heard in earlier chapters. An ego-centered person is often quite high-functioning. She might be experiencing some secretion of cortisol, but just enough to boost performance. We see an example of this in mild nervousness about being on stage. That anxiety about wanting a positive reception from our audience increases our effort, and thereby the success of our presentation. When love and being loved are our main goals in life, we seek with all our might to notice and eradicate the egotistical style from our relationships. Yet we keep the boldness element of ego on hand for situations in which strong assertiveness is required. It should never be used as an assault weapon, but it doesn't mean it can't be used forcefully when needed. For instance, a man might project a strong ego as he protects others in his charge, proclaiming, "Not on my watch." That has an egotistical flavor, but it is in the service of support and the maintaining of others' safety, and thus it is appropriate. An inflated ego is useful in the face of danger or threat, since it can't be intimidated. We want to use this plucky ego in our dealings with an aggressive and often unjust world when circumstances permit or require us to step up to the plate courageously. A chest-thumping ego style does indeed have a place in situations such as the following. Competitive sports, when the purpose is to improve our game, but not with the use of any form of violence. Taking necessary control as a boss or leader for the good of the group. Heroic actions necessary in a crisis. Standing up for someone, especially a child or a victim who cannot easily defend himself. Daredevil activities. Ventures that others have said can't be done. Winning at something against all odds. Making our mark in the world. Showing our best assets or talents, especially when others doubt them. Increasing self-confidence. The mindset of an arrogant ego remains in us. We can make use of the boldness aspects of it without a supercilious manner. This resonates with the statement of Simon Winchester in his book, The Professor and the Madman, about the making of the Oxford English Dictionary. When conceived, It was a project of almost unimaginable boldness and foolhardiness, requiring great bravura, risking great hubris. An unshrinking ego is indeed necessary in a crisis or in tackling a formidable task. For instance, we trot out our big ego when a teacher is picking on our son in school, and we fiercely defend our child. This is a fair warning. I won't permit this without taking action against you. But we don't use aggressive ego speak. We don't say, "How can you be such a jerk as to pick on a child?" A strong display of ego, as in the descriptions you just heard, is always to be used as a theatrical way of making a point emphatically. However, it does not have to include the big ego styles, swagger, boasting, bravado, intimidation, puffing up, pretensions, condescension. The healthy person, instead, uses the self-brandishing ego mindset while still being respectful of others. Likewise, he never forgets that any form of ego display is showmanship. It's not a full expression of the person, just a temporary costume, consciously and temporarily donned for a specific purpose. He knows it is a role he plays to get a job done. As soon as the dust settles, he's back to his Clark Kent self, mild-mannered but still strong. Shakespeare, in Henry V, shows the legitimacy of aggressive ego action at the right moment. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. The warrior archetype of courage with gracefulness is a metaphor for how much training and perseverance this will take. We notice the different styles of the warrior ego in two successful generals from the Second World War, Dwight Eisenhower and Douglas MacArthur. Eisenhower showed his strength with cooperative humility. MacArthur showed his strength through an individualistic self-confidence that came across as arrogance. Yet, we appreciate that both made sterling and inimitable contributions to our history. An egotistical bravado is meant to be a lesser-used tool in our toolbox, not like the often-needed hammer or screwdriver. It's more like a soldering torch. It's not in use daily or weekly, but only on the rare occasions when it's needed. It's kept for a lifetime, but kept at the bottom of the toolbox. A soldering torch is also a useful metaphor for ego itself, since it is a tool with power to do both good and harm. To make the best use of our soldering torch, we have to learn how to handle it, know when it's the right tool for the job, understand how not to be harmed by it or harm others with it, and be ready to store it when not in use. Likewise, we have to have instant access to our big ego for the occasions that do call for it. Like the soldering torch, an ego mindset is meant to be a tool, never a weapon, with which to burn oneself or others. We control the strike that will ignite it as well as the torch itself. We have to be absolutely in control of when, why, and where we fire it up. That is just what a mature, functional adult gradually learns with respect to when and how to express ego reactions. To carry our analogy further, we notice that a cheaply made soldering torch has only an on-off switch, so when on is pressed, the flame shoots out with full force. A well-made torch has a dial, so the user can modulate the flame. Likewise, an untrained ego is like the cheaper torch that explodes with equal vigor at any provocation. A minor slight evokes the same tantrums that might arise from a major insult. A healthy ego is more like the carefully constructed torch. It has the capacity to adjust and regulate its reactions in accord with the seriousness of the stimulus. We also notice that we use the soldering torch less as we get older. We keep the fixtures in our home in good working order. We replace what's broken rather than continually going back to fix it. In the same respect, as we age and become wiser, we choose a life of tranquility. We learn to avoid circumstances that might require ignition of our oversized ego. We want serenity, but never throw the soldering torch away. Making the best of the dark side. The vanquishing of the devil will not be his non-existence, but his ceasing to be an enemy. Oregon, De Principis. The shadow is a Jungian concept referring to the part of us that is disavowed and hidden because it seems too dangerous or embarrassing to show others directly. Our shadow, both positive and negative, comes out as projection. We despise in others the very traits we are too ashamed to admit are in us too. We admire in others the wonderful qualities we don't dare admit we have. Our work is to take back our projections and then avow our traits in ways that bring out their positive possibilities. There is a Tibetan Buddhist practice called Chod. It consists of offering ourselves to the demons that plague us as a way of transforming them. This is a metaphor for engaging the possibility of befriending rather than opposing our shadow side in order to release the usefulness in it. Egotism is the negative shadow side of ego. The traits of a haughty ego are negations of an appropriately humble self. The compulsions of a controlling ego are negations of an efficient self that respects the freedom of others. The shadow side of ourselves is unconscious to us. Our egotism then obscures our vision of the damage we do to others and to our own chances for love and connection. Ego, like old Westerns, divides everyone into categories: good guys and bad guys. Its style thrives on division, the bias that other people are evil and we are good. In the larger archetypal world, the ego splits off its own tendencies toward evil by adding a D to it and calling it the devil. To project evil onto Satan is a way of saying evil is transcendent, more than can be accounted for by human choices. That makes sense as a collective archetype, but the devil made me do it can also be a way of avoiding responsibility for our choices. Actually, all of us have the capacity for evil. Some of us activate it. A few are unalterably possessed by it. Many take a stand against it. As we grow in maturity, we realize that we all contain both good and evil inclinations. But in spiritual consciousness, we realize that goodness represents more of who we humans are than evil does. How can we know that goodness is our true nature rather than evil? Here are two explanations that can help us. First, we are not discrete beings, but all interconnected. In fact, our survival depends on our commitment to connectedness. Goodness is thus traceable to the survival needs of the planet. Evil cannot give an accurate or full picture of who we are. We are geared for survival. Evil leads to destruction. It follows, then, that goodness is primary and final in us, though evil remains a potential in us always. Second, evil inclinations are caused by and conditioned by fear, a negative motivation, whereas goodness comes from love, a positive reality. For instance, People who hail from an affirming childhood are much more likely to show goodness, while people who were abused are more likely to hurt others and make malevolent choices. We can awaken to our projections. When we do so, we can see reality as it is, rather than as we configure, expect, or desire it to be. The goal of an evolved consciousness is to take its projections back. Milton's God, in Book 10 of Paradise Lost, does just this when he names the devils my hellhounds. Prospero, in Shakespeare's Tempest, says of the diabolical Caliban, "This thing of darkness I acknowledge mine." Prospero is not dualistically dividing himself from Caliban. He is withdrawing projections, a path to wholeness. All of us contain both dark and light. This is how we are whole, and this is why projections miss the point. To take back projections is an encouraging sign. Our hidden side is full of lively energy. To befriend our shadow is to bring it into consciousness and find the good in it. This is hard for a narcissistic ego to do because it entails acknowledging personal projections rather than blaming others for what is in ourselves. We will have to take responsibility for the truth about ourselves. Finding the value in our dark side is a challenge indeed. Yet as we lighten our leaden ego, we release gold from it, our true nature. We might say that an arrogant ego comes in an ugly wrapper, but the gift inside is precious. We work toward maintaining what is positive in our personality and transforming what is dysfunctional. For instance, our ego, asserting its power over others, can turn into using our power for the welfare of others. Our sense that we are better than others can become a sense of a calling to do more for others. In both instances, we are releasing a positive energy from a negative one, the essence of befriending the shadow. Practice. Making friends with our shadow. How can a trait of egotism be worked with so that it can become ready to enter the service of our true nature with its orientation toward justice, peace, and love? We notice, consult, and then welcome. First, we notice our inflated ego mindset. Second, we consult our true nature that works with ego to tame it. Finally, we welcome the new ego mindset that results from the taming. We've been noticing that our inflated ego operates as a reflex. It is compulsive. Our true nature is patient and reasonable. The new, wholesome mindset immediately rings true. Here is what the notice, consult, welcome style looks like, using the example of the my way style of the egotist. Notice the transformation that is possible for us. My way is the only right way. I'm demanding, controlling, and manipulative in relationships. I have to be acknowledged, honored, and considered first in all circumstances. I have to be given credit and praise, made a fuss over. I am the best. I notice this without judging. 2. I have a lot to offer, and I want to share my ideas and show they make sense. But other people need a voice too, so I will try being open to what others have to offer. I cannot expect others to glorify me if I am to achieve my real goal of growing in mutual respect. I am consulting an oracular wisdom in me beyond ego. 3. I am becoming cooperative and collaborative. not unilateral in my decision-making. I still see myself as important, but I no longer demand that others agree with my assessment. I welcome this new style with gratitude. We can abandon the polarizing idea of good versus bad so that we find a positive dimension in what is negative. Then negative is not wrong, but is like the minus sign in an algebraic equation. It simply advises us to balance the other side so the equation can work. We can explore how our qualities and possibilities can balance out through the following sets of attributes. The first represents the extreme version that becomes negative. The second represents the positive quality that might emerge from that. The third represents the negative quality of that extreme version, and the fourth represents the kernel of value that exists in the negative quality. So, from self-centeredness to self-nurturance, from selfishness to self-respect, from rigidness to groundedness, from instability to openness, from codependency to loving kindness, from aggression to assertiveness, from foolhardiness to courage, from fear-based thoughts and actions to caution, from excessive self-revealing to candidness, from mendacity to imaginativeness, from lack of boundaries to respect for others' freedom, from control to the ability to get things done or to lead, from toleration of abuse to patience, from entitlement to standing up for one's rights, from gullibility and naivete to trust, from paranoia to wise discernment of others' motives. Notice that the positive qualities are the kernels of value within the extreme versions of themselves. Likewise, the kernels of values are ways to balance the extreme versions of the positive qualities. Thus, we can trust that we are all full of equations, not polarities. Every quality of ego is fully transformable. All it takes is relating to each quality with compassion and gentleness. Then they reveal something new, like a shabby wallet that nonetheless contains a gold coin. What we hide from ourselves makes it dark. The darkness conceals, but can't eliminate the gold. Each quality is waiting, even longing, to have its essential value be released. Giving the 5 A's to our shadow side helps us navigate this wonderful option. Attention. We notice what we think, say, and do, and we pay close attention to our strong reactions. Strong admiration of or attachment to others leads us to look at our own untapped potential. Strong repulsion by or dislike of others leads us to look at our own unacceptable impulses. We look mindfully, that is, as witnesses, not as juries. A sound, in the first instant in which we hear it, is only sound. We instantly interpret it with a name, a reason, and so forth. This is how it loses its actuality, its unique reality in the moment. Acceptance. We accept our feelings, impulses, desires, and fears with compassion and without shame. I accept these inclinations as natural to me. I love myself as I am. I am not giving up on myself because of them. With this style of self-understanding, we undermine shame about who we are. Rather, Who we are at our worst becomes an opportunity for awakening. This is how our limitations and shortcomings begin to reveal their value to us. Now, all we have to do is refashion and redirect them so they become wholesome. For instance, as we accept that we are controlling in relationships, we can let go of that style, but keep the assertiveness and initiative in it. Now, we are strong in maintaining our boundaries, but not controlling toward others. Appreciation. We respect ourselves. We feel gratitude for our talents and our positive experiences. We also understand the times life has been hard for us. We look for ways to find the kernels of value in any of our experiences, no matter how difficult or unresolved they may be. To appreciate is to cherish. We can, for instance, cherish the hidden, scared part of us. Then it relaxes and lets go into wholesome excitement, the gold kernel in any fear. Appreciating rather than self-blaming helps this happen. Affection. We feel a caring connection to our shadow side. We don't see it as an enemy, but as a child within that is living in a nightmare. We hold that vulnerable part of ourselves and assure our frightened self that we offer adult protection, trustworthy and enduring. The unloved shadow becomes more secure when it feels included. Such security and inclusion automatically release the creative powers and gifts of our shadow side. Allowing. We allow ourselves to face our own darkness. We walk directly into the dense woods within us. Gradually, we make friends with the forest creatures and the overarching trees of gloom that terrified us all these years. We feel free now to walk through the valley of the shadow because our adult self is with us. Now the creatures that seemed so fierce are tamed. The trees that originally seemed ominous give us purchase to spiritual heights. Thus, all about us can be transmuted into the gold of big mind, who we are beyond ego, once we acknowledge and befriend it. Big mind means big heart, too. Shin is the Chinese word, and Chitta is the Tibetan word, meaning both mind and heart. What we might see as a combination of mindfulness and loving kindness. As we heard before, love, especially shown by the 5 A's, is the fast track to taming and gentling ego. We notice the direct connection between growing in love and letting go of ego in A Romance on Psalm 137, the poem we noted earlier by St. John of the Cross. Love is working in me so strongly that whether things proceed well or badly for me, love turns everything into a sweetness that is transforming my soul. Now, in the joyous flame of love, which I feel to be so alive within me, swiftly and with nothing spared, I, ego, am being completely dismantled. The conditioning is gradually shaken loose, and the ego exposed in its bankruptcy. This marks the entrance into the divine realm of essence, where grace and mercy begin descending into consciousness, dissolving more and more ego boundaries. Now, ego does not need to be slain. One does not have to wage war against ego, conquer or destroy it. Ego cannot but melt. It cannot but bow and surrender at beholding the magnificence and majesty of reality. A. H. Almaas, The Elixir of Enlightenment. Practice. New directions. We go to a website and then are instantly redirected to its updated version. We can use that same style in our work on ourselves. We can work with our automatic standby reflexes by redirecting them to a new version. This is a very simple technique, but it takes continual awareness to remind ourselves to practice it. As we continually redirect our self-talk and reflexes, we lay down new neural pathways that rewire our brain. We move from old reactions to new responses. Let's look at 5 examples of habit reaction that can turn into healthy practices. 1. Debate and win. 2. Pass judgment. 3. Be driven or stopped by fear. 4. Hold grudges and maintain resentment. And 5. Engage in retaliation. In each instance, we redirect our reaction so that the ego element is reduced. 1. From the need to win to cooperation. The egotistical style in a relationship is to debate and win. Instead, we can give the gift of being right to our partner. We can let go of having to be right in favor of what nurtures the bond. Winning becomes unnecessary and even immature as a goal in a relationship. We want to find ever more useful ways to collaborate in the building of the relationship. That becomes more important than proving we are right. As soon as we notice our attachment to winning, we redirect it to cooperation. 2. From judgment to compassion. Regarding judgment, we can train ourselves to notice when we are censoring or criticizing others' behavior. Then, in the instant in which we catch ourselves doing it, we switch our judgment thought over to the feeling of compassion. Then, the feeling may expand to include insight and a plan for action. For instance, we look down on someone on the street because of how shabbily he's dressed. We switch to feeling compassion for his poverty. This includes awareness of our own spiritual poverty. It also includes a smile of contact with him. We can also acknowledge our part in or our connection to what we have judged. Thus, our compassion will also include an awareness of our complicity in a society that thrives on wide disparities between haves and have-nots. We don't blame or judge ourselves for this, but simply notice it and, if possible, perform a gesture that aligns with our realization. In this instance, we might make a donation to a soup kitchen, volunteer in one, or vote for a candidate who promises positive societal change. 3. From fear to gratitude. Likewise, when we notice ourselves scanning for something to fear, or fearing something we know is not really a threat, we redirect ourselves to gratitude for something similar to it. For instance, I suddenly feel afraid I'll get a bad report from the medical test I just took. I notice the fear and switch my focus to something about my health I can be grateful for. This is remedying a negative reaction with a positive response. 4. From resentment to joy. If we feel resentful, we can redirect to something to be happy about in the relationship. Joy is the antidote to resentment because we thereby let go of our ill feeling or ill will. We desire the happiness and success of the other. Resentment is unresolved anger that holds on to a grievance. It usually leads to passive-aggressive behavior. We may feel resentment all through life, but we don't have to act on it anymore. Instead, we say ouch and reinvest our resentments into ever more novel forms of forgiving love. All 5 of these challenges take imagination, the organ of freedom from habit. 5. From retaliation to seeking reconciliation. Our impulse, when we're hurt or disrespected in any way, may be instant retaliation. We wish for the downfall of the other rather than for her happiness and success. We can instead pause to say ouch and attempt a dialogue and reconciliation. We may seek redress, but not revenge. We let go of retaliatory wishes and want the enlightenment of the other, whether or not he's willing to reconcile. This is the response of loving kindness, always the same as letting go of ego. At first, this practice may simply take the form of words. For instance, we are judging and we say, "Let me open to compassion." Gradually, as we practice this over and over, the real feeling will emerge from the aspiration. Sincere intention leads to feeling and then to action. Giving in to impulses, such as insistence on being right, judgment, fear, resentment, and retaliation, disempowers our self-worth. In this redirecting practice, we create a pause between the habitual reaction and a wholesome alternative. For instance, quick to judge contempt becomes pause and awaken compassion. This increases our sense of ourselves as free from old habits in favor of showing more love. That is how self-worth develops. Likewise, we benefit from this redirection style because we widen ourselves. Judgmental people suffer from the narrow bandwidth of acceptance they have for others. When we feel compassion, our breadth of acceptance expands. This makes love more possible. Fear narrows our options. Gratitude expands them. Resentment narrows our toleration level. Joy opens it. Retaliation narrows our access to satisfaction. Reconciliation, or letting go, enlarges it. We also bear in mind that no matter how much we practice, there can be moments in which any of the untransformed elements in us still blurt themselves out. Then all bets are off. We have forgotten our practices and come at others from ego. The practice then is to apologize and make amends to those we have hurt. We commit ourselves to be more vigilant about our reactions in the future. This style makes us a little less likely to fall prey to ego next time. The practice also includes compassion toward ourselves because we're not putting ourselves down for our lapses. In fact, we grow in respect for ourselves as we see how fully committed we are to our program of change. As an aside, we can also remind ourselves that our caregivers were slated by nature to show us how to have all 5 of the qualities we redirect to. If they did not do that, a spiritual practice can fill the gap. This one of redirecting does just that. Spirituality does not take the place of our psychological work, looking at our childhood, feeling what is appropriate to what happened to us, resolving our unfinished business with the past to whatever extent possible. But spirituality does help us find ways of being in the world as upright, compassionate people. Our spirituality thereby has parented us and readied us to parent the world. The wonderful results of taming. a lovesick nightingale among owls. You caught the scent of roses and flew to the rose garden. Rumi. In this poem by Rumi, we might see the owls as symbolic of egos, the rose garden as the domain of the higher self. The scent we catch is our realization that the ego we think we are is not all that we are. We realize by a stroke of grace, caught, not caused by us, that letting go of egotism can help us flourish as the spiritually alive beings we truly are. Then we look into all the nooks and crannies, in ourselves, in our relationships, in our life, where ego-centeredness still conceals itself. We do not have to go on a search and destroy mission against our ego. Rather, we want to shed the light of compassion on our ego and all its little ways of deceiving us. We are taking the unruly ego by the hand and showing it how easy it can be to make love its priority. We move from self-interest to noticing the needs of others. We nightingales now take the owls with us to the rose garden. We are not shaming our ego or humiliating it in this process. We are teaching it to trust reality rather than run from it. We are showing our ego how to stop congratulating itself with its successes at grasping and controlling. We are giving it a new face, not based on self-inflating, but on self-emptying. The toddler, gimme, has to become I share. The egotist's style of grab and cling becomes opening and giving. Generosity is our antidote to the old ego's avarice. We show attentive compassion to this misdirected attitude. It is not an enemy within that has to be routed or rooted out. It is a bewildered vagrant who needs to be shown the way home. We do not destroy the dragon of ego, only tame it. Dragons symbolize our powers beyond ego. A feature of the heroic journey is always the battle to tame the dragon within ourselves and then incorporate its power. We do not kill our ego, only let it be transformed into what it is meant to be. The archetypal theme of death and rebirth, when applied to our journey from ego to our true nature, is like the caterpillar's journey after all. When ego is up and running, it walls off access to other domains of our psyche. As our defenses loosen, new powers come into view. They were in us all along, but our egotism did not allow us to know or use them. It is our wholesome ego, in concert with our true nature, that does help us loosen. It shows how a strong but respectful assertiveness can replace aggressiveness. It shows how self-care can include caring about others. It shows how relinquishing center stage can place us in a holding environment that gives much more comfort and safety than controlling ever can. This is what letting go of an egotistical attitude really does. We adopt a new, more enlightened attitude. We were once driven by fear of reality, so we lived in illusion. Now, we can accept the givens of life and relax into them. We no longer have to make decisions that protect our pride of place. We are beyond the reach of threat or risk. Letting go means going beyond, just what it takes for a journey to begin. To surrender our ego, as in the beginning of any journey, is to die a little. A big part of what has sustained us is extinguished. We've let go of our belief in our own invulnerable solidity. We've uncovered and exposed our house of cards with all its inadequate hiding places. We have looked into our built-to-last armory, only to discover that its weapons are outdated. We have found out that there is nothing permanent or reliable about our fortress of ego. But we discover all this with jubilation because we no longer have to be on sentinel duty, no longer have to be on the lookout. We can let go of defenses because we have embraced the kind of defenselessness that frees us from fear. We are no longer afraid to be second instead of first, sometimes wrong instead of always right, generous instead of self-centered. In letting go of ego, we feel the serenity of having nothing left to lose or guard. We are face to face with the frank reality of life. In other words, we are truly sane. We are facing reality rather than saving face. Once we have removed the masks that protect that face, we feel our vulnerability, but for the first time, safely. It is not the one that keeps us afraid, but the one that opens us. We can relate to the pain that arises in relationships or life in general. Now, we can hold that pain. The whole process is scary, but that scare is an indicator that our ego is letting go. We are not regressing, we are evolving. Another result of letting go of egotism is softening our attitudes toward people we may have taken for granted or found difficult in such a way that we see another side to them. We begin to recognize how some unpleasant people are suffering in their own lives and then feel compassion toward them. We soften also when we come to notice an element of love in people's motives, even though they came across as cantankerous at times. Here's a personal example of softening. I found myself in a reverie one day, thinking back on my teachers in public grammar school. They were mostly what were called old maids, whose lives revolved almost entirely around their work. It occurred to me that teaching and forming us children had become their life purpose, a kind of ministry. They had dedicated themselves to helping us learn and grow. For the first time, I appreciated them at that level. I saw and see how they cared. I felt and still feel a warmth in this realization, a gratitude too. I see all this as a grace given to me, a direct result of letting go of some of my ego judgments. The untamed ego sits imperiously at the head of the table of the psyche. When we let go of egotism, our psyche becomes a round table. Our ego is surrounded by archetypes, each offering violently primitive or lovingly evolved choices. There is Stalin and Gandhi. There is Hitler and Mother Teresa. There is Pol Pot and Martin Luther King Jr. They are no longer individual sinners and saints. As archetypes, each is a positive or negative shadow side of ourselves, what we can be at our best or worst. Each offers us a choice about how to act toward others. When we choose loving kindness, we act from the best in us, our enlightened true nature. When we choose malice, we act from the worst in us, our aggressive ego-centeredness. What we call ourselves is a product of these choices we make. Life is an experience of flow. When we hold on to ego beliefs, we do not flow. We stand firm and push against the dares that can help us grow. Egotism keeps us from the journey experience. We can't move, only maintain. We interrupt this growth-paralyzing inclination when we choose what makes us more loving over what keeps us on top. Our values have changed from immediate gratification to caring connection. This shift is a grace. Our practices are our follow-up and our thanks. In the Vinaya Mahavagga, the god Brahma asks the newly enlightened Buddha to become a teacher so he can share what he has realized. Buddha's response is described this way. In compassion, he contemplated the world with enlightened eyes. When we let go of ego, we have found a form of enlightenment. Our joy then makes us want to share with others how good it feels to be free of ego attitude. We can begin to do this by having a discussion about the change in us with those we love and trust. We can ask them if they notice a change in us. When someone acts in an ego-centered way toward us, we can tell of the joy we found in the egoless alternative. For instance, we see someone trying to get back at us for an offense. We can say, "I know you're angry. Let's talk about it and find a way to reconcile. I would rather make amends than see you be compelled to retaliate." We end this chapter on a humorous note. Diego, now in recovery from egotism, wrote this poem to his former wife as an amends for being so vindictive during their divorce of years ago. After you broke up with me, this fine-feathered ego was just too stuffed to eat crow. Your choice to use this device, ego, enables it to endure. Helen Schuckman, Course in Miracles. Chapter 7. Honoring Our True Nature. Your true face is a great jewel forming in heaven. How long have you awaited timelessness? This auspicious day, today, knows the increasing light of opportunity. Ehe Dogen Zenji, Treasury of the True Dharma Eye. Infinite riches in a little room. Christopher Marlowe, the Jew of Malta. A simple way to know that we are more than ego, more than we think, is to notice what happens to us when we hear music that we love. We're transported to a transcendent realm. Ego attitude has vanished in that moment. We suddenly feel that we are more, and that there's another world beyond what our mind can construe. This is what transcendence means, a sense of there being more in the world than what the senses meet up with, a going beyond what was before, a reaching further into the well of meanings than was ever possible by the skills of thought or logic, a going past the bolted gates of habit and limited imagination. Our true nature, the dimension of our psyche that transcends individual ego identity, is also sometimes called the archetype of the self, akin to Buddha nature, God within. The marvelous world we see around us can likewise be understood as having that very same transcendent quality. This was Buddha's realization upon being enlightened. When the morning star appeared, not only I, but the great earth, with all its beings, simultaneously became Buddhas. Jung, On the Archetype of the Self, speaks of the archetype of the self. Something strange to us, and yet so near, wholly ourselves and yet unknowable, a virtual center. I have called this center the self. Intellectually, the self is no more than a psychological concept, a construct that serves to express an unknowable essence which we cannot grasp as such, since, by definition, it transcends our powers of comprehension. It might equally be called the God within us. In egotism, the ego assumes the powers of that God within. It denies any reality beyond itself. Thus, the hauteur of ego is ultimately a loss of access to spirituality. Our true nature is the link between individual uniqueness and oneness. We are here as originals to be unique and to inhabit this individual body-mind. Thus, what we call higher self, true nature, God, and so forth, is alive today in a John way, a Jane way, in a horse way, a star way, a summer way, a rain way, a joy way. Humankind, like the higher self, is one single holding environment for all us diverse manifestations of itself. This was expressed well by Sri Aurobindo in Thoughts and Glimpses. Existence multiplied itself for sheer delight of being. It plunged itself into trillions of forms so that it might find itself innumerably. Individual identity gained special focus in Western culture during the Enlightenment because it was considered the basis for human rights. However, we needed the help of spiritual teachers to remind us to balance our individuality with commonality. We are in our natural, spiritual element when our ego moves from egocentric to omnicentric consciousness. As we saw in Buddha's words above, not only I, but all. It is, of course, totally normal to be centered on ourselves. We are the most complex of all the animals or things in nature. The more complex a being is, the more awareness it needs. To achieve this awareness, we have to focus on ourselves. So, our consciousness of ourselves requires self-centeredness. The problem is that we sometimes do so at the expense of others. This is where egotism rears its head. Selfishness can be described as a devotion to ourselves, an overemphasis on our interests, welfare, advantages, or gains, without regard for those of others. We all occasionally, or often, notice that our motivations and behavior can be selfish. Any one of us can become aware of an abiding, pervasive selfishness lodged deep within us, so subtle, so sly. This is ego at high pitch. Yet we do not put ourselves down or become discouraged. Instead, we first examine our motivations and behavior to locate our me-first attitudes. We open to compassion about that fact toward both ourselves and others. Then, we work on transitioning from self-centeredness to mutuality by following the practices in this audiobook. It's a long, hard climb, but if we remain on the lookout and sincerely want to be more altruistic, the transition will happen. Finally, in a practice like this, it is wise to ask for grace, assistance from powers beyond ego, always eager to join in on an enterprise that leads to more love. Can I indeed change my vision of who I am? Can I let go of my sense of my identity as a self-enclosed unit, gratifying myself at any cost? Can I let go of my preoccupation with myself as central and sole? The alternative is to see my ego simply as the most recent and local version of my identity, through which a greater life wants to express itself. For this to happen in any of us, we have to sacrifice ego supremacy, abdicate the throne on high, and be who we wholly are. Real freedom is in commitment to the designs and purposes of our depth reality, the bigness that beckons us beyond what ego can achieve or even imagine. We are here to join the evolutionary momentum of the universe. We don't escape ego for this to happen, only join it to a larger purpose than can be outlined by any of our individual needs. We do all this when we live with integrity and loving kindness, when the ultimate purpose of our life is to co-create a world of justice, peace, and love. We do this in a variety of ways. We let go of our ego-centeredness in favor of respect for the equality of others. We then move from arrogance to humility. We move from entitlement to reasonable protection of our rights, but without retaliation if we can't secure them. We move from aggressiveness to assertiveness, from defensiveness to honest self-presentation. In short, we move from ego posturing to our true upright posture. The most accurate name for our true nature, as we heard earlier, is flow. Our true nature is what is able to flow with what is, moment by moment, continually surrendering to reality, no matter how ruthless its onslaught or threatening its shape. We continually make room for all that comes our way because of this fearless quality of our being, this true nature that can receive everything, let go of everything, notice the dust in everything, but also see the glory in everything. Our true nature is the many-splendored reality of us and of all that is. When King David wrote in Psalm 139, "Lord, I praise you because I am wonderfully made," did he have an inkling of this egoless greatness? Our true nature wants to make a personal appearance. It peeps out at us from beyond ego in moments of unplanned kindness from or to us, in epiphanies that happen to us from a spiritual source, and in the awe we feel in nature. For instance, beholding Yosemite reduces ego. Our response is wonderment and gratitude that it exists, that we lived to see it. Now we understand why St. Francis put the question of who he was, not to himself, but to God. That is, to his true nature, the divine within. Lord, who am I? Who are you? That question about true nature has only one answer. Divinity, humanity, and nature are all one reality. We all have the capacity to attribute our identity to a transcendent source. We might also feel that this source is personal, that it knows and loves us. This releases us from having to reboot our own ego grandiosity so frequently. Instead, we feel worthy just as we are. Then, the 5 A's become ways of feeling loved by a higher self, God, a higher power than ego, a divine life that dwells in us and around us and attends to us fully each instant, accepts our vulnerability with unconditional regard, appreciates our ego with all its fears, affectionately holds us in the embrace of unconditional love, and allows us the freedom to choose to be who we are more and more. A surrender we welcome. Our style is not to kill off our ego, but to escort it to its true identity. Letting go of an ego attitude is letting go of a mistaken identity. That mistaken identity is all we surrender. We then have a well-tuned ego, attuned to the serene center of ourselves where love reigns and freedom rings. Indeed, our scared ego wants to enter the service of our true nature. It wants demotion for spiritual promotion. Once it knows what a wonderful alternative that is, compared to constant fight and flight, it feels right at home. It does not go to its true home kicking and screaming. Once ego knows what awaits it in the higher self, it springs into its arms. This is what it always needed, but its fear was so great that its awareness of its home and the path to it were blocked. Our larger life beyond ego is a resource in us and everywhere around us that sustains us when our ego enters its service. Not even the craftiest super salesmen of ego are a match for the magnetic attraction of our true nature. What most effectively triggers the ego personally or collectively to empty itself? When the current vision has become unbearable, the ego will be ready to observe a curfew. Usually, ego has to pump itself up to full inflation before it can begin to shrink to reasonable size. Sometimes, only hitting bottom does the trick. In a defeat of ego control or ego grandiosity, we see how small the ego really is, and how ineffective it is in helping us when the chips are down. Then we realize the inadequacy of the old model of personality. I am all it. Then it's natural to turn to something that can be more reliable. We find that in our higher self, in our true nature beyond ego. We see this in 12-step programs as reliance on a higher power, the unexpected resource, waiting to help us. Emptying the archives of our egotistical resources, greed, division, narcissism, reveals a new identity, the evolved one that awaits us so expectantly. The limited ego has to be unshackled so it can surrender and open to that future. The breakdowns that make this happen are spiritual graces. A new set of possibilities easily emerges from the rubble of our archaic habits. Now we see a new future, one that the old ego could not imagine, didn't have the requisite tools to design, since its focus was on self-preservation and self-advancement. A dismissing of the old guard ego will feel like descent into danger, because it is all we ever believed kept us safe. The unenlightened ego seeks only ascent, especially in standing or accomplishment. We thereby overlook the crucial phase of the journey, the descent into the darkness, the sense of homelessness, the mood of exile. Descent is loss, the atmosphere of grief. Yet this is our doorway to something beyond ego. It is the higher self, the teacher of our soul that we meet so surely in the dark. In vision quests, a time alone in a scary place can engender a sense of one's life purpose and a sense of accompaniment by benevolent forces beyond ego that help us fulfill that purpose. Examples of the darkness are periods in life when we feel that nothing is working for us. We have nothing going for us. Our efforts are falling flat. Our old, reliable refuges are collapsing before our eyes. We have little to look forward to and less to hope for. We are in a void, a space in which edges are uncertain, doorways non-existent. Worst of all, our ego's bag of tricks is empty. This is precisely the moment at which we see the tawdriness of ego to come through for us when the chips are down. In such a dark time, there's nowhere to go but in. All we have to do is surrender to the darkness, give up trying to end it. That unconditional yes, coming from deep within us, opens us to the grace of letting go of ego. We are then in the best position to find our true self, the more than we thought we were. As the old carol by Phillips Brooks had promised in The Dark Streets Shineth an Everlasting Light. Only when we are suspended in nothingness, with a full and unobstructed view of the empty landscape of our ego world, can we see the colors in the emptiness. Avatamsaka Sutra. The Buddha Mind Space. Throughout this audiobook, we have explored Buddhist perspectives on ego and our true nature. Now that we have the basic idea, we can look more in depth at the Buddhist contribution to our topic. The self is described in Buddhism as empty of separate existence. The word empty is sometimes translated as void. But this void is not an empty hole. We might say that our true nature is space surrounding each individual as outer space surrounds the planets. In science, space is what makes for movement by the heavenly bodies. That provides a clear analogy of how our psyche is shaped. Our full reality is psyche, not limited to our cranium, but including the entire universe around us. We have a will, intellect, imagination, like sun, moon, stars, in a vast psychic consciousness, like space. It is empty of a core, isolated identity, just like the planets in orbit. Through a telescope, they seem separate, but in reality they're interconnected and contingent upon the entire universe that surrounds them. Likewise, our ego seems separate because it's in a separate body, but it is actually entirely linked to the vast web of life. We are bigger than any ego can contain or circumscribe. No self means limitlessness is in us. It's not a limitation. Our identity in ego feels solid since it has continuity, a history, a story, a name. The Tibetan Buddhist teacher Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche wrote in Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism, "There is no such thing as ego at all. There is no such thing as I am." The ego, in the Buddhist view, is really only a heap of beliefs, feelings, perceptions, interpretations, inclinations that fill in the open space that is our true nature. We take the fillers to be all that we are. We are reacting to projections as if they were real. All this is done so we can keep establishing, ratifying, and solidifying our ego. Our beliefs, opinions, tastes, preferences, all that makes us unique, gives us the impression that we are independent rather than contingent, freestanding rather than linked. This, like the word I, confirms our sense of a separate and persisting identity. We can look at an analogy that helps us clarify the self topic. A new television comes with factory settings, the same on all televisions of that model. We can maintain them, or we can customize the settings to fit our particular needs and preferences. These may or may not give us the best picture or sound our television is capable of, but they represent our personal choice. Thus, there are original settings and custom settings, but there's no such thing as no settings. We'll look at the metaphor in each of these three options: factory settings, customized settings, no settings. We see the concept of built-in settings in Buddhism, Jungian psychology, and religion. We notice that the settings are potentials, not activated until we open them. From the Buddhist perspective, we are born with Buddha nature, so our settings are 4 immeasurable qualities of enlightenment: loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. They are immeasurable because they are the components of our true nature, and we can show them without measure. From the perspective of Jung and depth psychology, we have inner archetypal settings, an ancient heritage of energies that are reflected in story, myth, and dream images. They are the same in all people and in all ages. Religion teaches that God created each of us with an indwelling Holy Spirit that gives us graces of faith, hope, and love. Thus, our true nature is to express divine goodness through our commitment to justice, peace, and love. These 3 are the equivalent of original settings, not our ego, but our true nature, the face we had before we were born, as Buddhists sometimes say. All 3 traditions show us to have positive qualities. This helps us understand why they also assert the unconditional worth of every human being. We ourselves don't give up on anyone because everyone has spiritually valuable settings, innate, enduring qualities that can always be activated. The settings of a television are embedded in it, but they cannot be accessed until we take certain actions. Plug it into an electric current, hook up to cable, turn it on. The settings are potentials that we activate by our choice. Likewise, the Buddhist or Jungian or religious settings in us are potentials. We activate them by putting them into practice. For instance, we all have loving kindness in us, but it becomes real only when we show it. To say that all humans have value is based on our settings. To lead a life of value is based on our choices. In other words, as our life proceeds, we make individual choices that align with these settings, or we cancel them in favor of other settings we prefer. This is the equivalent of custom settings, which may or may not give us the best picture of ourselves, others, and the world. We might upgrade ourselves by being strikingly heroic and give the world a clearer picture than ever of what enlightened life is about. Gandhi is an example of someone who used this option. We might downgrade through life choices that don't reflect enlightenment at all. Anything in between can happen also. So we can be what we are in our true nature, enlightened. Or we can be what we've made of ourselves in our personality and story, downgraded or upgraded from the original version. But the one thing we can't be is none of these. That would be the equivalent of no settings, that is, no personality traits, no life story at all, an impossibility for a person who was born and will die. This is why, as we said before, there is no such thing as an independent, stand-alone I, just as there is no settingless television. Nevertheless, our favorite words are I, my, me, and mine. This ego is an inveterate inclination in us to make our own survival primary and to engage in aggression toward any power that attempts to threaten it. We hold on to ourselves for dear life, even though our ego is only a scarecrow in ever-fading raiment. In this survival mentality, we try to stay in control and keep ourselves safe from surprises, unless it's a surprise party to honor our greatness. We are so needy to be someone. We feel so alone. We want a self to cling to. That's why it's so hard to let go of our belief in the reality of a freestanding self, what we think is a separate ego, the great deceiver within us, the rustler of our wholeness. In a Buddhist perspective, letting go of ego is freedom from the illusion of separateness. To free ourselves from servitude to this ego, the Mahayana tradition offers 4 recommendations for practice: love, faith, compassion, and courage. Love is the antidote to aggression and opens us to caring connection with all beings. The path to egolessness is thus the path to love without possessiveness or constraint. I am recalling the epitaph of Albert Camus. Here I understand what they call glory, the right to love without limit. Universal love is the true glory of our humanity, a love the ego cannot understand or embrace until it ceases to centralize in itself. Faith refers to an unconditional trust in the givens of life as offering opportunities for growth and practice. This faith leads to a realism about life and an awareness of the spiritual value in saying yes to it. Compassion is not from a sense of superiority or condescension. Compassion is based not on rank, but on our link with the human family. The suffering of others is our own suffering. The response of true compassion is not limited to those whose suffering touches us, but to all who suffer, victims and persecutors alike. Courage means relating to dismay and pain without being interrupted, stopped, or driven by fear. We may still have fear, but we are no longer victimized, immobilized, or driven to violence by it. These 4 show that Buddha nature is our own mind cleared of the obscurations of ego. Its obscurations are what in Buddhism are called the 3 poisons: greed, hate, and ignorance. Nirvana, the deathless refuge, is not an extinction of our being, but of those 3 poisons: greed, hate, and ignorance. Our true nature is who we are when we are no longer separate, no longer under the spell of ego. Then, enlightenment is the voyage of life without ego at the helm. This true humanity in us is our enlightened nature, as Shunryu Suzuki says in Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. To be a human being is to be a Buddha. Buddha nature is just another name for human nature, our true human nature. Our true human nature is who we are beyond ego-centeredness. Dharma, enlightened teaching, is dri in Sanskrit. This means to hold. The Dharma holds us as we go through our experiences, including death. This is why being open to dying is the ultimate letting go of ego, because that is when the ego finally does take a final bow. Ego is slated to return to its true nature. This is not dissolution, but entry into a chrysalis, a step toward full awakening as who we really are. To hold on to ego is not to trust that we are held. Dharma also means truth, exactly how things are, the way we see reality without our projections onto it, which is what it means to be enlightened. Everything that happens to us is a Dharma gate, that is, an opportunity for that enlightenment. To be moved in that direction is called bodhicitta, enlightened caring in the heart chakra about the enlightenment of others. We cannot make it happen, only open to it. It is a grace that turns ego toward a commitment to enlightened living, and does this for the sake of all beings. It is thus all-centered, not ego-centered. Bodhicitta is a fast track to letting go of egotism. Our true nature is not a static reality, but a moving one. It moves through fields of awareness, through the chapters of a lifetime, through the mazes of a dark time. We can now see why the heroic journey archetype is so meaningful to us. It is the story of how we seek and find our true nature. This is the measure the hero was always after. We see again why mindfulness is so important. The more present we are in the here and now, the more does our true nature come to the fore in our behavior and attitudes. It arises in any moment in which we are not in the grasp of ego or intellect, but instead are simply here now, truly present. Real presence was always this, just ourselves, without the armor of ego. A lot to let go of, and a joy to do so. The idea of having bodhicitta in us was a big mistake from the ego's point of view. But that mistake turned out to be good from the enlightened point of view. Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, The Profound Treasury of the Ocean of Dharma, Volume 2. Practice. Circle meditation. Meditation is not only about becoming present here and now to ourselves. It is about becoming present to the world. Meditating in a group setting is a metaphor for that larger scope of all spiritual practices. Here's a personal example that illustrates how I came to realize this. Several years ago, I was leading a retreat in California. Spontaneously one day, I suggested to the class that we take the last 15 minutes of my morning talk as a time to meditate. About 20 of the 35 people chose to stay. The participants had been sitting in a theater formation facing me. Without my suggesting it, those who were staying to meditate formed their chairs into a tight circle. I liked the fact that now I was no longer the leader, but that they were taking charge of the setting. I was happy to follow the lead of the members. The group was forming itself. As we sat silently in the quiet, sun-filled room, with the indistinguishable sounds of nature and people outside, I felt a very strong sense of togetherness among us. Something was making us feel truly with one another in an embodied way. This was not only a meditation by individuals on their own, here and now. It was a single, palpable presence in a single here and now. This was certainly different from meditating singly or as a group facing forward. I was aware later that the experience felt egoless. The power of the meditation in common was transcending all the egos in the room. We were in our true nature, our Buddha nature, the deeper self in which egos fold and flow into oneness. This must automatically have helped us let go of the extreme self-promotion on which ego thrives. To sit together closely, as we did, also was meaningful. It created a scene in which our boundaries were not rigid, our existences not separate. We were modeling the Buddhist teaching of no self. The group was thereby sitting for the portrait of commitment to connection, a description of egoless love. I never forgot that powerful experience of embodied co-presence and have pondered it over the years. I began to include it in some of my other workshops and retreats. It has always been meaningful for the participants. We somehow become important to one another without anyone being important overall. We also feel accompanied by one another, not simply beside one another. That sense of companionship adds enormous feeling to the meditation experience. I do not present this as an alternative to individual or group meditation, only as another option. Circle meditation can be useful for families, friends, or as a cohesive force for any group. I've seen it happen in Buddhist settings and in recovery groups. We sit in a tight circle with people whose names we know or who have just introduced themselves. Simply sitting intentionally with others makes us feel the presence of others with us. Then the circle becomes a sacred space. We sit because that posture, especially straight-backed, stabilizes our body, and our mind follows suit. At the end of the sitting, we can open to sharing. This is not necessary to the meditation, but an option. No one has to speak, but anyone can do so. We briefly share what we've brought with us today: joy, suffering, a problem we face, a solution we found. We don't ask for a response. The rest of us at this point practice simply listening. We hear what the other says without judgment. We notice with empathy what the other is feeling. There's no crosstalk, that is, we don't reply or make suggestions. We simply listen as before we simply sat. We are present as witnesses, not as judges or advisors. This can be followed by socializing. All we have heard is confidential, so we don't share it with others outside the group. We also do not approach someone in the group about his issue unless he volunteers to discuss his concern with us. This form of meditation is an experience of being with others bodily and emotionally. We are breathing together, not just being alone with our own breath. The accent is on the word simply. We simply sit, we simply share, we simply listen. It is now only true nature that is sitting, not separate egos. In fact, ego has left the room. When it comes back, as it always does, it finds room rather than takes room. Epilogue: The Great Reversal. The enemy must be resisted insofar as he serves the powers of darkness, although it would be better to say that the power of darkness should be resisted rather than the enemy. He should be seen not as the servant of darkness, but as someone who is capable of a future conversion. Therefore, although he uses evil means, despotism, the sword, force, darkness, one must not answer him with these same means. If one answered him in kind, with lies, deceit, violence, and force, one would be denying oneself and him the future and the possibility of change. One would be perpetuating the kingdom of evil. Milan Matovich. A Marxist looks at Jesus. Will I go beyond ego into my bigger life before the end of my life? This is the central challenge in all our practices. What we seek is an end to the ego's rule over our lives. Seeking is thus not about finding a truth or a guru, but instead about living into the larger truth of our true nature, what transcends ego. That true nature is not individual. It is one and the same in all of us, who we are as members of the human family. An egotist seeks individual power. He wants to stand out in the company of others as a person worthy of special honor, and he wants at all costs to avoid shame. What did those words, honor and shame, mean in ancient society? Honor referred to being acknowledged and exalted for one's achievement. Maintaining honor demanded that a person avenge himself for all harms done to him. Indeed, in the ancient world, retaliation was considered the only honorable response to injustice. Aristotle, in Rhetoric, wrote, "To take revenge on enemies and refuse to be reconciled is praiseworthy, for to retaliate is just." Not much has changed in society since ancient times when it comes to honor and shame. We see this same style in legitimizing revenge, and we see it also when apologizing or reconciling is considered a sign of weakness. Spiritual teachers have offered a radical alternative. Likewise, the Jain Avashak Sutra says, "May I be friendly toward all beings and not hold rancor against anyone." Jesus, in the Sermon on the Mount, reversed this attitude so that what was shameful becomes honorable and what was honorable becomes shameful. In his time, it was considered shameful not to hit an aggressor back, but Jesus calls that a sign of spiritual progress. To turn the other cheek, rather than defend ourselves from further blows, does not sit well with the ego, which still wants to use retaliation to retain its sense of honor and not be shamed. Love your enemies is the challenge to love those who do not love us back. This is another example of a reversal, since egotism thrives on quid pro quo. We are not likely to embrace these reversals willingly. That will require the grace of letting go of ego in favor of loving kindness as our style with others. Loving kindness is the middle ground, a third reconciling alternative to the opposites of an eye for an eye and turn the other cheek. To let go of our ego indeed requires reversals. Over and over, we choose reconciliation instead of retaliation, no matter how weak people think we are for doing so. Over and over, we choose love instead of hate, no matter how mistaken people think we are for doing so. Over and over, we choose compassion instead of indifference, no matter how foolish people think we are for doing so. In each instance, there are two reversals. We act oppositely from the standard norm. We are not ashamed when and if people see our choices as weak, mistaken, or foolish. All through history, and likewise today, sages have recommended the spiritual practice of reversing worldly, ego-centered values for those of our enlightened true nature. This is how we move from a primitive way of living to an enlightened way. Just such a transition is what the reversal of honor and shame is really about. We make the journey from ego's values to the values in our true nature. The Sermon on the Mount offers an example of a reversal of worldly values, a subversive perspective. In it, forgiveness, which seems weak, replaces revenge, which seems so very strong. The love that we are replaces the aggression that we learn from fear. The reversal is actually a return to who we really are. When the choices are fight or flight, aggression is fight and passivity is flight. Neither of these choices measure up to what is best in us, our true nature. Our choice, when we let go of the aggressive or passive ego, is to stand up to evil with non-violent resistance. This style makes us seek the conversion of the aggressor. We want to win him over to the arts of peace. We are responding to the higher nature in someone rather than reacting to his ego. We see this challenging approach in the opening quotation by Milan Majevich. Gandhi spoke of the non-violence of the weak that breaks down the oppressor's aggression with the purpose of winning over him, that is, defeating him. Our true nature seeks instead to win him over, that is, transform him. Gandhi calls this transformation of the opponent the non-violence of the strong. We choose this path when we trust the power of truth, what Gandhi called satyagraha. As an aside, I share a personal story. Many years ago, when I was in seminary, we studied the Sermon on the Mount. I found myself reacting angrily to the commands to love one's enemies and to turn the other cheek. I found Christ's recommendations quite unsettling, even repulsive. I realized at the same time that this teaching was central to Christian faith, so I knew I had to reconcile myself to it somehow. I decided to use a method that had worked for me before. I would write out the entire disturbing or confusing piece longhand over and over until I understood what my objection was really about. While writing wearily the second time around, my gaze suddenly darted up from the page. I said aloud, "Oh, I get it. Jesus is trying to take away my big fat ego. That's what this sermon demands of me. So that's why I don't like it." It became clear to me that I was being asked to reverse the habits and strategies that had upheld me since childhood. I would have to love those who hated me, bless those who cursed me, and give up getting even with those who hurt me. From then on, I internally respected the teachings and prayed they would take root in me. That prayer was not answered for many years, but I feel it is finally coming true. What helped me most was a vow I made in 1993, 30 years after my seminary awakening, never again knowingly to engage in retaliation. Taking away my ego's favorite toy has proven the single most useful way to let go of my ego-centeredness. I had been doing what I imbibed from the 1950 streets of New Haven, what my Italian ancestors did, what my cavemen forebears did. Now, I was choosing an egoless alternative, a path of love. Later, I found the same set of recommendations as in the Sermon on the Mount in the Buddhist teacher Shantadeva's charming and challenging book, The Way of the Bodhisattva. They confirmed my realization of the spiritual value of reversing egoic attitudes and behavior. May the very pits of hell be sweet with fragrant pools all perfumed with the scent of lotuses. May fiery coals turn into heaps of jewels. May the hail of weapons become a playful rain of flowers. For as long as space endures, may I drive away the sorrows of the world. We can always go to our best, never erased, enlightened settings, rather than to those of our Cro-Magnon ancestors. We can see ourselves as members of the family of humanity, not as egotists taking pride of place. We then overturn our ego-driven assumptions, beliefs, and entitlements in favor of universal caring. we joyously contact the fullness of our humanity, finally find and live from our true nature, the reversal of ego into love. Now, each of us can place his or her singular assortment of gifts into the service of humanity. We are still individuals, but in a world community that has waited since time began for the unique brand of love only we can show. Here it is, we jubilantly avow, while our ego takes a bow. Appendix: Feminine Powers and the Male Ego. In this appendix, we'll look at how the feminine archetype has been associated since ancient times with the liberation of males from encapsulation in ego. We then consider how, in these past centuries, males have oppressed women and, in effect, refused what women can offer men regarding letting go of our ego. In Greek mythology, Thetis was a sea nymph venerated as a water divinity. A classical era hymn describes her as the creator of the whole universe, an example of how early mythology acknowledges the feminine powers of creation. In later monotheistic traditions, there's only one masculine god who creates without feminine accompaniment. In the myth, Zeus took an erotic interest in Thetis, but a prophecy had stated that the son of Thetis would be greater than his father. The ego of Zeus could not allow such an insult to occur, so he gave Thetis in marriage to Peleus, a human. The ego of Thetis rejected him, since he was a mortal below her status. We notice how ego figures repeatedly in the story. At the advice of Proteus, a god of the sea, Peleus, intent on union with the goddess, grasped and bound Thetis while she was sleeping. She was a shapeshifter, so she turned into water, fire, a lion, and then a serpent to escape from his clutch. But Peleus did not let go, and Thetis finally surrendered. However, before their wedding could take place, Peleus had to be initiated by Thetis into a more godly state, one more in keeping with her own status as a goddess. Initiation is the ritual that accompanies this transformation from human to divine. In common depictions of this myth, we see Thetis with her lion and serpent powers restored. She holds 3 serpents. One bites Peleus between the eyes, one under the ear, and one on the heel at the Achilles tendon. Her serpents wound, that is, open, Peleus in 3 symbolic areas, and thereby ready him for union with the divine feminine. This is the initiation. The first serpent opens his 3rd eye, that is, his wisdom vision, that can see beyond male-oriented logical cognition or the limitations of time and space. The second serpent opens his hearing to the mystical music of the spheres. This is the exquisite sound the universe emits when we truly listen to its harmonies. The third serpent opens his ego, so he can be awakened to the transcendent spiritual realm. Ego, or hubris, is symbolized by the Achilles tendon, what we call an Achilles heel. It is the locus of vulnerability, just what the ego has to have to be opened. The Achilles heel will reappear later in the story. Because of these 3 openings, Peleus can go beyond his mortality to oneness with the divine. This will be the mystical marriage between ego and self. Such a complex initiation rite certainly also shows us how much the ancients thought it would take for a man and a woman to be together effectively as a couple. These three symbolic openings give us important information about how the ego can be tamed and uplifted into the service of the higher self, our divine nature, symbolized by Thetis. As a sea goddess, she reminds us that the higher self has to do with birthing, dissolving, renewing, all associated with water. The mindset of the inflated ego is meant to be dissolved, drowned, so that it can emerge into a new life. We see this enacted in baptism rituals, in which the neophyte is submerged in the waters that dissolve what he was, so he can be born again to a larger, spiritually aware way of living. The dissolution and submersion themes are frightening to the ego, which wants full control. This is why the ego fights entering the service of the higher self. Francis Wickes reminds us in The Inner World of Choice, the self can be the most difficult and perilous of all possessions. It can lead to crucifixion of all that the ego has held most dear. Carl Jung, her mentor, adds in Mysterium Coniunctionis, the experience of the self is always a defeat for the ego. Finally, along the same lines, in the Greek manuscript known as Epistle to the Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 3, we find the following statement: "It is a dreadful thing for ego to fall into the hands of the living God, the higher self." The ego simultaneously fears and desires connection to the higher self. This is why letting go of ego is such a complex task for all of us. We are undoing centuries of conditioning. Ego attitudes and habits are meant to protect us from encountering our wholeness. Achieving this encounter with wholeness, the more than ego that we are, is a formidable challenge for the ego, but nothing less is required to enter the embrace of the larger psychic life within us and around us. That embrace does not destroy the ego, it only fulfills it. The first opening, wounding, shows us that the ego has wisdom, a third eye, but it requires a feminine energy to release its riches. This is the energy of receptiveness over aggressiveness, of unity over division, of cooperation over winning. This third eye energy is also powerful because of its direct and infallible focus. Feminine energy knows just where to strike to open us. The target is our potential for wisdom over knowledge, of reconciliation over the need for victory, of love over fear. The second opening has to do with powers of listening, of receiving, of attuning to the music of the spheres. It was believed in mythic times that the heavenly bodies made music as they swirled through space. Our own music is meant to restore our now lost ability to hear it. Shakespeare, in The Merchant of Venice, states that the harmony of the spheres is the same as the harmony in ourselves, when ego and self sing in unison at the meeting place called soul. Soft stillness and the night becomes the touches of sweet harmony. Such harmony is in immortal souls. Thus, the music Peleus can now hear is a metaphor for interpersonal and cosmic concord. The reborn ego attends to the music of awakening to how all of us can live in harmony. It's oriented toward oneness and peace, not one over all and continual conflict, the customs on the planet ego. The third opening is of the ego itself. It will have to deflate in some way, give up its self-proclaimed lordship. It will have to pass through dissolution to a whole new attitude and lifestyle. This will include humility, not in the sense of humiliation, but of authentic assessment of our powers and limits. The password to this is yes. We say yes unconditionally to what we are and to our role in the world. This deflates the puffy ego, so it can offer skillful service to the ongoing project of human wholeness. Now we can muse on the mystical and archetypal significance of the other elements of the fascinating story. The fact that Thetis is associated with water is the first sign of her power to dissolve the ego. That symbolism continued throughout history. We see it in the stories of sirens and mermaids who lure sailors to their death, symbolic of the dissolving of ego. It's not an ending of life, only an equipping of life for a new kind of voyage, one to the port of spiritual awakening, rather than to successful piracy. Peleus symbolizes the male ego that uses force to accomplish its desires. We notice that he gains his strategy from a male water divinity, Proteus, meant to show the claim to supremacy by male power over feminine power, since Thetis is a water divinity too. Thetis is overcome, but later gains a greater triumph, one that helps Peleus. The feminine style in the myth is to arrange things so that everyone wins. The fact that Thetis does this before the wedding means that initiatory pain is not meant to wound or hurt, but instead to make deep connection possible. The goal is not the triumph of one power over another, but of an axis of power for life-giving purposes, symbolized by marriage. Finally, we notice in most pictures that Thetis is of a larger size than Peleus, a symbol of the greater or higher self. Peleus is bowing and smiling. His ego enthusiastically embraces this marriage with the divine feminine, this unity with his true nature, even though it takes a painful initiation to effect it. The pictures usually show him naked from the waist down. His sword is not in an erect position. Both of these elements further represent the surrender of ego. This is not surrender as defeat, but rather as passage into a new form of power. Peleus is now ready to father a hero. Thetis and Peleus became the parents of the Greek hero Achilles. The story shows that the dissolution of ego is entirely about claiming our authentic powers. All we stand to lose are our fears and pretensions. Instead, we upgrade our vision of what the world can be. We upgrade our hearing of what the spirit of the universe sings in us. We upgrade our ego so that it can find its lively energy for good and produce a hero to walk the path. Achilles is more than a military hero. He was raised as a healer. His vulnerable tendon, Achilles' heel, makes him a wounded healer. So that element, too, is in the story of how the ego upgrades. It was never meant to die, only to be reborn for the healing of wounds because of its own wounds. The higher self, symbolized by feminine energy, holds space for us all our lives and never lets us go. This means it waits for the ego to leap into its arms. In that embrace, we are freed from the grip of fear. The story assures us that the feminine only devours the mindset of ego, the sociopathic element of ego. The feminine powers do not destroy, they only deconstruct to reconstruct. Feminine, in the mythic context, is not necessarily an actual woman, It is the feminine energy in the higher self of all of us. In addition, the myth shows us that in our own relationships, the male ego may believe it can decide the level of closeness it will show to a female. Some females, in reaction, don't demand full surrender. They might let a partner get away with half-hearted presence, minimal commitment, lackluster love. The myth shows what the strong feminine archetype looks like. It does not tolerate laggards, but insists they launch into full adult relating. The myth of Thetis and Peleus also demonstrates how growth includes passing through phases in which we leave some comforts behind and greet new challenges. Facing them and going through them is what initiation is about. An initiation is a ritual process, always painful, by which we become something we're ready for, though we may not know it. We become what we really are. The ordeal updates our status, psychologically, socially, emotionally, spiritually. It is not hazing, the college style of ego domination incorrectly called initiation. It is true initiation, that is, transformation. The 3 phases of an initiation are like those of the heroic journey. We leave where we were, what we were. We enter nowhere. For a while, we are no one. Then, we gain entry into a novel place where we are new, renewed. Thus, initiation is the threshold over our own solitude into community. This liminal, marginal stage is unwelcome to the controlling ego because it involves a don't know mind, a disabling of the powers that heretofore sustained us, an invisible path, an unclear destination. These are all the conditions that the ego fears. They challenge us to relinquish our turf, to lose ground, to be groundless. In other words, to open to reality just as it is. Ultimately, however, this is the deepest contact we can make with our interior liberty. We are finally free from reliance on the unreliable. In this marginal state, our wounds and inadequacies certainly show up, but they have no power to stop us. Our capacity to find healing has become more important and exciting than our disappointment about what we lack. We don't reach this level by effort, the tool used by the ego. It happens to us by grace, the feminine gift that awaits the initiates. We can rely on the feminine energy of grace, a mysterious assistance from beyond ego and meant to help it toward wholeness. The story of Thetis and Peleus shows how male and female energies can work together spiritually. Now we can look at our modern circumstances to see how the male ego has oppressed women, especially under the mantle of patriarchal religions. A church or religion that does not acknowledge the equality of women is really about sustaining the power and privilege of the male ego. Such a patriarchal structure is a dangerous form of oppression. It grants the go-ahead all over the world to keep killing, enslaving, and oppressing women. A male ego church or religion encourages that hate when it declares women to be inferior. A religion that does not treat gay people or any people with respect and equality does the same damage. Egotism thrives on prejudice. A religion that does that, even by implication or silence, is an accomplice of ego. Mature religion does not endorse our biases. It expands the scope of our conscience so that we can become inclusive in every way. On the day I wrote the previous paragraph, I read a news item about a tragedy that happened in Lahore, Pakistan. A pregnant woman was stoned to death with bricks by her father, her brother, and their 24 cohorts for marrying the man she chose instead of the man her family chose. The article mentioned that hundreds of women each year are murdered in honor killings committed by husbands or family members for sexual misconduct, as males define it. Honor, in this context, refers to the protection of the male ego that grants itself permission to kill or maim if it is in any way crossed or made to lose face. In a patriarchal structure, some fundamentalist religions demand believing that the husband is the head of the family, not to be disputed, that the wife's obligation is to follow his instructions. This cancels the possibility of letting go of ego, which happens by learning to collaborate. It's also an example of how religion can be used to validate and solidify male egotism in the guise of a spiritual teaching. Wherever religion establishes and maintains egotistical practices, it is using its authority to further the darkest purposes of tribalism, such as hate of those who are different. Such a religion does not redeem or renew the world. It keeps its subject to the evil forces it proclaims to crusade against. One way the dictionary defines religion is as an institutionalized expression of belief in a supernatural power, with a moral code, rituals, and practices that enact its faith. This definition includes the concept of hierarchy, since an institution is run by managers who oversee it. However, virtually all religions state that their system of ranking is not based on levels of control as it is in government, military, or corporate institutions. According to religious teaching, the people are in charge only so that they can offer service. The higher the position a cleric or leader has, the more service is required of him. For instance, one title of the Pope is the servant of the servants. The healthy ego is indeed meant to be in the service of the higher self. A healthy religion fosters the letting go of ego in favor of letting Holy Spirit in. This is how religion can help us make contact with our higher self, the power higher than ego. Enlightened religious consciousness configures God as love, not as just the biggest ego ever. The nature of an all-good God includes none of the traits of ego, but rather shows an absolute fidelity to the style of unreserved love and universal caring. We can ask ourselves to what extent the God we believe in is a projection of human egotism. The God who is love does not use the methods of ego, for instance, hate, retaliation, punishing with eternal torture in hell, ranking some people as more important than others, upholding unfairness, supporting war or greed. The writer Anne Lamott warns us of having a God who hates all the same people we do. A God free of ego is love, pure and simple. Our own practice of loving kindness follows suit. We extend compassion to the victims of religious fanaticism so that healing can happen. And we extend compassion and aspirations for conversion to the perpetrators of religious oppression. Mature, spiritually aware religion is meant to be based on co-creating a world no longer ruled by egocentricity, but by a new kind of kingdom, one of justice, peace, and love, no one excluded. Our identity beyond ego our true nature, in religious terms, is that inclusive God.
This has been an Audible Studios production of You Are Not What You Think, The Egoless Path to Self-Esteem and Generous Love, written by David Rico, performed by Tom Pyle, executive producer Susie Bright, producer Mike Charzak, copyright 2015 by David Rico, production copyright 2016 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.